我在北京。
老天保佑金山银山全部有，老天教唆别管家。老天保佑金山银山全部有，老天教唆别管家。老天就怕36雷中大球，老天就怕36雷中大球。魑魅魍魉总出现在球手后，魑魅魍魉总出现在球手后。老天让我一棍铲除啮齿类铁树，第二棍附魔我把。因果。老天让放下屠刀，但这是他的因果。如果把角落潜伏恶鬼分分钟一半，如果你心中恶念超过3的话，没办法平，要还债。兵来将挡，因为我是个耐北铁，手腕上5路财神虚空战，当一切来面瓜大烂，要不要求算账？我不是干，我需要平衡阴阳，看懂这因果业障，看懂这因果业障。世界上条条框框，就好像打白鸡上，迟早会到你头上。谁不想打翻身仗？谁不想打翻身仗？还有人在卖着唱，总有人想上树。
What's up, Beijing? I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi Broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks, not from Beijing. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Newsday, Tuesday, ladies and gentlemen. Looking very Chinese today, King. Thank you so much. I'm live. I'm alive. It's sunny Los Angeles, California, 72 degrees out here, and there's a lot going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker, and I'm going to tell you all about it. Ni hao, fine shit. Shishie liao ber. Ni hao. Folks, it is 11/25/2025, Tuesday, November 25, 2025, 11:34 a.m. Pacific time, and I am live. I'm alive, and I hope everyone is having a wonderful time. I certainly am. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God. Okay. Bad faith interview guy gets cooked by Momdani supporter. Sure. We'll take a look at that in a second. God damn, that was fast. We're live. We're alive. How's the jet lag now? King, jet lag is definitely worse than I thought it was. And I have a funny story about that, but, I think I'm managing fairly well, all things considered. What do I mean by this? Well, what I mean by this is I ended the broadcast yesterday. Because I was tired after like 6 hours. And why aren't you getting groceries or cleaning like a good Chinese gentleman? Not Chinese at all? Well, I'm not from Chengdu. That's why. Or no, is it Chongqing? Or no, it's Chengdu. I told my Chinese wife, ni hao, fine shit, thinking I had the pass. I do not, in fact, have the pass. That's crazy. You off Thanksgiving or popping off even more than you do normally for a holiday? I'll be here. Will says, come to Japan now. Yo, I'm going to be honest. Like, I wish I did. But we're live. We're alive. And I hope everyone's, like I said, having a fantastic one. Let me get a little bit of a zoom in here. It's a little too far. So, Where was I? Oh yeah, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. And ended the broadcast last night, and Lucas is here. My buddy Lucas, also known as Squizzy, is visiting from France, and I was very excited to see him. He's here for Formula One, but apparently he got like, he was doing a little Los Angeles leg of the trip as well. And I was hanging out with them, and let me tell you, okay, I asked this guy, "Oh, do you want to go to dinner at 7?" Right? And he knows I'm like kind of jet lagged and stuff, so he's like, "Yeah, for sure, let's do it at 7." Right? And then I send him the screenshot of the reservation I got. So I go to the restaurant at like 7:06. I'm a little late, right? I'm like, oh yeah, I'm on my way. I'm walking there, right? No response from him. And then I sit there for like, 10 minutes. And I'm thinking, well, I thought I was going to be late, but it turns out he's late, And then I'm sitting there for 16 minutes, 20 minutes. I'm looking at my watch. I'm like, what's happening here? What the hell's going on? What the hell's happening here, right? And then I finally, at 7:30, I go, okay, dude, this is like a little bit rude at this point. What the hell is happening here? And I go, hey, are you coming? Like, what's happening? And he's like, yeah, of course. Of course, I'm coming at 8 p.m. It turns out I actually got a reservation for 8 p.m. I told him to show up at 8 p.m., but I thought in my mind that it was at 7 p.m. I was sitting there for 30 minutes. I told the restaurant I'm going to come back at 8. Left, came back at 8. Had a wonderful time, had a wonderful dinner. Yeah, and that was my maybe jet lag is actually cooking me a little bit moment. Embarrassing. Okay? Embarrassing. And yeah, had a wonderful time. Went to bed. Woke up early. Woke up at like 4 a.m. Was up for like an hour. Went back to sleep. And honestly, China lifted their whole population. Wait, what is this? This got 158,000 views on Bilibili video, and the comments have incredible analysis. Hell yeah. We'll look at this in a second. But yeah, as I was saying, jet lag is cooking me a little bit. I didn't even get to work out this morning because I woke up too late to go and work out, and I had a call with WAPO about China. So that's what was going on, and I didn't have time to actually get a good workout in, but it's all good. Chinese embassy reposted you on Twitter. I saw. Don't worry, I'm going to talk about that. We got a lot to cover. GQ also is using me to sell their product, it seems. Subscribe for more pits, GQ magazine says. It's funny because that's the one time I didn't actually have a pit. I heard Bilibili likes gaming. Why are you lying to us again? What is this? If you actually believe there will be gaming later.
Said that the bigger Joseph Goebbels, the Nazi propaganda minister, said that the bigger the lie, the faster it will spread. Well, somebody has fabricated a monstrous big lie.
That's crazy. Using Benjamin Netanyahu to attack me is crazy. Everyone's posting the Kirk slop now. Yeah, Kirk slop is popping off, dude. Kirk slop is out of control. This is hilarious, bro. Not gonna lie. Oh yeah, no, I'll be talking about this. A little bit of tea for you guys. Have you ever considered switching it up and streaming first and then news later? What do you mean? Would you stream your gaming content on Bilibili? Potentially. There's like a whitelisting and server issues that we need to address, obviously, because like the Bilibili servers, they ping too much. And they ping around so much. Like to enter the Chinese internet, you have to go through a bunch of different things. And honestly, in order to accomplish that, it sometimes breaks my IRL process, like my IRL, like my true IRL server. It fries them. So there's definitely some issues there. I have to do some tests and stuff. It's not as easy on the back end. And remember, I'm one of the few content creators out there who actually handles his own back end stuff. So that's the reason why it gets a little bit extra complicated. Oh my God, Trump considers removing Kash Patel from FBI director role. How, holy moly, that is breaking news. Oh boy. But yeah. Hasan, have you fixed your cystic acne yet? No, I haven't. As you can see, it's still on my cheek, but it's gotten smaller. I am officially closer to white Chinese than I ever have been. I'm going to be talking about that as well. We also have the Blowback boys coming in, Brandon and Noah both. Okay. They're both going to be in the building. Noah will be here earlier. He's already in the house. I just am doing my own thing for a little bit, and then I'll have him on to do some talking. There's also the Trigonometry podcast that I did, and we'll go through the Trigonometry podcast in general. Chinese embassy tweeted about me. I know. Can you tell? Wait, what is this? Did you change your lighting? It looks really good. Thank you. Welcome home. Now my normal routine can resume. Yeah, my normal routine can resume as well. You sound low energy today. I don't think so, but in any case, let's get it twisted. Let's get it popping. I'm just going to go right into it. I'm going to blast off, and we're going to do the dang thing, because honestly, there's a lot of news to cover and not a lot of time to cover said news to cover. But also, the reason why I want to get into it is because I will be gaming later, okay? I will be gaming later. I want you to know gaming will happen later. Yes, there's a Chad Vice happening on Saturday. I can't reveal the guests yet, but we're going to have some big names, okay? So get excited for that. Yeah. Yeah, Chad Vice coming back faster than you thought, okay? Joe Biden? Yeah, Joe Biden, dude. Yeah. Is Kash Patel being forced out? Loomer claims I'm a Chinese agent. Gossie's for Trigonometry Pod. Brendan and Noah. Hold on. Brandon. No more jet for that bozo. Yeah, I think it's funny that that was like, if he gets pushed out, then and that is what did it. I find that to be very funny. Why can't I add people on this? This is annoying. Have you heard of the new Chinese game taking over where winds meet? Yeah, I heard about that. Brendan and Trump on Chad Vice. Trump on Chad Vice. Brendan and Noah. On later. Dispatch later. Okay. New emote. What did you think? Oh, Truth Nuke? Yeah, I like it. Truke. If China and Japan go to war, whose side are you on? I'm anti-war. Yeah, I know Donald Trump got the Rush Hour 4 greenlit. You know, every now and then a broken clock rings true, you know? You are supposed to say Israel? Oh, my mistake. Yes, Zoran to ban protests outside of places of worship. Fucking bullshit. He's being a coward. A broken clock is correct twice a day is the actual way to say it. I know. Chatter. Instead of dispatch, consider Six Hearts Under Roof 2 for more Korean harem gameplay. Okay, you guys are too horny. Anyway, what do I have in terms of a blast off meme? Do we have anything? Do we got anything? Do we got anything good? Oh yeah, affordability is a major issue for the record. That is also another thing. Affordability is still very much a major issue. Okay. Majority Report raid. Oh my God, Pog. Shouts out to the Majority Report. Hope you had a good stream. Majority Report. Fantastic stuff. All right, let's blast it off. But like I said, we got Chad Vice on the weekend as well. Many exciting updates. They had Zoran earlier. Oh, nice. That was insincere. What do you mean? I love Majority Report. I'm sorry that it came across as low energy. The podcasts in China were so good. Would y'all consider having Lady Kwan on the pod more often? Also, the suits were clean. Yeah, the suits were pretty clean. Thank you. Yeah, and as far as Lady Kwan goes, yeah, sure. You know, we love Lady Kwan. He had the leftist audio again. What do you mean? Who did? Uncle Sam did? Unc? I'm Unc and I just learned that Unc means uncool. No, it's not. Unc doesn't mean uncool. I'm still catching up on your China vids. Okay. Anyway, we're blasting. Alpha. Zoran had a 180 FPS camera. Unc doesn't mean uncool. I mean, it implies uncool, but it just means uncle. All right, we're blasting off already, and then we're getting into that chatter said he's catching up with my China vids. Well, it turns out Bilibili is also catching up with my China VODs as well. And many commenters need to understand that the American concept of homelessness is different from ours. In China, we might not be able to turn a true homeless person into a millionaire, but we can ensure they have enough to eat, wear, and arrange employment, and even provide them with a homestead in their hometown. If you tell an American that such a person is homeless, they absolutely won't believe you. American homeless people genuinely don't own property, often struggle to find food, and their very survival is uncertain. They don't lack understanding. They just don't want to understand. This is about me, I think, talking about absolute poverty. You can't expect a tourist trip to China to see actual homelessness. Yeah, listen. Damn, I was slow in the mornings. Holy shit. Yeah, it's a good filter. I've spoken to many Americans. They mention things like China cities being rich while its rural areas are poor. I've asked them if they think rural Russia, Turkey, and Bulgaria are poor, and the answer generally yes. I told them that what they perceive as poverty is not the result of artificial suppression, but rather an inevitable manifestation of a country's current stage of development, unrelated to whether farmers' rights are artificially restricted. Evaluating a country's policies without considering its actual economic development is meaningless. Well, that's true. That's exactly the point. That is the point that I always try to push on people, where it's like you have to look at where a country was to understand what it became. You can't just simply go, oh, well, what is the comparison between like France and China, for example? Well, you're not factoring in hundreds of years of colonial exploitation into the development of Western countries. You're literally comparing entirely different starting points, right? You're comparing entirely different starting points. Log into Bilibili, bro. Holy fuck, please. No. Don't make promises you can't keep. Hasan, get dispatch out of your title. That's crazy. In any case, if you have any choice comments from this video that apparently did pretty well, 150. There's a lot of BD chat, BD videos that go crazy. BD videos of mine that go pretty crazy, honestly. And I'm here for it. It's just never my own videos. Ironically enough, is the HasanAbi Industrial Complex. HasanAbi Industrial Complex that ends up getting more viewers. Other side. A video documented a group of international tourists playing basketball on popular outdoor court in China. The video highlights the locals' immense passion for basketball. Open presents. Thank you for the 25 gifted. Who are the biggest creators on there? I don't know. Their physical fitness is really good, but their technique is too rough. Where winds meet? Yeah, I saw that this is another Chinese game that came out.
Blissful retreat. A place of joy where every day is pure bliss.
They said all you know is bully ball. Bitch, what do you mean? Have you seen the Chinese ballers? The Chinese ballers were bully balling the shit out of everybody. I basically exported the American brain rot to China when I was there, explaining to them that they were doing what they were doing was bully ball. If anything, we didn't bully ball enough.
You grew up without parents.
What the fuck is this?
But hey, you had company. All those loving neighbors. Adorable little friends. Breathtaking views. But it's time to chase your dreams out there.
Sekiro meets Elden Ring?
Welcome to Kaifeng.
Oh god, it's loud.
Total madness. And you'll love every minute of it. Streets humming with crowds. Serene palaces towering above. And thousands of people with their own stories to tell.
It's AI trash? What do you mean there's AI in it?
Enjoy rousing live performance.
Why are we rewatching your China VODs? Yeah, I lived this, bro. I lived this. This is my experience in China the whole time. I don't know why. I don't know why you're showing me this. Like, this was my life. I am Chinese. Okay, you know I'm Chinese. You want to know how fucking Chinese I am? The Chinese embassy in the United States reposted my fucking my interview. First, it was Liu Pengyu, the spokesperson for China in U.S. for the Chinese embassy on U.S., who posted this snippet from CGTN, and then the Chinese embassy in the U.S. reposted it with the eyeball emoji. Okay. And then Laura Loomer reposted the eyeball emoji and said, the Chinese embassy in the United States, which openly supports CCP, is not promoting Hasan Piker. Piker openly campaigned with Zahra Mamdani. Another example of the red-green axis operating in real time. Okay. So I still haven't even gotten my 10-year work visa. Okay. I only got a fucking single entry visa. They're out here calling me. You know what she's doing is illegal, right? What do you mean? The AI is literally single serving chatbots you can rizz up to get your relationship level up and get gifts in the mail. It's AI done right. It's crazy how stupid she is. Wait, I don't know why she would be illegally, like suggesting that someone is an agent of a foreign nation is not illegal. Okay. Also, as we've found out from the Trump administration, illegal is not exactly a well-defined term, right? Like something is illegal only if there is a willingness to enforce it. Like only if the regulators are willing to enforce certain rules. And it certainly feels like, especially if you're like aligned in any way, shape, or form with the administration, there is no such thing as illegal, including pedophilia. As a matter of fact, you know, you could be like a January 6th guy and then also a pedophile, which is somewhat reductive to say. And the administration will be like, oh, yeah, this is carte blanche. You have free reign to do pedophilia if you would like to, sir. You get one free pedophilia. step right ahead. You know, that's just kind of, oh, did I say reductive? I should have said redundant. I apologize. Again, I'm Chinese now, so English is a second language. You already know what it is. But yeah, I just finished the entirety of the trigonometry episode with you, and it was very good. When was that filmed? It was filmed before I went to China. It was like filmed a couple weeks before I went to China, which is really funny because like they asked me what my like opinion was, like what's a country that's doing socialism well, and I was like, well, there's one country that's like close to, I think, you know, doing the damn thing fairly well, and I was like, it's China, and everyone was like, oh, if he loves, all the commenters, all the people that are talking about it were like, oh, if you love China so much, why don't you go there? And I was like, and everyone was like, no, he did actually go there. He put his money where his mouth is. It was a great episode. Midway through it, it really picks up. Thank you. The comments are fucking wild. Yeah. At times, interview, you seem kind of frustrated. I don't know if I'm looking into it. Seemed different vibe than your other interviews. Any thoughts? I mean, it was contentious, but it was also polite. It was polite contentious. So it wasn't like a full-blown debate, but it was kind of had the vibes of a debate almost. The U.S. does socialism pretty well if you're a veteran. Not really. They could be doing a lot more, honestly, even on that front. But yeah, they titled it like with the most like bass boosted title you could have. I got no problem with communism. Hasan Piker. People who like communism are usually the ones who never lived under it. This was like listening to a child try to explain why Santa is 100% real. He calls Trump a fascist, but thinks China a role model. What a moron. This guy is so detached from reality. He thinks a new iPhone costs $500. Wait, what? Did I even say that? Guy profits from capitalism. Guy complains about capitalism. Guy profits more from capitalism. Repeat. Rich boy promoting communism. He's the biggest grifter around. It's pretty funny. It's like all of you are broke boys and you're promoting capitalism. Why the fuck? Yes, you did. Thought the same. It's so funny that these guys unironically don't realize that, like, me being even if you think I personally am a class trader as a bourgeois, capital owner who is saying like, no, better things are possible for the working class. Why the fuck are you mad at me over it? You're literally broke. You are a member of the working class and you are defending the interests of the super wealthy. Dumbass. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah. I argued with some dude in the comments that I thought you were brainwashing children by playing Fortnite with Twitch. There's so much wrong with this video. 1, he thinks China is a better model for socialism than, say, Sweden or Norway. 2, Xinjiang. 3, Chinese Communist Party and tens of millions of people get killed under Mao, among other things. 4, massacring unarmed students. 5, how much time do you have? Yeah, every single like China hawk is anytime you mention China in like in normal terms, they just lose their fucking minds. Anyway, where that means of production you get a hold of? No, I'm serious. I don't understand it. These guys will get mad at me for saying that a better future is possible for them, and it's wild that there's like no counter argument beyond, oh, this guy is a rich socialist. What a fucking hypocrite. It's like, okay, dude. Well, you're a poor capitalist. You know what I mean? I'd rather be a fucking rich socialist than a broke boy defending capitalism. You know, you are advocating against your class interest. If you consider me to be a part of the capital owning class, then you did a bad job defending the immigration points they had. Yeah, I had no fucking idea what they were talking about because they constantly wanted to talk about UK, and I'm not as tapped into like UK immigration points. What do you mean? It's like if they came up to me and were like, well, here are the issues with Norwegian immigration. How the fuck am I supposed to know? I don't know everything that's going on at all times. What do you want me to do? Yeah. And they just kept saying, they just also kept saying like, a bunch of insane things that I had never heard before. They're like, every Muslim in the UK wants to do Sharia jihad and stuff like that. In any case, we'll take a look at it. I think I did a pretty decent job overall. I mean, it wasn't like super contentious. It wasn't like debate lordy. If that's what you're looking for, you're not going to get that. It was more so me just like describing my positions overall. Yeah, they just kept saying, explain what a meme is. That was the other thing that was annoying, like with the Luigi Mangione stuff. But commenters being obtuse about the new phone bit for no reason. You can get a new iPhone for $600. But yeah, this was like a major takeaway from it. This was very frustrating for a lot of people. I even bookmarked it to bring it up. They like, you can't even say, hey, we can learn things from every country on the planet, right? We can learn positive lessons. We can have positive takeaways, and we can learn from like the faults and failures of other countries. And if you say that about China, they just lose their fucking minds. You can only say it about adversaries in a negative way. You can only say you can only learn about the failures of Chinese governance. Nothing positive to look at, you know? People would rather just plug their ears and shut off their eyes and go, la, 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 I can't hear you. And get like incredibly antagonistic. The moment that you say, hey, like, you know, there's a lot of, it's funny how they never go to places they love so much. He was actually just there and the Chinese police shut down his live stream. It did not happen. Did not happen. But it don't matter. Also, the fact that guy was Venezuelan and was the real life My Family, the Himmlers, is native to Argentina. Yeah. You talk about prisons in Norway. Yeah, I mean, it's something that I'm aware of. Yes, the criminal justice system in Norway is something that I'm more aware of than like all of the comings and goings of like the Muslim population in the UK. Yes, I can know about certain aspects of British governance as well. If you want me to talk to you about like labor policies, for example, I'm not the most knowledgeable, especially in comparison to like American politics, but I can carry a conversation. But as far as like Islamic style Sharia law is coming to the UK, like I'm not fucking as tapped in. If you're going to be like, this is a well-researched position that I have, that every Muslim in the UK wants to do Islamic style Sharia, I'm going to be like, all right, well, I don't think that's the case, but that seems a bit crazy. But I suspect that it's, I mean, people understand good things to borrow from Norway, but China, yeah, they're white and not a fucking adversary. That's the point. That's the reason, right? I mean, that's how it goes. Like Norway, the Norwegian economy has larger instances of nationalization than the Venezuelan economy does. Norway has its entire extraction industries nationalized, all the way from oil and gas to the forests, right? Technically, that is a higher degree of nationalization, a higher degree of socialization, if you want to call it that, than Venezuela. And yet, because they're under the security umbrella of the Western world, and because they're white, no such anger. No one would get as angry at you if you were to suggest we should do Norway-style social democracy. But people will lose their minds if you say we should do Venezuelan-style social democracy. They just lose their goddamn minds on that front. It is what it is. That is just how it goes. You know? They should say it's because it's homogenous. Yeah, well, so is Venezuela. So how does that work? You know? The this country is homogenous, so it works argument is so fucking stupid. It's just not. It's just a totally spiritual, nonsensical garbage. You know, it's not real. It's not a real argument at all. And yet it is the argument of, so why don't we say that? I do say that. I say it all the time. Vuvuzela isn't very homogenous. Yes, it is. You just mean that it's not as homogenous as Norway because it's not white people. That's it. Also, there are plenty of diverse countries that have, implemented nationalization successfully, even though it is in a state of dire disrepair, like the NHS. The UK is a very diverse country. The NHS is not falling apart because of the diversity in the country, but it's because of austerity and a refusal to fund. Refusal to fund these social safety nets, these programs. So that's the major reason for why the NHS is falling apart. Anyway, but this was, I don't know if I want to dive into the trigonometry pod right now, but there was definitely some anger and resentment for the things that I was saying on there, because their audience is like it seems their audience is like very reactionary, like more reactionary than I thought. I thought they were like extreme centrists. That like their audience was more open-minded to different opinions than I previously thought it was. Because like usually people that build themselves as centrists will have some like liberals with right-wing tendencies. No, they were like, these guys they're massive D fans. What do you mean? Okay, but massive D fans in an environment like that would probably be more understanding of where I'm coming from, you know? No Shot, do you watch Trigonometry? They love Israel. Guys. My point is, oftentimes when people build themselves as centrist instead of like far right, their audience is a little bit more open-minded. At least like in the margins, they have people that are a little bit more open-minded towards towards like, people making a affirmative case, a positive case in the direction of like better development and stuff like that. That's all I'm stating, and it wasn't the case. Like this was not the audience of like self-described centrists in my experience. This was the audience of like a right wing, very, very right wing. Trump announces Zelensky is not coming. Okay, never mind. When are you going to talk to Dave Smith? Why did you do the podcast? I do all the podcasts. I don't give a shit. It's good. It's good to have these sorts of conversations because you are, when you do conversations like this, you end up getting in front of an audience that normally would never hear you directly. And it's not a bad thing at all. It's absolutely a good thing, because no matter how many people watch that interview, it's an entirely separate audience. It's an entirely new audience. And there are going to be some people that go, you know what? Maybe I misunderstood this guy's vibes overall. Like there's always going to be some people that watch that interview, and their takeaway will be, guess what? Maybe I was wrong about the way that I perceive this person's worldview. You know, there's a method to the madness, chatters. It's just going to make them hate the left more. I think that's a defeatist attitude to have. Yeah, the 40-40-10-10 rule. Exactly. 40% of my audience that watches it they have unmovable positions. 40% of their audience that watches it have unmovable positions, but there's 10% of mine, my audience, and 10% of their audience that are more malleable. Comments also aren't everything. Imagine the type of person who takes time to bring. No. I know. I'm telling you. I don't think it's a failure at all, and I will continue doing that. But in any case, new forensic architecture announced on ceasefire maps. Yeah. You need a wider bathtub? Well, that's the one I got. Okay. They almost got me. I almost turned conservative. Oh, you mean after watching this interview? Yeah. That was good you went on. I know lots of people that watch that podcast and are just in an information silo. It's good that they were exposed to you. Yeah. The thing is, even if someone wasn't, fond of my interaction with the Trigonometry Boys, the very fact that I attended, the very fact that I went on their podcast, and the very fact that I had a conversation with them makes people reconsider whether I'm like a dangerous terrorist or not. You know what I mean? So I will even take that. As a positive, right? Because when people go there and they see me interact with these guys in a contentious but respectful environment, they go, okay, maybe this guy isn't a fucking omega terrorist, you know? Yeah, but from what I understand, they interviewed Netanyahu and were less contentious with Netanyahu than myself, which is, of course, somewhat unsurprising. Anyway. But keep coping. Soon they'll find out you lie about gaming. My only criticism on your end is this, and I mean it with love. Sometimes you over-explain. I think it's important to over-explain my positions. My positions are not ones that people have encountered in the past. Anyway, let's get started with this. Barry Weiss says she wants to use her new perch at CBS News to redraw the lines of what falls in the 40 yards of acceptable debate in American and political and cultural life. She says the aim is to sideline voices like Hasan, Piker, Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes, and elevate charismatic figures such as Alan Dershowitz and Dana Loesch to reflect where the vast majority of Americans actually are. Now, obviously, I think this is funny for a couple different reasons. One of the reasons why it's funny is because this is Barry Weiss saying the quiet part out loud. And another reason why is obviously because she's referring to Alan Dershowitz as a charismatic figure. Like, she's literally saying, look, whether you disagree with these people, with Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes, I certainly disagree with them, or not. Whether you disagree with these people or not, like, it's ridiculous to say that people like myself or people like Tucker Carlson don't have massive real audiences as opposed to fucking Alan Dershowitz or Dana Loesch, you know, media animals. That media demons that have been propped up, tenured professors and media demons that have no organic platform on their own. So the idea that like the association of me and Nick Fuentes is ridiculous. Okay. The association with me and Nick Fuentes is ridiculous, but it's one that Zionists regularly will present, not realizing that this doesn't actually make me look bad, but it actually normalizes people like Nick Fuentes in the eyes of many people because the position I hold is the majority position on Israel, right? It wasn't the case post-October 7, but it certainly is the case now. So all that does is, I think, normalize Nick Fuentes more in the eyes of many Americans, and it's a dangerous position that these dipshits actually advance, even if they don't realize it. And apparently she did end up uploading a debate between Alan Dershowitz and Dana Loesch on gun control. And that fucking debate got 1,994 views in 10 hours. So obviously it's definitely not something that the American population or anyone, as a matter of fact, is looking for. But let's take a look at this silly thing, and I'm going to give you the tea afterwards as well, which makes it even funnier that Barry Weiss and CBS News is mentioning my name alongside people who should be deplatformed.
See the moment that we're in. And all of us see that the choices that it feels like we have sometimes, which is Hasan, Piker, and Tucker Carlson, or Nick Fuentes and, Andrew Tate, the kind of people that are rising in the podcast charts.
I like that she had my name locked and ready to go, the first name that she brought up. And it's really interesting because I leaked some tea after this video was going viral on Twitter. And that tea is that they literally are trying to get me to do a fucking debate on CBS News with a person that happens to be on this panel, Ben fucking Shapiro. That's right. They literally want me to do a CBS News debate with Ben Shapiro. And I said I would do it as long as it was about Israel-Palestine. And they want to do it over capitalism. And I was like, that's boring, you know? So it's so funny that she's like saying this. It's so funny that she's talking shit with Ben Shapiro on that fucking panel. And she's literally on the sidelines trying to set up a debate between me and fucking Ben Shapiro. So what happened? You're like, oh, we need to sideline people like Hasan Piker at CBS News while, you know, in private, she's trying to set up a fucking debate. So what happened? I said, what makes this funnier is that her outlet CBS News is currently trying to set up a debate with me. Yeah. Also, her bestie Olivia Reingold wanted to profile you. I know. So which one is it? Am I supposed to be a dangerous extremist voice that needs to be deplatformed, or am I actually a person with a fairly large audience that you want to actually, you know, bring over to CBS News, bring eyeballs over to CBS News? Interesting. Yes, but that'll be on the 30-yard line, so it's fine. Just do the debate and pivot to Palestine. I mean, there's no way to like control the fucking debate like that.
Those don't actually represent our values, and I don't think that they represent the values and the worldview of the vast majority of Americans. And so this is an opportunity to speak for the 75%, for the people that are on the center left and the center right that still believe in equality of opportunity, that still believe passionately in the American project, that still believe in all of the things that everyone in this room believes in, which is liberty and freedom and individual responsibility and in the most basic level, the right to know what is actually going on in the world. Not the world as propagandists and ideologues imagine it to be, but what's actually going on in the world and in your community, so you can make decisions about where to send your kids to school, about where to live, and about how to vote. That used to just be normal, and the goal of what we're trying to do at CBS is to get back to that normalcy. And I feel incredibly energized and enthusiastic because I think that is where the vast majority of Americans actually are.
Well, so that articulation of that set of goals to speak into the lives of the 75%, how are you going to do that? What's your strategy for success?
So I think one of the problems is a lot of people have tried to do centrist news. I know this because I am like the target audience for those things. And the reason that they have all failed is it's like trying to force feed spinach down someone's throat, right? It's felt very like tofu, oatmeal. It's like centrist news is choosing the midpoint between every single topic. It's felt like an absence.
I do love her being like 75% of Americans. Like, why won't anybody point to what 75% of Americans believe? And it's like, okay, let's ask 75% of Americans how they feel about Israel. You know, who do you think they're closer to on fucking Israel? Person who's sitting as a propagandist for the apartheid state, or guy who says Israel sucks? I wonder what Americans would be tuned into in terms of their opinions on Israel. Me or fucking Barry Weiss? Like, what a stupid fucking argument. And I'm not even talking about the rest of the world. Obviously, the numbers get even worse if you go to the rest of the fucking world. But like, even in America, Even in the United States of America, who's closer to the average person's opinion when it comes to America's seemingly endless loyalty to the apartheid state of Israel? And it also doesn't make any sense because she goes, oh, it's broccoli. Centrist news is what 75% of the population demands, but it's also broccoli. It's also spinach. It's also boring. Okay, which one is it? Are people desperate for some centrism and some normalcy and some normal voices in media? Or is it actually boring and you're trying to manufacture consent? Where are we at on this?
People have tried to do centrist news. I know this because I am like the target audience for those things. And the reason that they have all failed is it's like trying to force feed spinach down someone's throat, right? It's felt very like tofu, oatmeal. It's like centrist news is choosing the midpoint between every single topic. It's felt like an absence of charisma and identity. And
yeah, that's why we need to bring in incredibly charismatic sexual dynamo Alan fucking Dershowitz to CBS News. It's like, yeah, I was thinking like, where can you get more Alan Dershowitz? In mainstream media, that's it. Whether it be an article that he will write about how we must lower the age of consent laws, okay, or whether it be going on Fox News on a nightly basis to talk about how the victims of Jeffrey Epstein are liars, right? Alan Dershowitz is on mainstream media all the fucking time. Dana Loesch is a mainstream media figure. She was an NRA spokesperson. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Yeah, free speech warrior Barry Weiss discusses her plan for manufacturing consent. The funniest part about this, in my opinion, is that she is so objectively bad at her fucking job that this is a failure, in my opinion. And it's not just a failure. I mean, it's the type of failure you can see, right? The example Barry Weiss gave of the charismatic mainstream debate she believes will revitalize CBS, namely the gun control debate she arranged between Alan Dershowitz and Dana Loesch, has so far been watched by a grand total of 860 people in 5 hours since posting. Perhaps for all of the anger and resentment that you might have towards independent media content creators who are not abiding by whatever norms existed in legacy publishers, norms, i.e., norms, for example, of demonstrating unconditional loyalty to Israel. Okay, whether you like it or not, it is obvious that people on the independent side of things have to actually carve out their own fucking audiences, and in an effort to do so, they have to be more entertaining. They have to be more charismatic than the people who get hundreds of thousands of dollars a year to sit on a fucking CNN panel or to sit on a CBS panel or to sit on a Fox News panel. Okay? This is not an issue that you can solve with money. Jay Caspian Kang says, so basically she's going to cancel everyone she disagrees with and elevate Alan Dershowitz. Also, if you're going to redraw lines to square up more with what 75% of Americans believe, how are you going to cover aid to Israel, which is widely unpopular amongst that 75%? Also, maybe I'm slow, but Hasan Fuentes and Tucker aren't on CBS this morning chopping it up with Nate Burleson. How are you going to cancel them from CBS News and Foreign Free Press? Is Coleman Hughes going to do an impassioned segment on 60 Minutes? It's like PS4 saying to PS5, you're canceled. It's just like, I'm not on CBS News. And not only am I not on CBS News wants me to be on CBS News. So what is this fucking conversation? Like, did they want to have me on CBS News so they could turn around and be like, actually, we never wanted you on there. Okay. So every part about this is so funny. What is this? Come on, man. What? Not prestigious for much longer. Come on, man. It's still one of the OGs of American TV. So was CNN. I don't respect them anymore. It's not about respect, honestly, just the history. CNN is no way comparable to CBS, though CNN is like a baby age-wise to CBS. No, this chatter is correct. CBS, amongst like the 50-year-old audience and over, still has a lot of prestige. And I think Barry Weiss and the Ellisons are going to utilize that prestige to do they're going to utilize that prestige till the very last moment to basically pump out as much pro-Israel content as possible. But that generational divide is already there, right? That generational divide has already existed, and it's not going to make people my age and make people younger than me turn around and be pro-Israel. So they're just using what remains of the institutional legacy. What remains of the institutional legacy is like a prestige premier news network that has a long history of objective reporting as a last ditch effort, I think, to continue pumping grandmas full of even more pro-Israel content, which is, again, not exactly a unique position in mainstream news anyway. As you're watching this, consider that she likely made this exact pitch to David Ellison, and he said, yes, precisely, here's $150 million and the top job at CBS News. Yeah. Isn't that fucking crazy? CIA was watching your China streams this morning. Falun Gong people were handing out flyers for some weird theater production about how China created COVID. Okay, first of all, that has nothing to do with my streams. That's what the Falun Gong people have been doing. Shen Yun. That's literally what they do regardless. Any boomers watching CBS Googling you will be disappointed in the lack of pit pics, my man. I agree. Yeah, they've been doing that. That has nothing to do with me going to China at all. Let's be real. Anyway, let's finish this.
As nostalgic as people might be for an era in which 30 million Americans every night watch Walter Cronkite and saw him as the voice of truth, and I understand why they're nostalgic for that. We're not going back to that. So how do you build trust in a moment of unbelievably low trust in all of our public institutions, especially the mainstream press? I don't think it's by pretending like we can go back to having a view from nowhere. I think it's about who's in the room, right? I think it's about redrawing the lines of what falls in the 40-yard lines of acceptable debate and acceptable American politics and culture. And I don't mean that in like a censorious gatekeeping way. I mean having people that are...
Okay. You don't mean it in a censorious gatekeeping way. It kind of feels like you mean that in a censorious gatekeeping way. Except the irony is, these guys are no longer the gatekeepers. That is the irony. CBS News no longer has the same level of relevance. And I say this as someone who gets a shit ton of mainstream press coverage. Okay? And in my own personal experience, going on the Theo Von podcast is infinitely better for boosting my profile than any number of different prestigious mainstream legacy newspapers writing profiles on me. Straight up. The Joe Rogan Experience is more of a real gatekeeper now than any number of different news articles. Okay? It's just the truth. And I say this as someone who obviously cares about mainstream press, who cares about good journalism, who defends good journalism all the fucking time. The reality of the matter is, as far as PR pushes go, podcasts in general are infinitely more relevant in boosting people's profile in a real way than the previous gatekeepers are. Nobody gives a shit about going on CBS News. I'm serious. My grandma sent me an article that was just 30 sexy pictures of Hasan Piker. So you're doing good with the centrist Debras? Hell yeah. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. If you go on CBS, though, you'll pick up the GILF demographic. I know. And honestly, the wine moms are the revolutionary vanguard of America. Like, I don't, like, make no mistake. I do believe that, which is why I think there is value in doing those sorts of articles. There's value in doing those sorts of articles. There's value in doing mainstream media press. But overall, if we're looking at, like, the real gatekeepers, like, it is no longer the Barry Weiss of the world. It is no longer the fucking CBS News of the world, okay? It's social media. And social media is such a vast space and so directly associated with these fundamental libertarian principles where all of these billionaires that want to change people's minds by controlling the algorithms still have a higher degree of priority on profit that they will actually still let you say whatever the fuck you have to say, as long as you are generating revenue for them, as long as you have eyeball retention on those social media platforms. And it's too big of a behemoth to control, at least as it stands currently. Now with AI, that might change, right? If they start processing their own content, and if they just keep pumping their own content, they can actually change and people's consciousness, right? And they can they can actively make people feel some type of way. Not only is the idea that Dershowitz and Loesch represent normal people hilariously wrong, the idea that Hasan, Tucker, and Fuentes don't represent normal people is hilariously wrong. Those guys are popular because millions of Americans like them and like what they have to say. Hasan is not the same as the other two. 100% agree on ideology and substance, but my point is that they're all organically popular figures. I'll hate Fuentes and Tucker until the day I die, but I can't deny that a lot of people really like them. Yeah, it's true. As much as I wish that wasn't the case, a shit ton of people watch Tucker Carlson, even more people that watch Tucker Carlson than watch me, and a shit ton of people watch Nick Fuentes as well.
That are clearly, identifiably on the center left and on the center right in conversation with each other. And we've been doing so much of this at the Free Press. I was in, where was I? Chicago. Last week, I think, I've lost all track of time, where Dana Lash, former spokeswoman from the NRA, was debating Alan Dershowitz on guns. Now, these are people that have wildly different opinions on the Second Amendment, and yet showing that they can have good faith, very passionate, very charismatic disagreement and still like each other at the end of the day, we think it's important. And so it's, for me,
I'm going to be honest with you, at least in the age of stupids, if you really want to tap into the collective consciousness and where they're at, you need to have like OnlyFans models going up against like misogyny podcasters, like misogyny merchants, you know? That's like, I think that has a shit ton more relevance in the minds of the average person, the 75% that we're talking about, than fucking Dana Loesch and Alan Dershowitz, or even someone like myself versus Ben Shapiro. Okay? That's it. Like, that's where the average person is. I'm gonna be honest. The average person's mentality is like they want to see the whatever podcast guys get fucking destroyed by like a feminist commentary person. That's what they want to see. And on the other side, they want to see like some of the most insecure men screeching at a bunch of women. That's what they want to see. The average normie is not invested in a meaningful debate between two parties that are knowledgeable on the issue. I'm not even saying that Dana Loesch and Alan Dershowitz are knowledgeable on the issue of gun control or even remotely entertaining or interesting. I'm simply saying that even if you were to get like two figures that are knowledgeable and can be somewhat entertaining to debate an issue that they have, most people are not invested in that at all. Okay, they're invested in this. This is what they want to see. Holy fuck, this lesbian absolutely bodied tradcon Andrew Wilson for marrying a woman with 3 baby daddies. Damn, I didn't know that till now. What a fucking poser, Lamau. I don't think I've ever seen a man this triggered in my life. That's it. That's the you lick sniz line from this fucking loser not only lives in my mind permanently, but I think I'm not alone in feeling like this was an incredible moment of weakness. I mean, we all know this guy's a fucking loser, okay? If you have made a career as like a 50-year-old man, constantly yelling at like teenagers, 19-year-old OnlyFans girls to say that they're whores and sluts and whatnot, you are the most pathetic worm-like loser on the fucking planet, okay? And the moment that you encounter... I assume people are saying she's a lesbian. I guess that's the case. Someone who is a competent communicator, not to say that like 19-year-olds are not capable of being competent communicators, but oftentimes they're like a little worried about how they're presenting themselves in a format like this. But the moment that you have someone like this go back against you and just say, hey, she's bi. Okay. They use they, them pronouns. Okay. Well, regardless, they just absolutely they just like push back a little bit, and all this person just fucking falls apart. It's just a house of cards. Look at this.
I'll try to rephrase this. I'm gonna reframe, and I'm just gonna be totally honest with you. I will never be able to convince you of my worldview.
You won't.
I know, but the reason is not because I'm not a great.
This guy used to go by Big Papa Fascist online. This is one of those things where it's like you don't see them as kids because you also goon and went to a brothel. Yeah, because they're kids, you don't see them as kids because you also goon and went to a brothel. That's a fucking insane. That's an insane statement. Okay, I'm a 34-year-old man. Okay, I do not goon to fucking teenagers. You pathetic fucking loser. The reason why you feel that way is because you have a outdated perspective on sex work and refuse to see the nuance in my conversation. And instead of entertaining the nuance and maybe even thinking about it a little bit further, because I'm not someone that actually turns around and says that this is an institution or an industry that has no fucking downsides whatsoever, but you have to immediately project as a 20-month fucking subscriber. Okay? What a time to just be tuning in to the stream. I know, this is like the weirdos. Okay, I'm a girl. Okay, well, you're a fucking weirdo. You can be a girl and also be a fucking weirdo. Project how? Oh my God. Oh, you're a girl. My bad, dude. My mistake. Oh shit. Believe all women, you fuck. Yeah, exactly. How are your longtime subs like this? It's normal. This is the one issue that many progressive people have take issue with. Like they just don't understand that you can have a different perspective on this matter and not instantly assume that someone who is pro sex work in any capacity, it's a filter. Remember when I talked about filters, like unnuanced thinking being a filter? This is one of those things where people have like very hardline positions on issues like this, and they can't like think about it normal. They just immediately, they insta-lock in their minds. They go, oh, dude, this is like every version of what you are describing, I am going to say is rape, not realizing that that actually undermines this like severe crime. And unironically, being pro-sex work, not to the same degree as like whatever you associate me with, okay? But like being pro-sex work is first and foremost in defense of sex workers, okay? It is all of the anti-sex work mentality that actually makes this this entire space less safe for the people that engage in this, okay? That's it. Drug policy is also pretty bad in progressive circles. I know. I haven't broached the subject matter. I thought the standard progressive position was pro-sex work. No, certainly not. Especially not in this day and age. I feel like we just, like, there's a pendulum when it comes to social issues, right? There's a pendulum when it comes to social issues, and I think it's swung far too much on the progressive side as well, where people were talking about, like, you know, doing kinks in public or whatever. And I think the next generation developed a shit ton of stigma because of that reason. So then it swung back into the puritanical side. And the irony, of course, of the puritanical position is that I think Americans are way, like, and Westerners in general are way more open-minded towards the puritanical approach. Yeah. The porn brain swing, exactly. And I think a lot of people don't realize that this actually erodes critical thinking in this kind of situation. And the more they're predisposed to the puritanical attitude on this, or take a reactionary approach on this issue, the more they are open-minded to other reactionary positions as well, which is why, like, that pipeline will oftentimes extend from sex work to, in many instances, like people talking about how porn destroyed their brain and made them gay, or porn destroyed their brain and hypnotized them into being trans, or, or they take on more and more inherently reactionary or inherently misogynistic positions across the board. This isn't to say that, like, the industry is devoid of any sort of problems. Of course, there is like a shit ton of issues. There are a shit ton of issues in sex work, just like there's a shit ton of issues in every industry. And of course, the component of sex makes it even more severe. But you know, people just automatically will turn around and be like, yeah, you fucking want people to be sex trafficked, and you know, that's what you're signing on. That's what you're signing off on, all this stuff. Ironically enough, that conversation being unnuanced is quite literally a big aspect of how, quite literally a major aspect as to how this industry gets less safe. It's not surprising that regressive culture affected some young people. Yes.
I'll try to rephrase this. I'm going to reframe, and I'm just going to be totally honest with you. I will never be able to convince you of my worldview.
You won't.
I know. But the reason is not because I'm not a great orator, or I don't make good points, or I haven't said things which should be compelling to a person. But Charlie, I just think honestly you're too fucking stupid to understand them.
So Andrew, can I sell you on my worldview?
Yes.
Your wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before.
And you
under
you lick sniz.
Under your religion.
You lick sniz.
What does that
You're a
mean?
fucking dyke. Don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid bitch. Shut your fucking mouth.
You lick sniz. What an own. Kaya, place. Just throw that over there. Yeah, that must have struck a nerve. Because he thinks he ulted, but it's pretty funny that his ult is that. Like, that's a devastatingly bad ult, in my opinion. I was saying, like, I'm using this as an example of, like, the type of debate that I think Americans actually do want to watch.
Oh, no, I caught a bit of it before coming in.
Yeah, do want to watch and do want to hear, as opposed to fucking Dana Loesch versus Alan Dershowitz, which is a low bar to begin with. Here, I'm going to run this back again. You want to hear the incredible counter that this fucking loser has here. Let's take a look.
Your wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before.
And you
you
lick sniz.
Under your
You lick sniz.
Look at his face, bro. Look at his fucking face. Like, he thinks he really hit that. He thinks he really fucking hit that hard. You lick sniz. What a fucking loser this guy is. Jesus Christ.
or religion.
You lick sniz.
What is that?
You're a
mean?
fucking dyke. Don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid bitch. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your stupid bitch mouth.
Your wife with the 3 baby
What did I
daddies?
just say? Dyke?
Your wife with the 3
Sorry,
baby
I'm sorry,
daddies?
Dyke. Is she morally inconsequential in comparison to your ditch licking?
Do the men that you try to...
Do the women that you try
show
to...
your hatred against...
Do you the women that you try to...
that they shouldn't,
you know, Charlie, did I bring...
women? Do they know
Charlie,
that
did I
your
bring
wife
your
is 5
family?
years older?
Did I bring any of your family into...
This is one of those things where it's like, he is such a aggro, like, trad guy that it's like an own. But in most circumstances, like, who gives a shit?
Is that why he dresses like a magician?
Yeah, of course. That's how you're supposed to do it.
Okay.
The more you dress like a magician, the more you dress like a libertarian magician, the cooler you are in this crowd, in this space.
I mean, he looks like the...
you like sniz.
It's like the friend whose parents like never ever made him dress up for anything. Like goes to like your bar mitzvah and like that's like formal.
Yeah, I'm Ezra Klein, and I think the Whatever Podcast is doing politics the right way. You like sniz.
You like sniz.
Oh, wow. It's awesome. This chatter keeps saying, y'all are, what is this? Y'all are literally porn brained. Lemfao. And then their big counter was, y'all are literally porn brained. Lemfao. This chat, by the way, lemao. And then their fucking incredible counter is a Twitter meme. Left wing destroyed, honestly. Yeah. Thank you, chatter. You did it. You fucking destroyed.
Who is the magician? Is he like a comedian or something?
I don't know what the fuck. I think his previous username was Big Papa Fascist or something.
Interesting.
Yeah, Big Papa fascist.
I did see that this has like a gazillion views. So I'm,
yeah,
you know,
and even the moderator, who's also another one of these fucking losers, is, you know, even he liked that because he loves the controversy. I
I
guess.
did like the cut to the react to him, like, oh, like,
Yeah. But yeah, Charlie is a streamer as well. Enemy Charlie is their name.
I'm sorry to put back.
What is this? To clarify, I'm sorry to disappoint, but I'm not a lesbian. I'm bisexual. I am also detransitioned 10-ish years ago. IDing is either female to male or as a trans mass lesbian. I just mentioned having an ex-girlfriend during my debate with Wilson, and I guess he latched onto that. Posting this because I don't want to steal lesbian thunder, Lamau, though to be fair, I feel like labels are dumb, and I've historically been so all over the place. It's nothing to me at this point. By the way, how is this unexpected for him? How does he not have a better comeback than that? Because he has a baby brain, and he's not exactly he's not exactly the most intelligent guy. Obviously, you can't be an intelligent person. He's a debate coach? Oh my fucking God.
What? Of like kids?
I don't fucking know. I saw another. They're not a fan of yours, allegedly, for your information, but I think they probably just haven't actually heard any of your real opinions, Lamau. I mean, I don't know. But my point is, these fucking dipshits, like, in order to be a debate coach, they're like, I mean, all of this is a grift, okay? All of this is a fucking grift. The entire thing is just about yelling at women and getting a bunch of insecure young men, and perhaps even sadder than insecure young men, insecure older men who have the mentality of insecure young men to feel more secure about their position in society by trying to shit on women. It is all vulnerability. Okay? It all stems from vulnerability and a lack of confidence. There is a major crisis in confidence in young men and older men as well. And I think that is where a lot of these problems arise. Okay, most of these dudes have audiences of young men and older men that have that same insecurities that they've never actually worked on from their teenage years, and it causes them to be super vulnerable and seek out people that will tell them like, no, you're not the problem. The problem is like women are bitches. And it's ironic because like the real reason why a lot of young men, and I would say virtually all young men at some point experience this, especially if they don't have like positive role models, will find themselves looking for answers, right? They find themselves looking for answers about like how to talk to women, for example, how to present yourself, how to carry yourself. And it's very alluring to see guys, maybe not like him, but at least like Andrew Tate or all these other people that are like constantly around women, right? Like, and they start to think like, oh, well, this guy gets it. He figured something out. He's constantly surrounded by sexy babes and fast cars and whatever the fuck, right? They don't realize that this is just like a crafted persona of a bunch of people that have carefully manufactured this identity online and are actively trying to make up for their own personal shortcomings that they recognize. And it gets far worse than this. I think the bottom of the well is like that clavicular kid and the black pill side. His TikTok has basically normalized a shit ton of things that used to be relegated to the darkest corners of the internet, like the black pill subreddits and whatnot, the looks maxing community that I think is unimaginably damaging, right? But you know, the starting point for many younger men in general is just trying to understand, trying to navigate the treacherous waters of interpersonal communication and developing relationships with, women. And then they slowly but surely get preyed upon by people like this, who then tell them that the best, most successful thing to do the best possible thing to do if you want to approach women is to just like shit on them non-fucking stop. Okay, that's the way to do it. Just shit on them all the time, and call them bitches, and then they will want to be with you. Great, very successful.
Like,
you try
convince them
to
that they shouldn't.
You know,
like,
Charlie.
pursue
Did I bring
women? Do they know
Charlie?
that
Did
your
I bring
wife
your
is 5
family?
years older?
Did I bring any of your
You
family
called me
into
fucking
anything?
stupid.
Did I
You
say
called
anything
me
about
fucking
your
stupid.
family being stupid, Charlie?
could.
It's
You could
because
go
I'm
for it.
better than you, Charlie.
No, it's because
Yeah, everyone got that. Everyone got that from this interaction, from this brief interaction.
you're embarrassed, and you know that the traditional values that you try to sell people
Okay.
on are bullshit because
Let's
you
go
are not
through
a
it.
traditional man.
Chuck, let's go through it.
You are not a traditional
Let's
man.
go through it, Chuck. Tell me what I'm doing with.
Look at his notepad. Hold on. Go back to that. He definitely has some, as somebody who does this in like lectures or whatever, he has some like crazy doodles going.
I can't see from over here.
No, you got to play it because it's like
Let's
you
go
are not
through
a
it.
traditional man.
Chuck,
I definitely
let's
felt
go
that-
through
yeah,
it.
You are
yeah,
not-
Yeah.
What
Like,
is that?
Yeah, what is that?
What are
What
these
is he? Is he
doodles?
just like?
What are you doodling over there?
Yeah, thank you. I knew I wasn't imagining things. What is he doing?
Yeah.
If you have gray hair and you're doing that, what's up?
Ay. Pikachu. Yeah, he doodled Pikachu. He's doodling Sniz, drawing a pair of tits.
Yeah, he's doing the Big Lebowski. Drawing.
I love tits. Name a trout, fried him. Yeah, at this point, he just gets like destroyed by anyone that is unafraid to speak on a podium like this. If they're like remotely confident.
Well, any situation where he's like not able to like, you know,
Control
like,
the conversation.
Yeah, or like saw somebody in half, or I don't know, like pull a rabbit out of a hat.
Parker get a job. Counter argument last time. What is this? Oh yeah, this was the other one that I saw as well. This was another viral moment, right? Like his inability to open a fucking jar. God, this stuff is so pathetic too. Like it just doesn't. You know what's funny? This shit doesn't mean anything, but it means everything to these fucking morons. Okay? That's what it is. Andrew Wilson not being able to open a jar after being a misogynistic pig and trying to make fun of Nema for not being able to open it is actually the funniest shit. Like, if he was just like a competent person or a confident person, then his inability to open that jar would not be as severe, right? Because he's the one who's placed a lot of value and a lot of emphasis on, one, not marrying a woman that has 3 different baby mamas, right? Like, that's the reason why it actually hits hard. That's the reason why it fucking hits hard. Normal people don't give a shit about that, right? And the same goes for not being able to open a pickle jar. Like, yeah, sometimes I'm a pretty brolic dude. Is sometimes you can't open a jar. It is what it is, you know what I mean? It's not that big of a deal. But he thinks it's the biggest fucking deal.
Uh-oh. Come on, you can do it.
Put it right side up.
You can do it. You got this.
All right, bro, I can't do it. Here.
This is so
Dude, this is a
unpleasant.
little immature now.
Oh wow.
For
Hey, the guy
$1,000.
sent $1,000.
Yeah, but it seems slightly immature.
It's all fucking
It's
just
slick.
only
it's
wear
a little-
black.
See, it is.
I gotta grip it.
Uh-oh, Andrew. If you can't open it either.
Well, your hand greased the whole
Oh
time.
my
Oh,
god.
your hand greased it. Your hand greased it. You fucking loser. God damn it, dude. I can't believe that there is like any audience for this shit. It blows my mind. I'm glad that there's like more people now dunking on these fucking clowns. But for the longest time, they had this like tight-knit environment where they could basically control all of the discourse. So they would just like have women that they could belittle and yell over. Not to disparage the women that would go on this podcast in general.
No, I mean, I remember
but, like,
this. I definitely remember this as like a genre before. Like it felt like where it's like edits of like, you know, like some Sneeko style guy screaming at a woman like, "You do sex? Where you gonna talk to me about this when you a whore? Like you're a whore, or whatever." Like it's, it's pretty stupid.
Yeah. Same guy who chirped at that girl when they went on there and apologized to you for going on. Yeah. Oh yeah. There's that one clip because they know I've often talked about how women shouldn't go on these podcasts. And I think there was a HasanAbi head that went on it and on the podcast, like apologized to me for going on it. And then he lost his fucking mind. But yeah,
Fine,
let's
here,
watch
high
this,
five.
and
It
then we'll see the
literally
rest
is
of it.
It's look, feel it. Isn't that greasy?
It was like that already. Oh, my God.
No, it wasn't. You greased the top.
Use
Oh
your
my
shirt.
I think
Jesus,
you're doing that
Andrew,
when he
if
was
you can't
drawing.
open the olive jar, you cannot
Here,
blame my
while we're doing
hand.
olive
That guy
jar.
on
If
his
you're so
laptop
strong,
is
you
the
should
S
open
sticker.
it.
Yeah, I got to be able to grip it.
Okay, we'll grip it. Let's
It's
go.
literally slippery.
Does anyone have that other clip of him
Grab me a
freaking
Loser,
out,
dude. You stupid
freaking
loser.
out at the girl?
Hate this.
Oh,
Man.
so I can dry the top of it off.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Oh, I need to dry it.
It's just like, you also know the worst part is the top did become greasy because he made it greasy.
Yeah, I know.
He looks greasy.
Yeah, but that's it. Like, it's this attitude where it's like, oh, you're the greasy one. You're the girl. You're a greasy girl.
Stupid girl.
Yeah. He's not used to handling things that are wet. That's funny. Yeah. Someone else opened it for him seconds later too. Oh, that's awesome. You can see him try to wipe his hands before he tries. He knows he's greasy. Does anyone have that other I like that why you're not mad at cops too clip? Does anyone have that other the other clip where is this it? Okay, you guys are just sending me fucking people trying to open jars. That's not what I'm looking for. God damn. All right, whatever. We're moving on from this shit. Y'all are fucking washed. Okay, this community is washed. We can't even find clips anymore. The hive mind is no longer hiving as it used to. But
well, I do think it is like really astonishing how they thought oh, let's make the set for this thing look boring too.
Yeah. Don't be mad at chat being funnier than you. Okay, stop.
Well, did you see the latest news on this that broke within like the last hour?
Yeah, there is.
They leaked the transcript.
Oh, they did?
Oh, no. So Witkoff, I mean, it's on Bloomberg, but Witkoff supposedly, I mean, like, I don't know what the transcript says. I haven't read it, but the way that Bloomberg is presenting the story is that, well, here it is for you.
Extremely rare leak of a phone call transcript. I mean, here, we'll start on this first. Ukraine agrees to a peace deal, only minor details left, right?
This,
and in the morning,
this leak suggests that that's not the case.
Yeah, so this morning, when it first came out, was the news was that Zelensky was going to come to the United States of America or like have a conversation with Donald Trump during Thanksgiving, where they were going to basically sign off on this quote unquote peace deal. He cheated on us with Bitty Bitty. Yeah, because you need to be better. Okay. The Bitty Bitty audience is better. All right. But it turns out that there was no imminent Trump-Zelensky meeting. Driscoll to meet the Ukrainians and Witkoff to meet Putin. Trump will meet Putin and Zelensky only when the deal is final or in the final stages. Okay, and here were the details. Over the past week, my team has made tremendous progress with respect to the end of the war between Russia and Ukraine, a war that would have never started if I were president. Last month, 25,000 soldiers died. The original 28-point peace plan, which was drafted by the United States, has been fine-tuned with additional input from both sides, and there are only a few remaining points of disagreement. In the hopes of finalizing this peace plan, I have directed my special envoy, Steve Wickoff. I can't believe Chad is still fucking losing their minds over a joke that I made about Billy Billy. Okay, lock in, okay? Fucking lock in, chatters. We're talking about the news now, okay? Jesus Christ. You were proving the fucking point that I was making. Oh, you found the... You found the clip.
What is this filter?
I don't, dude. I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know. Anyway, we're it's too late now. But thank you for finding it, chatter. So anyway, a few remaining points of disagreement. In the hopes of finalizing this peace plan, I have directed my special envoy Steve Witkoff to meet with the President Putin in Moscow, and at the same time, Secretary of Army Dan Driscoll will be meeting with the Ukrainians. I will be briefed on all progress made, along with Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, and White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles. I look forward to hopefully meeting with President Zelensky and President Putin soon, but only when the deal to end this war is final or in its final stages. Thank you for your attention to this very important matter, and let's all hope that peace can be accomplished as soon as possible. It immediately destroyed that previous reporting that speculated that this deal was ready to be finalized. And Bloomberg had the exclusive transcript. Putin advisors discuss plans for dealing with Trump. Transcript. Okay. Senior foreign policy advisor, Russian President Yuri Yushakov. From left, economic advisors, the Russian President Kirill Dmitriev and U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff arrived for talks with Russian President Vladimir Putin at the Kremlin in Moscow in an image supplied by Russian state media. This was back in April 25th, but the call is from October 29th. A phone call between Yuri Yushakov, Vladimir Putin's most senior foreign policy advisor, and Kirill Dmitriev, an economic advisor for the Russian president. The transcript was prepared after Bloomberg reviewed a recording of the call. The original Russian is included below for translation for reference. Okay? Ushakov, hello. Wait, why did they put hello? You could say hello. This is a transcript that has been, like, I guess they wanted to make it more Russian. Hello.
I'll be
Сука, блядь. Как дела? Как тебя зовут? Hello.
Oh my God.
Yuri Viktorovich.
I'll be, yes, okay. Kirill Alexandrovich. Well, I've sent everything there. We'll talk tomorrow.
Well, great. I flew to Saudi Arabia, but it seems to me it's very important because it's a really good way forward.
Well, we need the maximum, don't you think?
Oh, come
what
on,
do you think?
You don't.
Well, we need the maximum, don't you think?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I feel bad doing that.
No.
What do you think? Otherwise, what is the point of passing anything on?
Niet, look. I think we'll just make this paper from our position, and I'll informally pass it along, making it clear that it is all informal, and I'll let them do it like their own. But I don't think they'll take exactly our version, but at least it'll be as close to it as possible.
Well, that's exactly the point. They might not take and say that it was agreed with us. That's what I am afraid of.
Niet, suka блядь. I'll say it exactly as you say it, word for word.
They might twist it later, that's all. There is that risk. Well, all right, never mind. We'll see.
Yeah, it seems to me you can talk later with Steve about this paper. We will do everything neatly. Thank you so much, Yuri Viktorovich. Thank you so much. Thank you. Goodbye.
They're so much nicer.
That's it.
They have that's like so nice.
Okay, so this is the big takeaway from this is what?
Well, the idea, I think this is like supposed to be piece of evidence, but the whole idea is that the Russians like essentially claim, or it's what's being claimed is this. That
Witkoff advised Russia on how to pitch Ukraine plan to Trump.
Like tell this or whatever. I'll be honest, I don't know. Like, I don't have an immediate opinion on like, oh well, this is overstepping the bounds of diplomacy. Although I imagine Bloomberg wouldn't be packaging it if they didn't think that like this, if they didn't think that the news would like change what's going on.
So one of the judges said, "This is why CBS will never win." Yes. CBS.
Oh, so we said the second call because the first call is one with Witkoff on it directly. So we did Boris and Natasha.
Also notable that Bloomberg reviewed a second call involving Putin aide Yushakov. This time, instead speaking to Witkoff, Yushakov talks to Putin advisor Kirill Dmitriev. Interestingly, they are also concerned about the peace plan being viewed as the Russian position.
So this is where it's Witkoff saying directly, "Oh, I like this."
Hold on, I'll open the image in a new tab.
Yeah, this is awesome.
Okay, you can be Steve Witkoff because you're too concerned about doing the voice.
Well, it's, I'm not an ethnic.
All right,
that's all I'll say. Yuri, here's what I would do. My recommendation.
Please.
I would make the call and just reiterate that you congratulate the president on this achievement, that you supported it, that you respect that he is a man of peace, and you're really glad to have seen it happen. So I would say that. I think from that, it's going to be a really good call.
Keep going.
Because let me tell you what I told the president. I told the president that the Russian Federation has always wanted a peace deal. That's my belief. I told the president I believe that. And I believe the issue is that we have two nations that are having a hard time coming to a compromise. And when we do, we're going to have a peace deal. I'm even thinking that maybe we set out like a 20-point peace proposal, just like we did in Gaza. We put a 20-point Trump plan together that was 20 points for peace. And I'm thinking maybe we do the same thing with you. My point is this.
Okay, my friend. I think that very point our leaders could discuss. Hey, Steve, I agree with you that he will congratulate. He will say that Mr. Trump is a real peace man and so. That he will say.
But here's what I think would be amazing.
Okay.
What if, hear me out.
I will discuss that with my boss, and then I come back to you, okay?
Yeah, but because listen to what I'm saying. I want you to say, maybe just to say this to President Putin, because I have the deepest respect for President Putin.
Da.
Maybe he says to President Trump, Steve and Yuri discussed a very similar 20-point plan to peace, and that could be something that we think might move the needle a little bit. We're open to those sorts of things, to explore what it's going to take to get a peace deal done. Now,
okay, you're getting progressively more Jewish accented with the Steve Witkoff.
Well, one of these things I'm more comfortable with. Can you guess why?
Okay, keep going.
Now, it's also like, can we make a deal? Now, me to you, I know what it's going to take to get a peace deal done. Donetsk and maybe a land swap somewhere. But I'm saying, instead of talking like that, let's talk more hopefully, because I think we're going to get to a deal here. And I think Yuri, the president, will give me a lot of space and discretion to get to the deal.
I see.
So if we can create that opportunity after this, I talked to Yuri and we had a conversation. I think that could lead to big stuff.
Okay, that sounds good.
And here's one more thing. Zelensky is coming to the White House on Friday.
I know that.
I will go to that meeting because they want me there. But I think if possible, we have the call with your boss before that Friday meeting.
Yeah, before, yeah?
Correct.
Okay, I got your advice. So I discuss that with my boss and then I come back to you, okay?
Okay, Yuri, I'll speak to you soon.
Great. Thank you so much. Thanks you.
Bye-bye.
That's good. This is fucked up that they will transcribe it as like bad English on purpose.
It is like, God.
Thanks you. Yes. But okay. I mean, this makes a lot of sense that Steve Witkoff is doing more work to convince Donald Trump than Steve Witkoff is finding himself doing more work to convince Donald Trump than to convince Vladimir Putin. Well, also partially because this quote unquote peace deal is a gift basket for all of Russia's maximalist demands, really. So it does make sense that he has to basically sell this to Donald Trump more than he has to sell this to Putin. Genius move for Witkoff to float this proposal to Putin's top foreign policy advisor on an open line. What could go wrong?
I mean, I think to me, there's a few interesting questions here. The first of which is that this leaking will be a good test of how much is Witkoff directly doing what Trump wants specifically, or is the fact that this leaks and Trump sees that this is how Witkoff represents Trump in private, will Trump be upset with that? And it's hard for me, I'm not, the fact that it got out, the security piece of it, we'll see that, we'll see how the facts come out on that. But as far as the politics of it and how Trump responds, I guess to me the immediate question I have is
he might
does
like
Trump,
it.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm getting at. That's what I think.
He likes being a fake dictator,
and also he knows. Listen, this guy. What is the most common word in that transcript? If aside from the and you and thank and really and good, the most common word in that transcript has to be deal. It has to be deal. And so my bet, my suspicion is that this is actually Witkoff doing what Trump wants, and that the intendant and that the person making this leak probably knows that, and that what they're intending just to show, obviously, is to add more credence to the idea that Trump is doing Putin's bidding, or Trump is selling out Ukraine and so forth. And if I'm a Ukrainian reading this, I might come to that conclusion too.
Yeah, I mean, there is on the one hand, I think it's on the one hand there is this scary conclusion that I think a lot of the American foreign policy side of things need to come to, which is that America doesn't have the same motion that it once did. like the period of like complete dominance from the dissolution of the USSR,
yes, the century of American motion.
Yeah, it's over. Like we are back in multipolarity, and I would say that it's getting to a degree where it's like even worse than when it was, or not worse, but like it's even more evenly matched than it was during the Cold War. Perhaps even more advantageous for China, given its like connection to the rest of the world in terms of like being a manufacturing hub. Maybe I'm wrong on this, but that's my assessment.
Well, I agree with you. The idea that like, because to me, it's always sort of like in this moment, it's like obviously the U.S. has more military capacity than any other country by a long shot to do crazy damage, and we control shipping corridors through our navy. You know, and China's navy isn't even like it's expanding and developing at a rate far faster than our own.
And it's like our logistics is the most impressive part of it. Like where our capacity to be everywhere around the world in like 48 hours is probably the most.
And like the dollar is like multipolarity is happening, but like the dollar is still also the world reserve currency.
Yeah,
like it's
China has no seemingly by their own admission has no interest or no ambition, at least for now, to assert any sort of dominance or to tackle the dollar hegemony.
Brendan's here.
Oh, nice. Okay.
I think the door's open. Let me.
No, Hannah will get it. But yeah, we need another chair here. Pull that out. Pull that microphone out. Oh my God, Farley. Yeah, Brendan Fraser, everybody. Yeah.
Here,
It's a baby gate.
you take the green one. The mic, I meant.
Yeah. All right. We got the full stack blowback boys in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on, is this better? Oh. I don't know if it's better here way, but damn, Brendan Fraser looking sexy. Yeah. It's true. Wait, can you speak into the mic? Let's see.
Test 1, 2, 3.
Wait. Oh wait.
Test 1, 2, 3.
Okay, it's good. I think. Yeah.
Hey.
Very nice.
Let me see how the guest shot works. I think the guest shot might be a little bit better. It's a little bit darker, but
cute.
What do you guys? You guys were doing a little Eastern Promises before I got here.
Yeah,
we were doing.
Well, he was like Hasan was really getting when I got to do Borscht Belt, it got easier for me.
Yeah, for me, I wanted to show the audience and those tuning in from home why I'm better than CBS News under the control of Barry Weiss.
I see.
Because Barry Weiss is never going to do accurate renditions of leaked transcript phone calls between Russian officials,
Absolutely.
She might air some sort of, calls between Palestinian resistance fighters that are scripted, written in advance very well.
Hello. I am a Palestinian Islamic Jihad guy. I don't know what accent
Hello,
that would
I'm
be.
in Palestinian Islamic Jihad.
Yeah, and I
They
love.
put our base right under the air conditioning.
Yeah. I love shooting rockets directly at my own Gazans.
Yep.
Yeah, no, but now we're back. We were talking about also like how the leak might play or like why it's there, what it suggests, and how like what Hasan was getting at was that like American power is extremely diminished at this moment. Like we can't throw our weight around like we used to. So part of why Witkoff is like doing, he's having this conversation in this way is not just because like Trump is like, oh, Trump is, like licking Putin's balls or whatever, but it's also just because like, yeah, America's not that clouded. And if we want Russia to do any deal at all, like this is how they move. This is how the White House has to move.
Yeah, it's America's totally chopped. America's totally cooked, and America no longer has the same motion that it did on the global stage. And I think it's a hard thing for people to come to terms with. Like Maybe I'm wrong, but that's just what I've seen. Like, this isn't even a defense of Donald Trump, but like, he doesn't have a lot of options in general, it seems, to enforce his will upon, whether he has it or not. He doesn't have a lot of options to get Russia to do certain things. I think there was a point of leverage in the beginning that Biden had that's gone now. And that was directly a consequence of like what the battle lines look like in Ukraine. The Ukrainian military no longer having the manpower to even use the Western gear and equipment that they're shipping over is a point of consideration here. Like the bargain of, does Ukraine basically throw its future generation into the front lines in an effort to ensure a potential victory, but like that's not guaranteed at all? Who knows how well that would work? Or are they supposed to come to the table and basically concede to the maximalist demands that Russia is making?
I don't know if did you guys see I think it's former Zelensky speechwriter said, we're never gonna, each successive deal will be worse than this.
Yeah.
Which you could retroactively say meant that every possibility for peace before this that has existed was better than the one that came after. And yeah, probably years ago, this should have been something that
and it would also then follow that all of the money that we've spent and all of the aid and all of the political will that we've, worked on whipping up to make sure that we could support Ukraine was for naught, because at the end of spending all of these resources, they have even less than they would have had, I guess, like 2 years ago.
Indeed.
People keep saying like Russia still has higher casualties than Ukraine. Yes, but Russia is also like 3 times the size of you. Russia's a bigger country, okay? Like, and especially the way that they have waged war thus far means that if you're the bigger country, you have more people to fucking throw into the meat grinder. Like, I don't understand how people look at the situation and go, well, Russia's losing more people. Okay, but the battle lines have not moved. So it clearly doesn't matter that Russia is losing more people, at least from their perspective, because the battle line, actually, it's not even true to say the battle lines haven't moved. They've only moved further and further into Ukraine.
Yep.
Correct.
So,
well, and also like Russia, like, I mean, there's also a point where all this is irrelevant, because like Russia has by now successfully demonstrated that, yeah, the costs can be high for them. It doesn't, like, they've shown that they're willing to endure that and that they can do it with a far less burden in terms of political capital, at least, than like the Ukraine fight has been in the West, where like, you look at every country in continental Europe, and the Ukraine war has like touched their domestic politics dramatically. I think probably Germany most significantly and most obviously. It's just kind of crazy to look at this and still point to like, well, we did to take the Brzezinski attitude of like, well, we bled the Russians a lot. Like, to what end?
yeah, I mean, that's like, sure, that's the position of, if you're an American who is invested in the American military-industrial complex, then yeah, this is like, who gives a shit how many Ukrainians die, right? Like, that's the Lindsey Graham position. For 5% of our military budget, we've been able to wither away a foreign adversary's troops without a single American active duty service member dying in the process. Like, I'd say that's a good bargain. Those are the words of Lindsey Graham. That is the official position of the American, like, that's the NatSec position, right? And it's channeled by not only Lindsey Graham, but even the likes of like Elizabeth Warren and even Democrats as well, like supposedly progressive Democratic politicians as well. That is the NatSec position. It's bipartisan. But ultimately, if you're invested in preserving the nation state of Ukraine, if you're invested in like having Ukraine as a country, as a sovereign nation, at a certain point, there needs to be a cessation of hostilities, right? So what are you going to do in this day and age, with the set of circumstances that we have? America does not have the capacity, I think, to really punish Russia. And at most, what they could do potentially is try to sever Russia's ties with India, but then India is a bulwark against China, and India actually benefits greatly from being the mediator of like Russian oil and gas into European markets. So they're not going to give up on the on the leverage position that they have between the United States of America and China. So how much could you force India to basically try and punish Russia, aside from the sanctions that we've already implemented on Russia, which the Russian government has clearly positioned against, knowing full well that this could possibly happen?
You had a little bit more of an ability, like I think of we did a whole season on Afghanistan and the U.S. covert and somewhat overt attempt to sabotage Russia's war, or the Soviet Union's war in Afghanistan. But in, as they say, the more multipolar situation we have now, it's a lot harder to whip people into one overwhelming, web of obstacles for a years-long war. And the Soviets also controlled most of Afghanistan. They occupied Afghanistan for the most part, unlike Ukraine, where, swaths of the country, you're not, it's not Gaza. And so you really, it's quite a piecemeal attempt to do what I think we used to be able to do a lot more easily in the Cold War.
Absolutely. And there's the geopolitics of it, right? Like what Brendan was describing in terms of this newer multipolar environment where, we can't pressure our allies into doing the things that we used to be able to get our allies to do.
Because there's an alternative out there.
So that absolutely. And, there's also like, even if the alternative isn't there yet, a lot of these countries are not willing to, for example, like foreclose strong relationships with China simply because like the U.S. is trying to bully them into doing it now. I think Argentina is probably the funniest example of that because we literally bailed out Milei, and then Argentina now they now export all their soybeans to China. And so China buys their soybeans instead of ours because of the trade war. So Argentina is helping out China, and it's like it's like the math of this is not as simple as it was before.
Yeah, but
I also think
Besant's friend has his Argentinian debt secured. Like his big gamble is going to pay off eventually.
Well, they
won't default.
I'm sure. Listen.
At least for the time being.
If there's one thing you can say about the Argentinian economy, it's that it will never again go off a cliff.
Yeah.
The other thing though is that the geopolitics of it, I totally like that. Totally registers. The other thing I would add is the technological piece of it, which is that in the days of the Afghanistan war, right? Like the Soviet Union had to commit huge numbers of troops. The war incurred its reputation as Soviet Union's Vietnam, not because it's analogous to the Vietnam War as itself, but it's because of the impact it had on veterans and returning people. Like it exacted this incredibly high social cost.
And the idea that it was a quagmire without
the quag precisely. But there is also now, like in the Ukraine and Russia war, we've seen like drones and all of these other ways of having like war being waged technologically, where you can deal damage to human targets and to human beings and to enemy soldiers as well as civilians. But you also like use way fewer, you can expend fewer resources in doing that. And so the whole the drone aspect of this and the other pieces of remote warfare that are now just tolerated it's totally like up to the stakes in terms of blood and limited our ability to, I think, it's like winning a war like that is just a lot fucking harder of a task than it was before.
You are incredibly invested in having Ukraine giving up. This war is not decided, and the U.S. have little leverage to force a complete surrender of Ukraine as a sovereign state. Russia has spent its Soviet stocks of armor and artillery, and the destruction of its oil and gas sector is adding to a recessionary yet inflationary economy. If you want a more nuanced view of what is going on, then watch Perun on YouTube. Okay.
I was reading that. That was just, it was funny seeing some of these comments.
I don't understand how much people just like lean into their pre-established positions. No matter how much the evidence on the ground suggests the exact opposite. Okay. The evidence on the ground suggests the opposite. You can keep saying this is, you can keep saying that, I'm too invested in like Russian resources or something. And I'm like glazing Russia or whatever the fuck you want. But that was unironically what people used to say when I said the initial peace deal that was negotiated early on after the Ukrainian forces were able to deliver a defensive blow to the Russian incursion at the time when they were like, oh, it's just going to be a 2-week special military operation. and were able to actually push them back from Kiev was the highest point of leverage. Okay. And at the time, people were saying that I was wrong to say this, that I was actually fucking so invested in, I was a Russian op. I was so invested in Vladimir Putin's success or anything like that. But it was like, it turns out years later, when you look at it in the fucking rearview mirror, it does actually come across like it was a sound analysis back then. But instead of people actually looking at this with a critical lens, they just keep going along. The counteroffensive is going to succeed, and then it doesn't. And all it does is it kills more Ukrainian people, and it leads to Russia basically digging in harder and harder to the positions that they've taken. Neither side is winning the ground war. You can't say that if you look at the fucking battle lines, chatter. Like, that's it. You can't say that neither side is winning the ground war if Russia has militarily occupied a significant percentage of Ukrainian territory, right?
If you
like,
have
that's just literally every map that you can look at right now on BBC, on American news, when they show like the red Russian invasion of Ukraine. Okay. If you were to say Russia will demand more and more territory, I'm with you, right? I understand that. I understand where you're coming from with that. Like, I think it's a reasonable suspicion to have. Okay. But ultimately, there is not, bro, it took Russia 2 years to take over 1%. It feels like sports fans.
I mean,
like coping with a fucking team that's losing.
Like, okay, look. Like, I get it, but like he averaged a triple double. No, I look, I think that
it's Chris Paul cuts away at a 43-point lead with a key 3-pointer, you know?
I think yes, because exactly, it's like, oh, it's stalemated. It's stalemated solidly inside Ukraine.
Yeah.
I don't know what to tell you.
And not only that, but the real significant problem here isn't that like Russia has hardened its positions and dug into Ukrainian territory, which is just the truth. But beyond that, there is a problem, significant problem with desertions. There's a significant problem with like re-upping the front lines with manpower, right? And that is reflected even in the polls inside of Ukraine, where people are basically saying, we don't think there's going to be a reasonable solution to this that is good for Ukrainians in general, but we do want the end to the hostilities. Do you see what I mean? Look, I live a lot closer to the war, so obviously it matters to me than more than to you. Dude, as an American citizen, I'm the most, technically my government's the most invested in continuing this. The fuck are you talking about? That's the reason why I started off by saying like, hey, this is a huge, this is European analysis on this issue, like the bulwark against Russian Soviet era fears, okay? The notion that like Europeans are terrified of Russian incursion. I get it. Okay. I understand. But you know who's the fucking closest to this? Ukrainians. They're the ones who are actually the closest to this. They're the ones who have the most investment because they're Ukrainian. They're the ones who are getting killed. They're the ones whose friends and family members are getting slaughtered. They're the ones whose homes are getting blown up. Okay. You are expanding on it without a guest or anyone that disagrees with you on it. Okay. Well, sorry, I should bring Drew Pavlov on so he can fucking teach me what's what. Or what's his face? What was it? The fucking Russia must be balkanized guy?
Gunther.
Gunther, yeah. We
need Gunther.
We need Gunther.
You actually should get him on.
Yeah.
You don't have to talk to him about this, but just get him on the show.
This is no different than Hamas wanting a cessation of hostilities and people being against it because Israel should be punished. Exactly. And my position on this is consistent, where I was, I'm saying that this is good. Like the ceasefire is good, even if it's like short-lived.
But I find it rich to claim that what?
Brother, I'm saying that the United States' ambition here is not the emancipatory needs of Ukrainians being advanced, but instead simply to funnel as many of our old refurbished gear, our surplus military equipment to Ukraine at a price point that actually the military industrial complex is totally excited by. That's it. That's the American. America is on the right side of this morally, but for the wrong reasons. Okay, so even if you're on the right side of this issue for the wrong reasons, for the wrong ambitions, you ultimately are going to come up with a fucking deal that is horrible for Ukrainians, which is offering additional Ukrainian territory that Russia hasn't even taken on militarily, right? And that's where we're at now. That's where we're at. I don't think it's an appropriate deal. I don't think it's a just deal at all. I don't think you understand. Not gonna lie, Ukraine since the start has been your weakest topic. I know it is. I'm sorry that I'm not giving you.
You actually get the worst marks in Ukraine.
Yeah, I know. People always yell at me over this, and then slowly but surely, but quietly, they turn around and go, "Okay, maybe this was a better time to fucking use maximum leverage." It's don't worry, Trump's negotiation power is being used for the best things. What is this?
Oh, this is about the news of the day.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, that is actually a W.
I mean, it's listen, if pervy Hollywood executives can make a comeback, who can't?
Yeah. Read Levin Anatol on the actual reality of the Ukraine ceasefire deal absurdly being labeled as capitulation. Note in particular the point about the future limit to Ukraine's standing army. These details don't matter to those opposing. They simply want the war to continue. What is this?
You interviewed that guy, right?
Yeah.
Anatol Levin.
He's a blowback guest.
Yeah.
I don't remember if we included it, but
he's a Quincy Institute. He's a Quincy Institute guy.
It's a bonus episode.
Season 4 bonus episode.
Since much of the Western media has absurdly described this as a capitulation of Russia's maximalist demands, it is necessary to point out the ways in which the plan also represents Russian concessions. These are evident in comparison to Putin's aims when he launched the invasion, but also relative to the Russian demands set out in June 2024, which still officially represent Russia's position. Crucially, the plan secures Russia's formal recognition of Ukraine's right to join the European Union, the key issue behind the Maidan revolt in 2013-2014. If Ukraine and the EU can make this a reality, it would anchor Ukraine in the West far more firmly than a NATO membership alone could. In addition, while Russia has previously demanded that Russian be established as an official second national language in Ukraine, the current plan takes a more limited approach. It stipulates that Ukraine will adopt EU standards on religious tolerance and protection of linguistic minorities, and that both countries will agree to abolish discriminatory measures while guaranteeing the rights of Ukrainian and Russian media and educational institutions. This is a very significant concession because my Russian sources told me only last month that given EU's total failure to protect Russian minority rights in the Baltic states, no EU guarantees could be taken seriously. In the plan, Russia also abandons its previous demand that Ukraine cede to the entirety of the Kherson and Zaporizhia provinces and receives only de facto recognition of its control over Crimea and the Donbass. Instead of the immediate suspension of sanctions, Russia receives only the vague promise that sanctions relief will be discussed and agreed upon in phases on a case-by-case basis. The provision for amnesty for both sides has been portrayed as a concession to Russia in order to get case against Russian leaders at the International Criminal Court dropped. However, Wall Street Journal reports that a senior U.S. official said that Ukraine significantly changed one of the 28 points in the version that appeared online. In an apparent move to expose alleged corruption, the draft had called for an audit of all international aid Ukraine had received. The language was changed to say all parties will receive full amnesty for their actions during the war.
Take that deal. I'll take that deal.
The Ukrainian standing armed forces are to be limited to 600,000 men, but far from being real concessions, this looks like a device to save Putin's face. Ukraine cannot possibly sustain a peacetime standing army of 600,000 men. In any future war, it would call up reserves. Moreover, in the Istanbul talks in March 2022, Ukraine was proposing a limit of 250,000 men. Okay, that I didn't know. That actually is a significantly larger concession on the Russian front, especially considering how much more leverage Ukraine had at that time. But I don't know if that's the correct number or not.
I mean, it's also like it's a burden on Ukraine as well to just take that many people out of the prime working force because to have this larger standing army.
Well, also it seems like they're not actually going to have it. Like,
yeah, like it's very.
They're already scooping people up in the streets and throwing them into the back.
That's what I mean. Exactly. Like it's like they've already like poisoned the trust of generations in terms of like that. Like it just seems like it's less of a like the numbers are big for sure, but.
On the Ukrainian side, the biggest and most difficult concession by far is agreeing to withdraw from approximately 14% of the Donbass region that Ukraine still holds. Ukrainians have described this to me as completely impossible and said that it would risk a mutiny against it in the army. This proposal, however, softened by the criterion that while the area would come under Russian administrative control, it would be demilitarized and supervised by neutral peacekeepers. And above all, the Ukrainian military must ask whether it is destined to lose this territory if the war drags on and whether it is truly worth asking U.S. support and tens of thousands of lives in a futile attempt to risking U.S. support and tens of thousands of lives in a futile attempt to hold it. Other alleged concessions by Ukraine and Europe are not real concessions at all. It has long been obvious that the promise of NATO membership for Ukraine is empty. Yeah, that's not even a concession. That's just
never not happening.
Yeah, people got real mad about that and Crimea, and I was like, those aren't real concessions. Those are literally things that Zelensky was, even in the Turkey plan peace negotiation. Zelensky had already conceded to that. And he said, oh, we'll have a referendum 15 years in the future. You're doing that because you want to not immediately concede that it's like, bygone territory. But you're doing that because you want to, full well that it's not going to ever, is not ever going to be discussed, especially given the battle lines currently. And that you want to deal with it. You want to neutralize that point of contention without having Ukrainians assassinate you, right? That was the reason why he was saying that. So, so those aren't even necessarily concessions.
And the rest of this
is a concession though. The Donbass region is the most like ridiculous part of it, and on the Ukrainian part, that's the most aggressive concession that you are forcing Ukrainians to hold on to. And then on the other front, I think Russia's initial demand was like full disarmament, which is ridiculous.
No, that's not happening.
And that is a maximalist position that was never going to happen. And it seems like 250,000 standing troops or 600,000 standing military troops is like a concession that the Russians are making as opposed to demanding that they fully disarm.
I mean, it's direct. I mean, like it's obviously like directionally toward peace. That's where the number moves. But again, I also think like there's a pretty long history of countries like this getting depleted and then like struggling to fill rank. Like it does seem to me that again, Ukraine, the biggest thing is that Donbass piece. Just if taking Anatol's reporting at its word, which is that Ukrainians are incredibly skeptical of being able to pull out of that, just that we hold this land and then we're going to retreat and just hand it over to the Russians. I mean, they'll have to come up with some elaborate or unconventional carrot to make it work.
Yeah. Other alleged concessions by Ukraine and Europe are not real concessions at all. As long been obvious, the promise of NATO membership for Ukraine is empty since all NATO governments have made it clear they will never go to war to defend Ukraine. Something that I've also mentioned over and over again from the start, which is whenever people would come to me and say, Hasan, why won't you listen to the voices being made, the demands being made by Ukraine? I would say, okay, some of those voices understandably are demanding a no-fly zone. Why is that a non-starter for America? They're also demanding that Ukraine be defended by NATO military members. Why is that a non-starter for Western countries? The reason why it's a non-starter is because of nukes, okay? That was always a non-starter. They were making those demands as well. Those were righteous demands. Those are understandable demands, the demand for help from the Western world. And yet, weirdly enough, that was a non-starter for Western nations. They never even entertained it. And the reason why they didn't entertain it is because they did not want to start a potential nuclear holocaust with a nuclear armed nation. Okay? Anyway, similarly, the bar on NATO troops and hence the European reassurance force in Ukraine is meaningless because most European states have refused to take part in such a force. British officials, the chief advocates of the project, have even admitted that no British ground troops would be sent and that the whole idea depended on a U.S. backstop, which Trump will not provide. This was Keir
awesome.
Starmer, who literally said, yes, we're going to send 20,000 troops, some of our best men, which, no, he wasn't. And then he quietly said, well, only if the United States allows us to do so. And that also was never going to happen. There's also, you have to remember, like, there's political considerations for these countries as well. They already are experiencing an energy crisis in their own countries. They already have like domestic concerns that they have to worry about with like nationalist forces rising within the European continent and all of these other European nations. And I think like saying we're going to send troops to Ukraine to defend Ukraine without even American aid or American support is going to be a complete non-starter. There's just no shot unless you want all of these countries to be like run by at least aesthetically pro-Russia fascists, which historically they've been pro-NATO, the fascists in Europe. But It'll be like a Maloney style situation.
Yeah, they'll campaign on.
They'll
on,
campaign
on all
they'll
of it.
they'll use a pro-Russia position or no war with Russia as a position to fucking win favor with the public and actually come into positions of power, even if they don't actually end up being pro-Russia when they're in office. Because like obviously for European fascists, especially in the Cold War, NATO was the only game in town that restored their power in all of these countries. It's just too much speculation. Yeah, of course, I'm doing political commentary about what could potentially happen. Of course, I'm speculating. It's analysis. It's you can disagree with it, but you have to tell me why you disagree with it. And so far, all of the disagreements come from people who say, "Oh, you're offering a cold hard analysis that I don't want to fucking hear. I want you to tell me that like Ukraine is actually capable of militarily defending its own borders and even push back the Russian forces. They just need a little bit of time." This analysis is exactly, or this commentary is exactly what the media has been saying over and over again for the past couple of years now, and it has literally failed time and time again. That's it. Yeah. You'll notice the voices shouting down this latest chance for peace have no alternative plan. They're angry this wasn't the Hollywood war fantasy they wanted and subject Ukraine to more destruction out of petulance. It's basically the same as like the Danish guy that we listened to yesterday who went on Channel 4 and was like, we have to take matters into our own hands. We have to take matters into our... Yeah. He literally was like, we have to take matters into our own hands. We have to defend Ukraine with our own militaries. If America's not going to step up, we're going to step up. It's like, if you're going to... If you're going to fucking separate yourself from American hegemony, why the fuck would you do that for this and not for like a million other instances where the Rasmussen Global ex-Danish prime minister saying, we really have to separate ourselves from America only on this front, but not on like, tariffs or not on securing better relationships or at least like leveraging the relationship you have with China to secure more favorable fucking deals with America in the way that like BRICS nations are doing. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's crazy that Europe won't even entertain that. I don't understand how comfortable they are being vassals to Donald fucking Trump.
Like Germany is like developing and like rapidly expanding its trade relationship with China. Like it's complicated. Like the European states talk a huge game about freezing out China and all this stuff, but that's not what trade balances reflect. And moreover, I also think that like part of what, at least with this Ukraine stuff, like these leaks, for example, at this point, it probably isn't about actually changing the outcome of what happens so much as it is about exacting like maximal political consequences on, your opponents, like making Witkoff and all these people like entrenching in people's minds the idea that like, oh, these people with Russia, whatever, like, and also in the case of these European states too, like these people are, aligned with pro-Ukrainian interests and are, or at least like arms companies or whomever, and are not exactly in a position to suddenly like flip the switch in the other direction just because the facts have told them to. Sadly, that's not really how it works.
What do we do when he leaves?
We can keep talking. They still keep watching.
I just got back from Joshua Tree.
Oh yeah, wait, how was
That's
it?
why I'm sorry I'm not pitching in as much. It was good.
Yeah.
There for 2 days. It's nice. Went on a hike. Nice clear sky here.
What'd you
Unlike back
watch?
in our foggy, smoggy New York City. What
did you guys watch?
While we were in the...
Yeah. I assumed you watched something.
We watched a lot of Mystery Science Theater.
Nice.
That's Libby and I was visiting my friend.
Yeah, Libby, she streams.
She streams. Check out her stream on libtron.twitch.
Yeah, twitch.tv/libtron. Close this stream. Just hit the X button immediately, and go watch our friend Libby's stream.
Yeah, it's nice. Folks, we're both here. Noah and I are both here. You're only here for like another day, right?
I'm here for another few hours.
Okay, yeah.
And then
I'm here for the rest of the week. But it's nice. I've never been in this room before. I kind of thought it'd be more like vast. I thought it'd be like a palace.
It'd be grand?
It looks like a palace when it's on the camera, but it's
Yeah.
kind of cozy and nice.
Yeah,
when you're
it's
actually
a
here.
normal.
Well, so are you hungry yet, Hasan?
Wait, what is this? Raid her? What is happening?
Oh no, our friend Libby we were talking about.
Oh, they're like,
I didn't mean to.
yeah,
cause
you have to raid her right now. She's not even live.
No, she's not even going to be on this week. Sorry.
Yeah, what the fuck?
The words "raid" her are
chatters are so funny. They're like, yeah, end the broadcast, end the broadcast right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, things that do not have the same meaning in 2025 as they did in 1099.
Yeah. Oh, we got some fans in here. Yeah, she plays Soulsborne games. Yeah, they already know.
They know the score.
Offline raid her now. End the broadcast right now. Right at this very moment.
Wait, Hasan, do you want to have lunch yet?
Not very hungry at the moment, but
Then don't worry about
Could
it.
I get a soda?
But yeah, of course. What do you mean? What kind of question is that?
Again, it's my first time here.
This other side. Oh, you got it. Oh, it's all zero sugar.
I had a Mr. Pibb yesterday.
Wow.
Hadn't had one of those in a long time. It's basically Dr. Pepper.
It is just Dr. Pepper. I was trying to remember what it tastes
novelty
like.
to it. Sorry, I've thrown us off global politics.
Anyway, but as far as like Ukraine goes, what I'm trying to explain here is that I don't even think that America has enough political power to force Ukraine, or not force Ukraine necessarily, sorry, to force Russia to concede to whatever the fuck they want Russia to concede to. I don't even know if they want Russia to concede. And if you're talking about like whether or not they're sincere, only time will tell, especially because Russia has shown that they're insincere in their ceasefire demands in the past. The last time that Vladimir Putin was basically dangling a ceasefire deal in front of Donald Trump only to basically turn around, right? Like it was... Yeah, I mean, like if you recall, the last time there was even talks about a ceasefire negotiation, that was simply for Russia to continue advancing its position and then getting Donald Trump to undermine Ukraine on the global stage, and even at different points, get the American forces to retreat, like with their surveillance tech. Like there was a cutoff of like arms trade. Our arms deals for a brief moment for Ukraine. And that was very clearly Russia maneuvering around Donald Trump's inability to deal with the situation and the confidence that he had in his own, I guess, relationship with Vladimir Putin to undermine the Ukrainian position further.
Well, it's reflective of where obviously the Trump administration is, but therefore where the American state is, that there was this assumption, I think, that a personal relationship, an individual like tete-a-tete, is going to be the difference between war and no war, rather than the, network and like just the tendrils creeping over every single aspect of the global economy, American economy, that are, there are deeper reasons for this kind of thing. And obviously day one, he did not negotiate an end to the war. We talked about this with the Israel stuff. You do, from this angle, look like the cop from Weapons.
I've said that.
Alden Ehrenreich?
Yeah.
I'll take that. He's a good-looking man.
You look like Frankenstein.
God, fuck.
So we talked about this when we talked about Israel the past few times, is like, I don't think I agree with people who say it is wholly kayfabe that America and Israel disagree, and that all these trips that diplomats take over there are just for their health. there is a waning of American power. We all know that. And it applies to keeping a rather, let's say, dodgy ally, an ally that spies on you and sabotages you and humiliates you constantly, like Israel, whom you also do share interests with. I'm not denying that. And it applies to the same, not wanting to lose that ally, however shitty they are to you. Mm-hmm. Same deal when it comes to thinking that you can just have a personal rapport with the other president and bring something like the Ukraine war to an end. It's just, it's maybe that even could have been relied upon 15 or 20 years ago with a little bit more institutional chunk to it, but certainly not now.
You can't freelance that. No. I think there's that piece of it. I mean, in general, I think a lot of people talked a huge game about how quickly they thought this would come together. Just if you had, we got the motivated party. Is there Trump wants a deal, Putin wants a deal? It'll just come together. And it's like there are wars where people are far closer together on the actual terms of it, and patrons are same as well, etc. And like the negotiations, like don't work out or take forever. For a whole variety of reasons. I mean, it took years for the Vietnam War to end. And Americans were at the negotiating table for the better part of a decade.
I mean, I remember when libs were saying, "Oh no, the Ukraine war will end because Trump is so tight with Putin." Like that's what I mean. It's not just the Trump administration. There was a collective idea at this stage of America's, rot that everyone kind of agreed that it would be hashed out between two. In the libs' mind, two gang leaders, and in the minds of Trump people, between two elder statesmen. And it's just not how things typically work.
And also, like, there was this like whole, I mean, at least to me, one of the things that is like unresolved itself is also like what this like Ukraine is itself. I mean, it's another good point is like something that we obviously emphasize in Blowback is that like so-called vassal states are rarely ever often just like totally like limp appendages of the countries that fund them. Like domestic politics in Ukraine do matter. And like the clear like ongoing competition for power at this point kind of what it seems like to succeed Zelensky or to end things in a whatever the coalitional rearrangement that has to happen there. It does seem like also that's been like pretty neglected in our media, at least beyond just like the periodic things like, it turns out this really senior guy.
They do bring that up now. And that to me is a telltale sign that that they are also coming to terms with like forcing Ukraine's hand to a shit deal that will violate whatever Ukrainian sovereignty could have existed. Because like you start seeing pre-Russian invasion of Ukraine, there was a shit ton of articles about how there was corruption in Ukraine. If you recall, there was also coverage on like the Azov battalion that even led to like legislative action to basically deny weapons transfers to the Azov battalion because they were like open neo-Nazi, stuff like that, right? Whereas obviously in the process of the Russian invasion, all of that went away. And then now you're seeing...
You mean it went away in the coverage?
Yeah, it went away in the coverage, exactly.
Yeah.
But now you're kind of seeing Western outlets, American media still like bring back, the corruption charges against Zelensky and in their coverage and stuff. And I think that is a way for the State Department to change their priorities or change their attitude about what to do with Ukraine, and that's the media coverage shifting reflects America's priorities shifting as well.
Yep,
that's what it's to pressure the Ukrainian side to basically play ball with whatever. That's a whole pound, by the way, of chicken breast kebab, like an entire pound.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I just glanced at it. Then I could just split. So
do you want just like a regular plate?
Yeah, just
of chicken.
Exactly. Sorry.
Okay. No. Don't apologize. Do you want a whole pound? I can get you the whole pound.
No, I'm good on a whole pound. I'm humiliating myself.
Okay. What do you want?
Now I'm embarrassed. I can't.
What do you want on the side? Choose entree one: rice pilaf, bulgur pilaf, steamed veggies, potato fries, hummus, mutabal. Okay, and then the second entree is. Again, Muhammad cabbage salad, Armenian salad, fatou salad.
I could do the cabbage salad, please.
Okay. And then you can make it kashka style or yogurt style if you want. The chicken shish kebab.
Yogurt style might be good, actually.
All right, we'll do it yogurt style for you. Okay.
Style. Thank you.
No problem. No, I got a pound for myself, but I just wanted to make sure that he knew what he was getting into because he just like added that on.
I just saw chicken, clicked it.
You look like three nice Turkish boys. True. This is the alternative universe.
We're gonna look even more Turkish when the food gets here.
That is true. Well, and we also look I think we may all look the same, but we are all also we're different backgrounds.
I don't think we look the same as him.
No, well, wait. What do you saying? We look really.
That's very flattering if they mean that.
I think we do. We look like different variants. They were saying you guys look
not
like
the Adonis thing.
They were saying you look like my brother. Like they were. This is like different.
I'll take it.
variants.
This is a
Yeah,
discourse.
I'm Muslim Turkish. Where are you from originally? Aside from New Jersey.
Like a mix of like European trash.
Yeah. Ashkenazi.
Like just Jew.
Ashkenazi
more or
Jew.
less.
And then you're what?
A little bit all over, a bit of Eastern Europe, Irish, from both sides of the family, Croatian.
Yeah, we got all the different variants. Someone said Israel. Come on, chatter. Jesus. Anyway,
Not here.
Yeah, somebody said at 160p we all look related, and that's what I meant when
Oh,
I
I
said
see.
we look alike, not
Yeah.
that we look
Yeah,
alike.
if you blur the image enough.
Exactly, you squint.
Yeah.
All right, so that's the potential Ukrainian deal at play here.
New Epstein stuff.
And every single time I talk about it, people yell at me and say, "This is my worst point of analysis. I'm weak on this front." And then they never follow up as to why that's the case. Like they will never just be like, "Here's why you're wrong."
It's
They'll
funny
just,
seeing people jump. If I was reading them right, it's funny seeing people jump down the throat. If you say, you talk about corruption, you talk about the genuine Nazi problem, as if it's just like
it's Russian propaganda.
As if it's like, okay, well, with Iraq, it was very difficult to avoid people talking about the genuine crimes of the Saddam government, and somehow insist that meant you couldn't talk about the, illegality and evil of the invasion of Iraq.
Yeah.
There's somehow when you're not supposed to mention any of that when it comes to, Russia's invasion was not.
I mean, I get hit on that front too, though. When I talk about like Venezuela or Maduro, and I say that it's a red line to do any sort of like military incursion in Venezuela, regardless of whether Maduro is unpopular or not.
Mm-hmm.
And then people will yell at me and say I'm actually offering like legitimate reasons as to why Venezuela must be destroyed by people to the left of me on the anti-imperialist flank.
Right.
But in any case, that's it. That's the peace deal seems not to be as close as previously presented, and that Witkoff is seemingly more invested in trying to
media
get
reporting that Ukraine has apparently accepted
Trump to look good in this process with a position that's like more favorable to Russia, in my opinion. Hi, Dumpfuck here. So was the neo-Nazi thing just Russian propaganda? No, of course it wasn't Russian propaganda.
It was reported on plenty before the invasion.
You can also say that like Russia has a neo-Nazi problem in its forces as well, which is also true. There's neo-Nazis on both sides of this conflict.
I don't know if the Russian does have far right idiosyncratic Nazi style guys, but I don't think they're at the quite have made
it's not
the trip to the
same.
commanding heights of the government and military the way that has happened over Ukraine, including, by the way, a process that was sped up during this war as well.
Yeah, you could say that like the hyper nationalist like Duginist attitude is it's not like Russia is a socialist country, and they are engaging in irredentist action. So you could literally say that the Duginist mentality is also not dissimilar to like some kind of nationalistic mythos that you see from fascists. But as far as like a straight line to like Nazi collaborators historically, you can draw a direct parallel with like a lot of the self-described fascist forces that have made that obviously had their positions emboldened in the aftermath of the Russian invasion.
Also, it's not just like neo-Nazis like as like this like esoteric segment thing. It's like, I mean, like, Stefan Bandera, national hero, stuff like that. Like, it's not like, again, like I don't think it behooves anybody to get in a debate. It was like, well, there's Nazis on the right, or like Nazis in Russia and Nazis in Ukraine. It's more that like, well, one, which government is funded by my tax dollars?
No.
Yeah.
And also to the idea that like, yeah, there is like a particular cultural heritage. I mean, it's not. Again, like Russia is historically also Russia is historically also the site of a lot of anti-Semitic violence.
I'm not going to look at the chat anymore.
My disagreement with you on Ukraine is that, in my opinion, you do not consider any of the levers of the pro-Ukraine alliance has to improve their negotiating position. Of course, it will end with concessions and a deal, but you seem to resign yourself to whatever the current deal someone puts out is. I just don't think that even the current deal that we have is going to be implemented. I'm a much more cynical person on this front because I think I see that America does not have any kind of fucking levers to pull any longer, and that we are at the mercy of whatever Russia chooses to do. That's how I see it. That's it. I think it's a sober assessment on the things that have happened so far.
Bandera is a anagram for Brendan, by the way. I just realized that.
Yeah.
There's actually
we have three main levers: high range weapons, intelligence sharing, and cutting off oil and gas. Okay, high range weapons we have shipped over. That doesn't actually change the battle lines, though. It just makes
that's awesome.
You just kill more.
Remember the Podesta plan, the 3-part plan to defeat ISIS? Yeah, it's giving that.
You got high range weapons, right?
High range weapons.
Then you have intelligence sharing, which we're already doing. Let's say we do more, right? We do more high range weapon sharing, more intelligence sharing. As far as cutting off oil and gas goes, that's the most consequential one beyond like punishing.
Hey, Europe, want a depression?
Beyond punishing Russia. And that is the most effective tool of undermining the Russian economy and crippling the Russian economy. And yet that is a like beyond what we've done so far in terms of like the mother of all sanctions or whatever. There's a reason why they haven't been able to move past that point, because all of the other allies, all the other countries that are that have leveraged positions with Russia and the United States of America, or even with China, are not going to take that on.
I just have to.
India being the main one that I'm talking about, like or Kazakhstan, India, like these are entry points into the Russian economy, and they're benefiting greatly being mediators in this process. We have also not engaged with India. I think you're wrong. If you think that we haven't engaged with India, you're wrong. And as far as not engaging with China, I agree with you. I think that has always been at least my perspective, which is to offer China certain things so that they will come to the negotiating table as a senior partner in this coalition. Maybe you guys will disagree with me on this, even though it's an advantageous position for China to just basically kick back and trade max, as long as you can offer them certain things. Like as long as the American government can offer them like sanctions relief or any number of different things that China prioritizes, I think they would be willing to play ball and also force Russia's hand into coming to terms with like a ceasefire negotiation that's more manageable, that they actually will follow through on.
It's unclear. I mean, China, as you say, has been. I think in the very beginning, they issued some kind of vague support for Russia, knowing that there would be backlash against the invasion.
They did like a strategic embrace, like right after the invasion, there was like a big, like it wasn't like it was a way of saying, we're on your side, but we're not like jumping in to support you like in this particular.
But the further it got from that initial starting point, the more they just basically, essentially withdrew any kind of actual possible support for Russia, even though things got worse in certain moments. I mean, we're all yapping here. I just find that the idea, it's like, well, we haven't tried, and then name 3 things we've tried.
Yeah, we have done that.
And then also cutting off oil and gas. It's like cutting off, I mean, like as if that is not, you're talking about this like as you flip a switch and then you throw off, one of the major sources of energy for the world, and most notably Europe.
And that was an advantageous position. That was an advantageous position for American gas providers. Like they already...
Yeah, LNG.
They already started supplying LNG from America to the best of their ability. But what you fail to consider is the political what you are not looking at is the political considerations, both on the European side, but even on the American side as well. Because then you have less power to, I mean, we have no control over the oil and gas giants in our country anyway, but like now they have a new market. Now they have a new market. It's beneficial for them. It's great for the companies, but it's not necessarily great for the American population. And it's certainly not great for the Europeans that are getting a higher price point, that are not getting the same oil and gas supply. Then you have an inflation. Then you have an inflationary crisis in all these other European countries, and that creates political instability further. So that's it. That's a major issue. That's a major consideration. That's why I'm saying that like. This is advantageous for China in many respects, which is why you have to offer them treats. The one thing that hasn't really been tried is trying to bring China to the table to get the senior partner in this coalition to come to terms with like a managed negotiation, a real ceasefire. My main point is that there's still more that can be done. We have very limited in some of these fields. I understand the limitations, but there's more that can be done, and Trump and Europe won't do to improve the negotiating position. They're selling out Ukraine for a worse deal than they could make.
I mean,
I don't know.
the U.S. is always going to sell you out. I hate to sound like this is all a sort of, formula that is now just we need to accept as being applied to an
It's
entire
the fake
population.
Kissinger quote.
What's that?
It's the fake Kissinger quote. To be America's enemy is bad. To be America's ally is worse.
Right.
It's not a real Kissinger quote, right?
I that sounds apocryphal.
That sounds like something he would know not to say.
It sounds like a spin on the real ones, like it's a pity they can't both lose
about Iran and Iraq. Yeah.
But don't quote me on that. Don't quote me on the quote.
Yeah. To be a U.S. enemy is brutal. Being a U.S. ally is lethal.
It's
fatal.
And also, like, I mean, the president of America is Donald Trump. Like, I agree with you that, like, yeah, like, it would be great if American diplomatic leadership was, like, run by grown-ups at this moment, but, like, pretty clearly.
But even the Biden administration, I mean, I'm sorry.
I'm not holding them as, like, a better alternative.
I'm not saying you are, but NATO was never going to be on the table. This was obviously supposed to bleed Russia. It was Afghanistan in the 80s, part 2, and that was the calculation from the beginning. No one ever actually thought this was going to result in anything but bloodletting on both sides, enough to punish Russia, enough to, eventually bring Ukraine to the table, given that it's always going to have been outnumbered.
And a very particular kind of hubris, right? Actually, I do think that they believed that even if it wasn't going to resolve soon, that the arc of this conflict would ultimately favor them because Russia idiot, Russia is like inferior, Russia unable to compete.
I just wish you had the same kind of smoke for Russia that you have for Israel. Right. I also feel you are at least slightly defeatist. Nothing is certain. This is what it all comes down to. This is what it all comes down to, which is that, like,
armchair generals.
You want me to be like, no, you're right. Ukraine is capable of defending itself all the way to the last man. That's what you want to hear me say. That's it. No one ever fucking says this about the ceasefire negotiation. That's bullshit. When I'm still saying that it's a good thing overall that there's a cessation of hostilities with respect to Israel continuing its, like, full-blown genocide, right? And you also have to remember, we are arming and funding the Ukrainian side. We are arming and funding the Israeli side, perhaps more significantly, as a matter of fact, than we are arming and funding the Ukrainian side. The entirety of the Western world, in many respects, moved away from Ukraine quickly as a direct consequence of how much they redoubled their efforts to allow Israel to finish off its genocidal project in Gaza. So there's also that as well. But ultimately, like I said, this is, it doesn't seem to me like you're upset. You're more so upset with, like, what you are hearing rather than whether or not my analysis here is incorrect. That's it. Yeah. And I don't think that, like the equivalence here would be if I was saying that, like, Hamas has the capacity to militarily defeat Israel and they should keep fighting, And that's never been my position. Yeah, they don't like your tone, not your analysis.
The American peace proposal. Let's talk to our international correspondent, Alex Rossi, and our defence and security analyst, Professor Michael Clark, with me in the studio here. So, Alex, to you first of all. So this is, it seems like we've moved forwards, according to American media, but we're not clear whether this is just a slight embellishment on what we knew last night. Tell us where we are with what we know about what Ukraine has agreed to.
Well, it is all fairly unclear. What is clear is that President Zelensky and the Ukrainians are in a difficult position, obviously have been for 11 years since the Russians invaded Crimea and then the full-scale invasion. But this appears to be the answer to what Trump is putting forward with his initiative. We're hearing, I'll just read you these lines, Rustam Umarov, the National Security Advisor.
So Gaza should sign the peace deal that would give Israel control over its land. It's already out of the hands of the Palestinians. That's the point. That's my sober analysis on that, is that, like, there's not more that the Palestinians can do. Also, as I have repeated over and over again, what will happen in Donbass and in other regions of Ukraine is not dissimilar to what, like, Hamas is doing as an insurgency against the domineering occupational forces. That's most likely what it's going to look like. Funded, unlike Hamas, funded by Western intelligence as well. So that's most likely what's going to happen, to punish Russia's occupation to the best of their ability and make it as difficult as possible for there to be a permanent occupation of Eastern Ukrainian territory. But that's it. That's very different than state versus state warfare, though.
I don't want to jump down anyone's throat just for making an analogy, because, you know, sometimes they're useful. The idea that this is something you can just one-to-one, as if Ukraine has been occupied by Russia for the past better part of a century, that they have had the keys in terms of, you know, especially with Gaza, in terms of water and food.
No, you don't understand. Palestinians also had nuclear, the Israeli nukes in the same way that Ukraine did. The codes were in the codes were in Tel Aviv, but they had the nuclear stockpile.
And they just, even as you just mentioned, the asymmetrical nature of the warfare. I mean, this is just, you can't just say, oh, so you're saying that in Gaza X, Y, and Z, just like this. It sounds foolish. I'm sorry. It's just, these are not comparable conflicts in most ways that you're trying to put the square peg in the round hole. It's just not going to work.
Yeah.
Come up with something else.
Just as like our allegiance is entirely on the opposing side here. It's like if America was like funding the Russian incursion into Ukraine as it's funding the Israeli genocide of Palestinians after 80
Someone
years
saying
of
Ukraine
apartheid and
was
occupation.
occupied by Russia for the better part of a century.
I know. When I heard
Sorry,
you
lost me. I'm out.
when I heard you say that, I was like, somebody is going to reply.
Yeah.
I hate that, but people get so mad at that. They make it seem like that is the case. Like it's.
Well, you know, they can.
Whatever. I'm out. It's fine. There's a planetary difference between us.
Yeah.
I can't get into it. What are you gonna do?
Yeah. It's the same Shutter who's critiquing you. I know. You're right. Yes, it's the same.
Free tip, critique, not a verb.
Yeah.
A US official say that there is now an understanding on a proposal that has been reached, but details still need to be worked out.
Sometimes when I do engage in this discourse, though, I'm like, maybe America should actually militarily engage so we can just die in a nuclear holocaust. Like I think I'd rather die in the nuclear winter with the fucking final "I told you so" as like the nuclear sponge. The 5 states in the United States of America are eating the first barrage of missiles. And I'm just sitting here going, "Hey guys, what happened? I can't believe this would have. I can't believe the thing that I said was going to happen is happening right now." Well, anyway, signing off because I can see the fucking mushroom cloud from outside of my window. Well, but at least I don't have to fucking deal with you dipshits anymore. So fuck it, you know. You would be streaming? Oh, 100% I'd be streaming.
Do you have a plan? You know, like CNN, like Ted Turner made them. Which is beautifully parodied in Gremlins 2. CNN on Ted Turner's instruction had a tape they were going to play if the missiles were in the air, and it was like a military band playing, you know, some old standard.
Yeah, my thing is I'm just gonna offer analysis till the very last moment.
Oh, that's
no. You'll finally play video games on stream.
Yeah, no, you should play. You should jump on. Helldivers.
Hey guys, there's like a million people tuning in to watch the very last moments, and I'm like, hey, you know what? Today, actually, I'm gonna finally play a video game.
We're doing Final Fantasy 14 for 72 hours straight.
Yeah, IRL Mushroom Cloud stream. Let's fucking go. Yeah, Fallout Ghoul Arc after. Yeah. The stream picking up Will and Caroline from the fires was diabolical levels of content brain. I did do that during the wildfires.
That's pretty good content. I mean, but that like.
What do you mean? You evacuated people?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. I mean,
like a Resident Evil or something.
Yeah.
That would be pretty funny live streaming, like, you know, like a zombie or vampire apocalypse or whatever.
I think someone made a movie about that.
It has to by now.
No, there was George Romero. Unfortunately, one of his last movies was called it wasn't Stream of the Dead, but it could have been, and it was just like found footage of people being like, we're streaming to the viral network, and it was just another shitty zombie movie.
Yeah.
But you know, you could remake that maybe.
So let's rewind a little bit. The 28-point peace plan that the Americans kind of sort of sidelined everybody with when they came out with it. Discussions in Geneva. Those discussions then led, we think, to a 19-point peace plan. The Ukrainians were saying after those meetings that they had kind of agreed to that. And now this appears to be confirmation of that. But of course, the big question in all of this is, will the Russians agree to the changed text on the 28-point peace plan? The likelihood is that that isn't going to happen. We've already heard from the Kremlin that anything that's acceptable to the Europeans would not be acceptable to the Russians. Their maximalist demands, of course, will have been watered down. So they are unlikely to go for it. So what we are seeing is diplomacy about how to deal with Donald Trump's diplomacy. The Ukrainians know that they cannot flatly say no to Donald Trump. They need to flatter him. They need to engage with the process. That's what seems to be happening here. They, of course, will hope that the Russians will reject this. That, again, though, is unlikely because Vladimir Putin knows the man that is Donald Trump very well, and he will know how to engage and how to deal with this ball when it comes back. He will likely say, it's a very complex situation. We need more time. We need further discussions. But yes, in theory, we are willing to go ahead with this. So that's where we stand at the moment.
Michael, do you concur with this, that it, although we haven't got to this stage before in terms of a peace proposal on the table, it is following the same pattern that we have seen in the negotiations where Ukraine agrees to stuff, but then when it goes back to Russia, it all seems to get thrown into the long grass.
Square bracket.
Yeah, that's the real point to consider here, is that like Russia could once again dangle a potential ceasefire to just simply continue whatever the fuck its military objectives are, while trying to actively undermine
Michael, your take on
how Russians are exploiting American naivete is the other side of this equation, which is like what they've done so far. They keep coming to the table to be like, oh yeah, we want a ceasefire, only to not do the ceasefire at all, to be like, oh, it's just not right now, not the right time for us, you know? Yeah. Sorry. And that is the very real consequence of this potentially, but we'll see. We'll see where it goes. And that's part of the reason why I keep saying the best meaningful solution here. Like, oh, someone said, Zelensky's rumored to be preparing a speech about really free buses and rent freeze in Kyiv.
That's really good.
That's the other big Z. Yeah. Aubrey gets a Red Bull. Okay, citizen of Romania here. I see my government and media here prepping the propaganda to justify ours and EU's active involvement in the war. What the hell's going on? I don't think it's going to happen, but then again, I'm not making any predictions on this one, okay? Because this is the one where I famously got it wrong when I said Russia is bad, not mad. They will not invade Ukraine. And everybody loves bringing that up, even though all the subsequent analysis that I engaged in was correct, even down to the fact as to why this would be a massive failure, a spectacular failure for all the parties involved, except for the American military-industrial complex, which is, you know, that they made out like bandits here. Taking the $52 billion hole in their budget from Afghanistan and directly putting it into Ukraine was fantastic for them.
It was a pretty nice move.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. All right, we're moving on from this.
Hey, Judge, throughout it.
Find another one on the map and
start going.
Gotta
Yeah, cases dismissed against James Comey and Letitia James in major defeat for the Trump administration.
Oh yeah, this is funny.
This is a hilarious.
This is they like whenever I see these sentences, I'm like, yes, Trump's new Camelot. Like, it's just the biggest fucking geniuses in the world.
Is the argument here that nobody will / can ever stand firmly against Russia in perpetuity?
Oh, yeah, scroll up. This person's posted this a few times.
Because they will just freak out and nuke everyone if that ever happens. In such a world, when will Russia ever feasibly stop its territorial expansion?
Yeah.
I mean, the same argument is made against America as well. And that's just the name of the game for a nuclear world, unfortunately. That's why all of the post-World War II battles have been proxy battles between nuclear armed states, one with direct intervention and the other one with like direct logistical intervention.
They're not even in Kyiv. They're not even in Kyiv. And they originally, by the way, could have tried to occupy Kyiv and they chose not to. What is this like map? I'm picturing like one of those things in the Cold War where like the map bleeds red. The whole globe is fucking enveloped by this by the hammer and sickle. It's just a never-ending territorial expansion. You got to get a grip here.
I mean, it's just not. It's.
I mean, I don't. You can also you can also say that, do they even have the capacity to permanently, fully occupy the entirety of Ukraine?
Probably not.
No.
Yeah, it's too vast. It's too large. And in the words of Trump, it's too flat. When a bullet is fired on Ukrainian land, all it does is hit a body and nothing else.
Someone's
Too
giving me shit.
flat.
Chose not to. Yeah, they opted not to try that. I don't know what you want me to say. Like, just get
It's too flat. Ukraine is too flat.
get a little real about this stuff.
Yeah.
You're talking about it like it's sports.
so much. I will say so much so that it actually got the previous position of like handshake neutrality between Sweden and Finland to change, because they realized that like Russia is not as big as a threat, in my opinion, because not only did they show that they entertain how Russia is engaging in like incursion beyond what they previously thought was not going to happen, but they also showed that they were not capable of also taking over the entirety of Ukraine, and therefore it gave more confidence to the Finlandization of NATO understanders and appreciators.
This is my last comment. Is this idea that they drove all the way up to choose not to occupy Ukraine? I don't know if you guys are history buffs, but you can actually try to occupy the entire country, or certainly the capital. We did that in Iraq, Afghanistan, a couple other places, and then it cannot go well. So you can try to assess whether or not that would be possible but stupid, and then decide whether or not to go all in. And they chose not to do that.
The NATOization of Finland.
Anyway.
Sorry.
Also, there's like, I mean, far be it from me. It just seems also very obvious that it's like, oh, the Russian territorial expansionism, like rhetoric too, is like, yeah, they've taken a lot of territory up until now, but it's also like, there is clearly a larger point to why they're doing it. Not saying that it's good, not saying that it's right, not saying that it's historically just saying that like they've clearly and like they've made a lot of fucking noise about why they view this as like a geopolitical like strategy that isn't just about like gobbling up like European nations. There is more to it.
Yeah. All right.
Indictments against fired FBI Director James Comey and New York State Attorney General Letitia James, saying the acting U.S. attorney who filed those charges was not properly appointed. The charges can be refiled, and the Justice Department is looking for a way to do that. Scott McFarlane is with us from Washington.
Yeah, they
He's following
shouldn't give up on this. They should keep doing that.
No, I want them to. I think it'll be really funny.
They should find new ways of properly filing this. It's also extra cool when the president openly says like, we want to do lawfare. Like, please go after my enemies now, and then fire the previous prosecutor who failed to do so, only to bring in this like incompetent loyalist who also failed, even though they tried at least to drum up charges against Trump's political enemies. His revenge tour. I love that. It's fucking awesome.
Good morning.
Hey, Tony, James Comey and Letitia James did not have the opportunity to defend themselves on the merits of these controversial charges. These cases were ended, at least for the time being, over a procedural matter. But the ruling is a major defeat for the Trump administration.
This morning, James Comey and Letitia James are no longer criminal defendants. A federal judge ruled Monday the prosecutor who filed the cases, former Trump White House aide Lindsey Halligan, was unlawfully serving in the post. The ruling says the White House exceeded its power, installing Halligan as an acting federal prosecutor without necessary approval from Congress or the courts. U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi stood behind Halligan Monday.
We believe we will be successful on appeal. Lindsey Halligan is an excellent U.S. attorney and shame.
Sorry to bother you. Logs, please. Yeah, the logs, I already looked. It's stupid, okay? Hot take here, but I doubt that the Kremlin's going to launch a nuclear first strike against NATO countries. Okay, that's too fucking big of a bargain for either party. You're just describing like Cold War politics and saying, well, they won't do it. What an insane fucking standard. Why the fuck do these countries have nukes if they're not going to use them? You also have to consider that like the entire reason for stockpiling a nuclear arsenal is so that if the threat ever exists, they will use them. So yes, it is a hot take, okay? It's an insanely hot take. And whenever I hear this insanely hot take, I think
nuclear take.
Yeah, I wish upon. I wish that the hot take will be implemented so I can fucking finally no longer have to read these hot takes. Oh my God. The moment that you're entertaining nuclear winter and saying, well, they won't do it, they don't have the smoke, is a moment where we've already lost all reason. And it's not even one that the American government is entertaining. So there is at least that. I feel like they know a little bit more than we do in terms of like the nuclear arsenal and the ambitions there. Because if they also had the same attitude that you did, they would have implemented like a no-fly zone over Ukrainian airspace, for example, immediately after Russia invaded Ukraine. They would have sent troops into Ukraine to defend Ukraine militarily. And then, yes, Russia would not have been able to win Ukrainian territory. Russia would not have been able to boulder through eastern Ukraine and dig into eastern Ukrainian positions. They would have done that because they would have said, hot take, they don't have the smoke. They don't actually want to fucking use their nukes. A hot take also, double hot take, why the fuck won't we actually invade the Democratic People's Republic of Korea? Seems like this is the one thing that actually is a significant deterrent for America.
Wonder why Iran would want a nuke. I wonder why. Why would that be even a thing they negotiate? Can't imagine.
That's the hot take. It seems like the American government actually does have a red line on this stuff. What are you going to do? Stab me? Stabbing victim situation. Exactly. Yeah.
It is true.
Shame on them for not wanting her in office.
Halligan, who'd never prosecuted a case before, took over the role after Trump ousted the former U.S. attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia when he wouldn't move forward with these cases. Comey had been facing charges of making a false statement to Congress back in 2020, and he welcomed the ruling.
This case mattered to me personally, obviously, but it matters most because a message has to be sent that the President of the United States cannot use the Department of Justice to target his political enemies.
An attorney for Letitia James, who was charged with mortgage fraud, said, quote, this case was not about justice or the law. It was about targeting Attorney General James. Both Comey and James have denied the allegations against them.
This ruling is much more consequential for James Comey than it is for Tish James.
Caroline Polisi, a criminal defense attorney.
All that being said, you still have left doing a ground invasion on Israel on the table in the event that all of our leverage fail, despite them having nukes. But I understand this more hyperbole than everything. Yes, the entire point is that Israel would not exist without unlimited American support, which is why I say it's the closest you can get to ending any kind of conflict with a fucking phone call. Of course, it's not going to get to like a military invasion of Israel. Okay.
Yeah.
What?
That's the subtitles kind of.
Caroline Pissy.
It's not her name, to be clear. I just don't want people to, it's just unfortunate.
Yeah, Israel does not need to be invaded to collapse. Sanctions on allies that require unlimited support from the Western world are infinitely more powerful tools than against enemy states that have actually designed their entire economy to withstand sanctions, like Russia. Okay? This is why BDS is an active initiative that has the capacity to be way more successful and was successful historically in apartheid South Africa, as opposed to, once again, Hasan, I'm coming to kill you. I'm going to wear your skin like an ancient Irish. Shocking. Your uncle pays for your Twitch career. Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker, I'm coming to kill you. I'm going to wear your skin like an ancient Irish. No, you're not. You literally have a fucking aneurysm when the Uber delivery driver knocks on your door, and the thought of entertaining a normal social interaction with a person that you've never met before basically fucking kills you. So no, you will not be doing any of those things. You are going to continue using anonymous accounts on the internet that you created in fucking 2014 to make these fucking stupid ass threats because you are unafraid of openly saying that you are a pedophile neo-Nazi supporter, Sam Hyde, in the big year 2025. Okay? At this point in your life, you probably should have had a family. And the reason why you don't is a cause for concern. You should really, reconsider all of the actions that you took leading up to this moment as a fucking 40-year-old who wants to go back to the house, the perfect golden age of 4chan, and how, you know, your memes allowed Donald Trump and Kekistan to be implemented, Donald Trump to become president. You will forever relitigate those moments in your life where you felt like you had motion. Please go start a family, take a shower, hit the gym, and you know, maybe make a better assessment of the events that led to having you write stuff like this in the Twitch chat of a person that you despise. Okay? Please don't start a family. I mean, okay, fair. Fair.
It's dialectics.
I'm just saying he would. I'm just saying that if he actually, you know, took a good, cold, hard look at himself and reconsidered how he's operating currently, he could maybe fix the situation. Okay? They could get a job. Anyway, there's another thing that I want to watch with you guys. Okay? There's another thing that I want to watch with you guys.
Argues it'll be.
And that is, are you familiar with the podcast Trigonometry?
No.
No.
It's these two British guys.
I'm familiar with technology.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Well, this is technology for sure.
Then I know it.
They're these two white British guys who I previously thought were like presenting themselves as centrists.
Okay.
But it turns out that they're like more right wing than I thought they were.
Oh, wait, can I see their faces first? I mean, I'll see them. I think
Hasan
I do know
Piker,
these
welcome
guys.
to Trigonometry.
Nice to be here, guys.
Why the big
guys?
So I did their podcast, okay, because they were in Los Angeles.
The guy on the left looks like he's being blinded.
I saw Finkelstein, I think maybe a clip where he was on this, and that's the only
Yeah.
reason I think I've seen them though.
So you thought they were centrists? No, I thought they were like center right. I thought they were like masquerading as centrists, but they're right wing. But I think their audience is like more right wing than the way they even present
Trigonometry?
themselves.
No.
But basically, I was just breaking the fucking set over here. Jesus Christ! Act like you've been here, Brendan.
Let me stay for lunch and then I'll go.
Yeah. But yeah, I did their podcast and we talked about a bunch of different issues, and they got you know, I think it was a fun and relatively productive conversation. But let's take a look.
Italy's Mussolini and Adolf Hitler's Nazi Germany were ruthless fascist forms of governance. My fear is that is where capitalism inevitably leads. There's too much instability, there's too much chaos. We need to restore order.
Is there a country that's done socialism the way that you like?
I would say China is probably the closest, I would say, to an example that we should follow.
This was very frustrating for a lot of right-wing accounts on Twitter.
I can imagine.
Which did not actually provide any sort of like counter narratives or whatever, but instead simply presented it and then got mad. New streamer Hasan Piker says communist China is the best example of a country that the United States should learn from and model after. Constantine Kristen, is there a country that has done socialism the way that you like? I would say China is probably the closest. That is probably the closest I would say to an example that we should follow and lessons that we should learn from. And all of the counters are basically Cernovich talking about it's okay to platform again.
Wait, the police shut down his live stream.
Yeah, it's so funny how they never go to places they love so much. He was actually just there, and the Chinese police shut down his live stream. Again, a thing that didn't happen. Okay, China is no longer purely communist. Its commie government has allowed capitalism to flourish in China.
Yeah, heard about that.
Comrade Piker.
Autism Capital.
Yeah,
Familiar with
Autism
his
Capital. Comrade Piker is me and she's wife.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a
Congrats on that, by the way.
Yeah, that was very cool. I just wanted to know if there's anyone who doesn't agree with what Hasan says. You just have to stop and see the enormous progress that China has made. Young people have a house before the age of 29, and 90% of people have a house. In the United States, you have a house at the age of 38, and it's a very low percentage. And then people yelling at him.
I love all these blue check replies. They're just so well written.
But unpopular opinion, this was my favorite though. Unpopular opinion is that Hasan is right on this. I'm pretty sure China's had a low level to qualify for. Wait, what? Oh, never mind. The ones that are the ones that are my favorite are like, yeah, that's right. We should take all of the wrong lessons from China,
right?
In terms of like social repression, or in terms of like dealing with separatist movements or whatever. Like they literally like, hell yeah, we need to be an ethno state or whatever the fuck they assume China is. Their post game, they wish they'd gone harder on you. Oh damn,
really interesting. We also sat.
Wow. That's funny that they wish.
What did they do?
Let's get a flavor of what they actually said.
Communism in America.
I think that communism would be most likely an international thing. It'd be like the Star Trek universe.
You think Reform Party?
I think Reform Party, as it stands currently, is a nascent fascist parliamentary group that hasn't reached its full potential yet.
Relax, relax. This isn't an ad. If you're not a fan of ads but love trigonometry, join the thousands of
Okay, I'm skipping this stuff. All right.
.uk or click the link in the description of this episode.
Hasan Piker, welcome to Trigonometry.
Nice to be here, guys.
why the big sigh?
We'll see. We'll see how this goes.
Yeah.
I'm getting cooked right now.
Yeah.
For those of you at home watching. And this has got to be extra weird for you guys because you're British, and this is what the sun looks like normally.
Yeah, no, it's nice to know. We are enjoying it. I'm sorry about the sun. This is not deliberate. We're not trying to cook you, literally. But welcome to the show.
It's hot as fuck, dude. We were in the morning. It was like 80 degrees.
Whose idea was it to shoot on the fucking surface of the planet from pitch black?
I don't know. They're British. This is like a very interesting opportunity for them to see the sunlight, I think.
Tell us a little bit about you. Like you obviously have got a massive Twitch channel. You're very successful streaming. Twitch is a gaming platform, but you talk on there, and that's what people follow you for. How did you get there? What's been your journey through life?
I started my professional media career, I guess, as a nepotism recipient at my uncle's 26-person YouTube startup media network. I feel like calling it a media network is interesting because, like, at that time, at that point, it was smaller than like a mid-tier podcast, you know? But I started there because I just wanted to not live in New Jersey. I wanted to live in LA. And that's where the Young Turks headquarters were. And I, much like virtually all of my peers, came out of college with a double major, great marks, and no job prospects whatsoever. So I was like, all right, I'll just start off my journey here, and it'll allow me to be in LA. Right?
Let's skip the introductions. It's boring. You've already heard it a million times over.
And you mentioned progressive values and that being something that's important to you. What are progressive values, would you say?
I think progressive values, for me at least, are founded around empathy first and foremost, to try and uplift everyone's material conditions to the best of our ability, and focusing on protecting those who need protection, and simultaneously advancing a cause of the way I think about it, advancing the cause of unlocking the potential of every single person, no matter where they are. Because right now, there are probably billions of brilliant people that never actually get the opportunity to unlock their true potential.
See, I'm using I thought they were more centrist, so I'm using centrist terminology. Be like, there's a lot of potential out there.
Right.
And
let everyone be what they can be.
Yeah. Like, who knows if the next math wizard is actually stuck in a village somewhere, right? Like,
whereas is their position actually? Well, what if there aren't those people?
But
what if humanity?
I can't
is not
speak to
worthy?
their perspective, but I can say that their audience does not believe that there's unlimited potential in the third world at all. The audience was like, "Oh, you're a fucking idiot."
Do they start mixing it up with you, or is it kind
a
of
little
this
bit?
weird
Yeah.
tension?
No, it goes from me just expanding on my position.
Yeah.
It turns into more contentious stuff around this part. And then there's even a classic explain this meme about Luigi Mangione, where it's like, well, what do you mean? Luigi Mangione, you've said free Luigi Mangione. And I'm like, well, you know, what's interesting, I did the same thing that I did with Ross Douthat. I don't know if you guys saw that one, where he was like, he tried to do the same shit to me, where he was like, well, you're pro Luigi, you're pro Luigi, you're pro Luigi. And I was like, look, listen, like I think it's more interesting to think about why in a country like America that Luigi Mangione was received the way that he was. And it shows that like it's almost universal, the pain that people have felt about private health care.
Because of where they're born. Like, they might be born in Sudan, in a village that is being overtaken by the RSF. They might be born in India to an impoverished neighborhood and are not going to have the access to education and therefore be able to truly revolutionize whatever sector they might be interested in revolutionizing. And I think that's what I want to do.
And what do you think is the way to, because I think that's probably something the left and right actually agree on in my experience, you know, the center left, the center right, they're kind of moderate. But I suppose the disagreement probably is about what you think is the way by which that happens. So the right might say, well, the answer to that is capitalism, right? I imagine you don't agree. So how do you think those things get, those people who don't currently have opportunity both in this country, in other Western countries, but around the world, what's the mechanism by which they get those opportunities?
I think creating a robust base of support, like a minimum social safety net for all, is the way to do it. And there are many different ways of achieving that result. I don't think capitalism has been able to do that. What I mean by that is capitalism still revolves around the inherent contradiction of at its most reductive way to put it, someone's got to clean the toilet. And in an effort to make sure that there is always going to be people that are wage laborers, there is this dynamic where we can't
20 minutes
advance
20 minutes until food gets here.
Humanity too much. This plays itself out in the international scale in unequal exchange, where if we were to allow a lot of the third world to develop to a certain degree, then things would be far too costly. We wouldn't get the cheap materials and the cheap natural resources that we need to extract so that we can have an iPhone for the reasonable price of $500. Or, I mean, even that's increasing now. I personally think that
they got really mad at me for saying iPhones were not $500. No, like that was
like $900 or whatever.
Yeah, they were so like they. I think everything that I'm saying here, they just did not listen to at all, and they just hyper focus on like
this was like listening to a child try to. Man, this is a.
Yeah, they're like, oh, dude, rich socialist hypocrite, you fucking idiot. It's like, oh, dude, you say you hate capitalism.
You know, I thought that it would be a real, like Athens.
I thought there would be substantive discussion in the YouTube comments. I
stopping our
did.
endless and needless and cruel militarism in the global South, and allow these places to develop, extend an open hand to them, that we would allow society to flourish in ways that we previously have not foreseen.
I guess your point about cleaning toilets is interesting, because something we've addressed a lot on this trip with guests right, left, center, etc., is the incredible wealth inequality and the speed at which the gap is, that's growing. There's a big problem. People on the right don't want to admit it, and it's true. But on the other hand, someone is always going to have to clean the toilets, right? Like, we have a pretty big safety net in the UK.
That's the argument.
And what that's mainly done is trapped a lot of people in a place where they don't have to
literally
work.
what you said.
And they then
is the baby's first argument.
Yeah.
And then
No,
he's like,
he just
it's interesting
turned
that you
around.
say that. Let me pose a different question. The exact same question.
Yeah, which is someone has to clean the toilets. Like, how do you suggest we clean the toilets? And it's like, okay, well, I mean, I'll get into it here, but it's like the point is, the person who's cleaning the toilets can have more comforts in their lives, even if they're doing that.
Therefore done. And also,
because it's
you
still
talk
a
about
necessary part of labor, regardless.
Important people from other countries to work for less. Kind of the consequence of that is it suppresses wages for the people in the country as well. So who would clean the toilets if we...
So, great question. Let me address the wage depression aspect of this, because this is the one area where sometimes I hear Tucker Carlson talk about it, and there's like some nuggets of truth in there. Because yes, importing labor into the country will always depress wages in the absence of good regulation. And good regulation in that format would be demanding wage parity, and also not creating any other external factors that actually cause you to have a more servile labor force. What I mean by this is, I want to use the example of H-1B visas. The reason why H-1B visa system exists on paper is because there are certain highly skilled positions that as it stands, our American companies are unable to fulfill. They're not able to fill those roles with the domestic labor force, right? That's the on paper. In practice, of course, it creates a more pliable labor force that you're bringing in, oftentimes from highly skilled countries that are still desperate, even if there is higher wages on average on the H-1B visa program, because if you lose your job, you get deported. Nobody wants to get deported, so they will do everything in their power to stay and work as hard as they physically possibly can. So this creates an environment where I think our bosses, our capital owners in America are like, why would I get an American worker who is in comparison to an Indian worker that's coming into the country that is desperate to keep this job? Why would I hire the American worker? I can pay the same fee to the Indian worker, or even a higher fee, as a matter of fact, to the Indian worker, because I know that he is going to work harder than the American labor force. So there is this competition. The way to solve that competition is through regulation. If the workers that were coming in from poorer countries were coming in with the knowledge that they are not going to be immediately deported, for example, and they have wage parity with the domestic labor force, this would actually make American companies think twice before hiring someone just as a replacement for the American worker, because they wouldn't get any additional benefits as a boss. They wouldn't get the additional benefit of like, I'm going to work you to the bone, right? Because I know if I fire you, you're gone. You're gone out of the country and you want to be here. So that is a regulatory mechanism that we never implement in this country, because our capital owners actually enjoy the two-tiered labor structure that we have here.
And come back to the who cleans the toilets, even when there's a social welfare system.
I think that ultimately there's going to be people that fulfill these roles no matter what. And increasingly with automation and with AI, we're getting to a point where the route tasks are already being delegated to robots to begin with. So the way I see it is there's always going to be someone that is tasked with either overseeing it, if it's a robot doing it, or directly doing it. But since it's an important factor in the commodity production, because someone has to engage in sanitation, I think it's much more valuable to ensure that they have a sense of autonomy and that those positions are hired and have enough. They have enough replacement labor force so that they do less hours in general and still get a decent amount of pay, and so that they can still feel human and have some sense of autonomy in the labor force, where they can do that job and still make an honest living and be able to feed their family, and also have some free time on the side to pursue whatever hobbies they want to pursue.
So the way to achieve that would be like what, a really high minimum wage, or like what's the way to get there? Like, because I agree with the idea that people who are working every kind of job should have free time and make a good living. The question is, how do you do that? Because in a market economy, what you are paid is a function of what you produce, right?
Yeah. Well, I think in a market economy, what you are paid should be what you produce. I don't think that that's how it works in the market economy. I think in the market economy, your replaceability is what determines your wages, especially if you are
I'm like walking him through the steps of, this is supposed to be his, like, their bread and butter, right? Like, they're pro-capitalist and they're like, oh, you're in a market economy, your wages are determined by what you produce. No, that's not how that works at all.
I mean,
that's kind of the problem.
It sounds like he's about to bust out the guns and butter on you. You know, like, it's just like, it's so like limp 101 stuff. I mean, it's a little, I mean, it is kind of fun that they gave you the space just to make this pitch.
Is it roughly this cordial?
No.
Is that the thing? Oh, okay.
No. There is more back and forth.
Because I'm curious what they said after the fact when they were like responding to their commenters.
There is really not much pushback on this stuff, honestly. Right. And I think it's because there's not really, I don't leave a lot of room to breathe with the argument that I present. So
that's
they
how it
just
works in the
kind of
market
move
economy.
on from
Replaceable by a non-domestic labor force, for example, that depresses your wages even further on the domestic front for the citizen labor force. So I think you're right, though. In the market economy, your output should be the determining factor. That's actually a socialist position, ironically enough. Not all socialists are against the market, and I would say that the output is the most consequential factor in that regard. I agree. What that means, however, is that if the company is actually, for example, increasing its output and therefore generating more revenue overall, then everyone down to the most replaceable aspect of labor, which would be sanitation in this regard, should still get paid a just wage, like fair compensation. Minimum wages is one way of doing it as a Band-Aid solution. I mean, but there are Nordic countries, for example, where there is no minimum wage, because the minimum wage would ironically be a depressing factor on the overall average wages that people get. How have they achieved this, though? They've achieved this through sectoral bargaining. They've achieved this through robust unions and labor participation in these wage negotiations. And that is the reason why they don't need to have a minimum wage. The minimum wage in and of itself is a big point of contention in the United States of America and a lot of other Western countries, only because our labor union participation in the United States is at less than 10% right now, which is unimaginably low. It's lower than countries that we have dominated, like Chile, where we rewrote their constitution basically and wanted to unleash a wave of neoliberalism.
Okay. Oh my God, this is
the
awesome.
U.S. did support the Pinochet coup, but Pinochet's 1980 constitution was written primarily by Chile's own military regime and conservative Chilean lawyers such as Jaime Guzman.
Yeah, after we installed him.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of how that.
Yeah.
That's,
No,
that's
I
sort of
got
the bang for your buck. Bang for your buck.
Fact check.
Brother.
I just got fact checked, buddy.
See, I would love to see. Do you know? I would love to
wish
see
they
more
would
of
have
these.
said that to my face.
Yeah,
because that would have been a much more entertaining conversation. No, like,
Is their model like they kind of give the patient and even open-minded across the table, but then later on they put all this stuff in, and then in their next episode
I don't know.
they're
This
like,
is the first time I'm watching this. So
I mean, it is,
I guess
don't know. I think it's kind of bitch made to do, because this also isn't a fact. Like,
that's a Jubilee move.
Exactly. Like, it's just so stupid. Like, to do and like also kind
it's
of
like
obvious.
doesn't even dispute anything. That
Exactly. That's the point. It's not like what that is not an effective. It's not a good debunking.
The guy
of
on
what
the
you
right
said.
reminds me of kind of like a cleaned up Paul Joseph Watson. You know what I mean?
this guy?
Yeah. He looks like if was that his name? The guy you said, imagine
Paul
my
Joseph
surprise.
I get Gary V, but
Oh, okay. Well, there could be a lot going on.
the hands of a dictator like Pinochet. Even in that country, there's still
John Oliver's
15% labor union participation. So it's still higher than the United States of America, which is crazy to me.
If you've been fresh story ground,
what I mean?
outlets empathy, ground
We should do this more in our show.
Positions, particularly
Now
talk
he
about
gets in with
low-skilled labour. So for context, my mother is a Venezuelan immigrant to the UK. When she was in the UK, she was a childminder. There was no minimum wage. My mum, roughly, I remember earning £2.20 an hour. There were no pension rights. So thankfully, like, I help my parents out. My dad helps my mum out, so she's not destitute. But that's what my mum's position would be if she didn't have me or my father. As somebody who is from Venezuela, I worry when people mention socialism because I've seen what's happened to my country. How would you assuage the fears of people like me or people who come from a Cuban background who've seen the socialist dream, as it were, descend into authoritarianism?
I'm much nicer than I normally would be.
First and foremost, I would say that all countries, to varying degrees, engage in authoritarianism in general. It's just something that it's a function of the government. It obviously has the capacity to get out of hand due to external factors in many instances, like combating much more powerful forces that want to cause instability in your country. It's not a justice.
This also frustrates liberals when you say that. Like, it's just every country is like here in America, the rules that we have around age of consent is very authoritarian for Ellen Dershowitz, right? If you want to fuck kids and the rules in the rule book say you can't fuck kids, that's authoritarian. It's just justifiable, right? If you don't want to fucking pay taxes and the IRS says you're going to jail, that's technically authoritarian for a person who doesn't want to fucking pay taxes.
And recently, when I was doing that show with Felix, he said he once spoke to it was a writer who someone kind of asked them what their politics were. And he did not, I will not include the name just as he did not, but he said, my politics are anti-authoritarianism. And it's just like, dude, you're 45 years old.
Yeah, that is like fucking epic, brother.
You got to get a little.
I mean, it's also like, also the authoritarian thing is like, everybody is like, oh, no, but look. When I see the movies about Jim Crow and stuff, right? It's all in black and white. Therefore, it's in the past, not a problem now. Ipso facto, you're wrong, brother. That's what, I just hate the smugness of that shit.
Well, I'm curious if this guy takes your answer.
Let's see.
I don't remember, but it is analysis in terms of like why these guys engage in the actions that they do in terms of suppression of all dissent or even censorship and sometimes even jail time. And the example I always use is the United States of America, not only in the Cold War, but even preceding the Cold War during World War I and World War II. Actually had a practice of jailing all conscientious objectors, for example, who said, I don't want to fight in this war. They were like, all right, well, this is a world war, sucks to suck, you're going to jail. One of the famous examples is Eugene Debs, a socialist who actually ran from prison and I think achieved like 1.3 million votes at the time, which was probably the most electoral success socialists had ever achieved. He was a conscientious objector of World War I, which was the international Marxist position at the time. There was some deviation there. So I see it in a similar vein when these countries also engage in authoritarian actions, suppressing dissent, censorship, or trying to manage this dynamic of trying to continue doing governance while at the same time they have to like make sure that they're avoiding American intervention or Western intervention in general. As far as the fears that people have, assuaging the fears that people have in terms of what they've seen in their countries, whether it be Venezuela or Cuba, I think each country is different. Each successful and unsuccessful revolution is different. And I think it's important to understand the lessons and the failures, as well as some of the areas of success that these countries have been able to implement. Avoid the failures and try to focus on the successes, and hopefully you'll be able to have a long-standing and relatively happy form of governance.
I mean, I take your point as to the conscientious objector, but you look at Venezuela, for example, and then the reason I'm using it is because that's the example I know best.
Yeah.
You know, you've got rigged elections. You've got politicians who go up against Maduro. They're either thrown in jail, as in.
Yeah, Juan Guaido famously never got a day in the sun.
I don't think I mentioned that one of the biggest failures of Maduro was. And even Chavez really was not
cracking down harder.
Was not punishing the dissenters enough. Ironically,
you can tune into TV channels. At least back when I knew people who lived there, and there's people bashing the government, they bash Chavez.
Yeah,
they bash
as
Maduro.
a matter of fact, big problem with all the fucking grocery store chain owners and the Chamber of Commerce they have in Venezuela that ended up actually overthrowing Chavez, once upon a time. They didn't get sufficiently punished at all. They continue to operate as though they wanted to internally in the country. I think that might have even been a mistake. I'm just saying. Because I don't think America would ever allow that to happen, is what I would say if we didn't live under the second Trump administration after he unsuccessfully pulled off an insurrection, and then we didn't punish him at all. And then now he's president, and all of the pedophiles that did January 6th are free until they do more pedophilia. And
in which case they get freed again.
Yeah, in which case, yeah, exactly. You did
literally
January
the only actual way out for like a January 6th person now is suicide by cop.
Yeah, no,
like
for
literally
sure.
You have to be like that guy. You remember that video? This guy, it was one where like the cop was like, do not reach for like whatever, and the guy just immediately.
No, yeah, the only way. The only way they see punishment is when they reach for an officer's service weapon.
Exactly. Like it's so like it's like that is the only way that you can like suffer a negative consequence anymore.
Yeah. The case of Leopoldo Lopez, solitary confinement for 2 years, or you have, I think it's Corina Machado, who got nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize, but she is currently in hiding in her own country because she knows the moment that her whereabouts are known, she's going to get.
That's bad governance. How come she's literally like there is
She's
no
only
world
calling for an invasion of her own country.
And saying it's great that like they're lasering fucking boats off the coastline. Like you can't do that anywhere. You know what I mean?
She's calling for an invasion of her own country
by the most powerful country on the planet that has all the ambition and has tried to do coups in the country that she's a part of. It's fucking crazy.
You know what I loved when they announced that she got the Nobel Peace Prize, and the immediate reaction from the White House was, "Fuck this bitch! I cannot believe the DEI Nobel Prize."
Yeah.
Like not, I guess, realizing
didn't give it to Daddy.
Yeah.
Okay.
They were really pissed. It was so like Stephen Chung, the like White House press secretary, whose job is to like send edgy tweets.
Yeah.
He was like bugging out.
He's not the only one.
Machado was asking Israel to invade Venezuela. Israel, please save me.
Thrown into jail may not be seen again.
You're my only hope.
I'm not going to defend Maduro, but I would say that the logical through line, and it's important to understand the opposition's logical through line in this instance, is that these are forces that are very directly working with the United States of America that have tried to facilitate coups, even had an unsuccessful one all the way back in 2002 with Chavez, and in numerous other instances, openly talked about implementing coups under the first Trump administration, and is openly now waging war, or at least threatening to wage war with Venezuela right now, encircling the entire coastline of Venezuela with some of the most sophisticated weaponry known to man. In that regard, I think they see it as treason. I would go so far as say, in a similar scenario in the United States of America, I think, and this is not even a one-to-one dynamic because America is the most powerful nation on the planet, but China is getting up there, right? Let's see if China had, if in a hypothetical, if China had encircled the United States of America, and let's say in this hypothetical, I'm like very clearly someone who is going to China and talking to the CPC and saying like, we want
Using
Chinese intervention in this country because I hate Donald Trump, please.
Suspicious,
I think in
if
that
you ask
regard,
me.
America would probably treat me in the exact same way, if not in a worse way, ironically enough.
But would they throw you in jail for trying to run democratically? I don't think personally that they would.
Absolutely.
That's
Yeah,
crazy.
are you serious? I don't think they would do
It's
that.
like, come on, man. Come
Okay,
on.
Gromit.
Like, I would definitely, they would kill me. Like, I don't even think that did you wear that shirt to push your merch? Yes. Yes. And it's a very nice shirt. And you can get it at ideology.shop.
Would, I think. You think the American government would not throw me in jail if I was in a comparable scenario where China had encircled the United States of America and I was saying, I want to run democratically, I want to be, and I'm demanding that China intervene? I think they would do the same, if not worse, for sure. Because like I said, it's all a matter of the conditions on the ground. With respect to Eugene Debs, as I was talking about before, America felt threatened even at that time.
You're talking about wartime. Though.
Yeah.
This is not a fair comparison, in my opinion, because
Wait, what do you
wartime
mean?
is wartime.
No, how is that not a fair comparison? We have.
I'm curious what he's about to
It's not a fair
drop here.
comparison
It's about
because-
survival. Britain suspended elections during wartime, right? Like
America didn't actually. They did. They even during the Civil War.
But Britain did. America wasn't in war in the same way that Britain was.
That's why I said during the Civil War.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's fair. But again, it's different. I guess
That undermines your
you
entire
said something
case.
interesting because I was born in the Soviet Union, so we both have direct experience of socialism
he was
in
born
various
there.
shapes and forms. You talked about there's positives and there's negatives. So, is there a country that's done socialism the way that you like?
I would say that I am hypercritical of all forms of governance, including the American one. I think that's not a surprise to you guys.
I'm left,
right? And in that same vein, I think like there
This
is
is
critiques
a
to apply
cuddly
to
Hasan
all forms
here.
of governance, even
Yeah.
socialist
Guys.
ones.
Yeah.
And
You
as far as like
didn't wear
getting
your
closer
Settlers by
to
Jay Sakai
what I
t-shirt.
think has been relatively successful, because if ultimately the point of government is to improve the material conditions of all people to the best of your ability, it's not always going to be perfect, but when you are getting, I don't know, the poorest people, the poorest of the dispossessed masses out of a situation where they were servile to landed gentry, or they were peasants from an agrarian society, or they were dominated by the landlords, but then ultimately they were able to come into modernity and become like a powerhouse, an industrial powerhouse that is competitive with the largest superpower on the planet. I would say if that's the point of good governance, and I think you guys might agree with me on that, I would say China is probably the closest. And there are still plenty of failures within the Chinese system as well, plenty of issues within the Chinese system as well. But that's probably the closest, I would say, to an example that we should follow and lessons that we should learn from. This is something that I talk about quite a bit. Ironically enough, we only utilize some of the most repressive elements of Chinese governance here in the United States of America, especially in the second Trump administration, and none of the good stuff. We don't have any high-speed rail. We don't have any even development. There is seemingly nothing to look forward to in America in terms of economic prosperity, in terms of overall health of society, in terms of scientific achievements. And I think a lot of younger people also feel the same way, where they feel like there's nothing to look forward to here. And I'll give you guys an example from the UK. I remember seeing this TikTok of this guy that goes around and is like asking young British people, would they serve in the British military? And I am not even remotely nationalistic by any measure. I don't care about those sorts of things. But I think it's important to understand, like, it's a good way to see the temperature of society. And a lot of the young British people were like, no, why would I fight for England? Why would I fight for the UK when it seems like my government's not even fighting for me at all? And
see, the reason a lot of them will say that, though, is it's not so much about that we're not like China in terms
I just realized I'm the one who brought up UK, which was a major mistake, because as soon as UK gets mentioned, they turn the conversation to, well, they don't want to fight for the UK because of Musliman.
Where let me see what they where this guy
Islamic
goes.
Sharia is the reason.
Okay.
of building high-speed rail, although that is a big issue in the UK.
Yes.
I agree with you. The main reason is they feel like they've been let down by mass immigration that's eroding the values of their country.
Yeah.
And of course, this is where I think...
Except I did say why they didn't want to fight, and none of them said it's because of Muslims.
Well, no, but you have to understand, it's the Sharia.
Yeah, none of them were like, oh, it's because the UK is a Sharia
Their
controlled
pride
country.
is hurt, so they don't want to go fight for Britain because there's too many Muslims inside of Britain.
Well,
now.
no, but it's because they gave all the free stuff to the Muslims,
right,
and not to
But whatever the reasoning, that's the idea.
Yeah, I mean,
Islamic law.
I mean, it's in addition to just being wrong.
Presumably, though, if they got to go fight in a war, they would be killing. Let's say, pretty good chance they'd be killing Muslim people.
Yeah.
And that would
wouldn't that
animate
be-
them if
yeah.
they hated Muslim people so much.
Yeah, I didn't even think about it like that. You're
like
right.
they'd be defending Britain from the encroaching hordes.
I
from
would have.
elsewhere.
I would love to see this guy respond to that logic.
Yeah, I should have brought that up. Damn, that's a good take.
People on the right are very blind to this issue that we already raised, which is wealth inequality and opportunity. Right?
I'm sure there are some people who feel that way, of course, but
well, think about this, Hasan.
but
Right?
even
Hold on,
with
let me just finish the
okay, go
point.
ahead.
Like stereotypically speaking, is it left of center people or right of center people that are going to go and fight for their country? Typically, it's going to be right of center people because of the mindset that they have. Right?
I think when push comes to
All
shove,
right, I'm gonna
everybody
be
fights for
honest,
their country.
when most people go to fight for their country because it's the experience of how most people are pushed to fight for their country, they're not volunteering. Like that's also like to me. There's like a degree I guess that
Well, I guess if they want to say modern America or whatever.
I mean,
like,
but even still, like if it's like you're putting people the question of like, would you go fight for your country? Like in the hypothetical Hasan presented, like I didn't take it to be like, would you go sign up tomorrow and do it? Like,
there's a lot of ideology there, but I'm curious what he wants to say about.
He's saying that right wingers are the most willing to fight for their country.
Yeah, of course.
And
because that's why you have to have a draft
in a war. But what we're talking about in this situation is, will you go and serve in armed forces? That is going to be a more right-leaning perspective. And those people, we probably fair to say know the UK pretty well. Those people are concerned about
the military,
the national identity of their country. It's like, why would I fight for a country that doesn't feel like my country? Is the position for them.
This is where the big point of division comes for someone like myself. You're Venezuelan originally, like your family came from Venezuela, your family came from the USSR. You guys are the most British people I've ever encountered.
I have a very British face,
Yeah,
you're correct.
Yeah, exactly. You're British to the bone.
Argument.
Yeah.
And yet,
that's a point. Yeah, that's a point for me. They backed away from that. They were like, "Yes, you're right. I am very." He said, "I have a very British face."
That was the Jubilee prompt that we were hoping came together.
Yeah, I don't know why there's no trigonometry fact
also
check
came.
there. Most British people. Yeah, Hasan Piker is correct. We are very British looking.
From countries that were somewhat far away from England, right?
Yeah.
And I'm Turkish. I grew up in Turkey. My whole family lives in Turkey still, with some exceptions. And I would say I'm pretty assimilated to American culture. I grew up being fascinated by American culture. I grew up consuming American pop culture, as do many people all around the world. And what I always find interesting is when people focus on the newcomers, to say that this is actually destroying the social fabric or social cohesion, not realizing that there are a ton of polls conducted on this stuff. I can just speak for America, especially.
Yeah, what the fuck? What the fuck? Bro, what is happening? Dude, they're about to do gay stuff in the bathroom, chat. They're about to literally kiss one another. They're kissing one another off camera right now.
oh, like blowback.
Yeah, blowback comes from blowing each other's backs out. Fuck. They just got up at the same time. That's sus, dude.
Well, your house is so large that I just show them where the bathroom
sus,
is.
dude. That's sus, brother.
Where by the second generation, assimilation is almost complete. And by the third one, it's like virtually impossible to distinguish in terms of performance, educational output, and job performance in general. It's just like everyone becomes American.
That's not true in the UK, though, unfortunately. So if you look at, for example, Islamist radicalization, second and third generation Muslims are much more radical than first generation.
Yeah,
so we're not. that's the issue that a lot of people in Britain are concerned about. Not everyone's assimilated.
radicalization.
Like, there's no way to respond to this on like a factual. Like, how do you?
No, I can't. And then they were like, he was just saying like a bunch of shit that I had no idea about, because he was like, here's information that suggested every Muslim man in the UK wants to do Sharia law to every white woman. And I was like, I don't think that's the case. But I admitted, I was like, I don't know if that's the case or not, but that sounds a little crazy to me. It sounds a bit far-fetched.
In the way that the three of us have done.
So here's the interesting point about that. Well, two things I want to address. First, like I said, people assimilate. And they become a part of the normal forces of society. They become a part of the culture, or they bring some aspect of their culture into British culture. You know, they change the cuisine, and people seemingly enjoy it, even if they also simultaneously go attend an EDL rally and then get a little quick curry afterwards, or a little kebab on the side. But beyond that, the reason why people are angry is always going to be because the trains are not running on time, because the NHS is improperly managed due to underfunding. That's what I believe. I think it's always an issue of underfunding, where they're not getting the same services that they once used to, and also things are becoming more and more costly.
Yeah, they brought up Islamic Sharia.
Yeah, heard of it.
To which my retort was, it's not Islamic Sharia or the Muslims that are coming in. It's usually used as like a red herring against diminishing social safety nets.
Well, they're really insistent on the idea that no. Well, actually, the interesting thing is that Islamic radicalization in Britain, they're more radical in the third generation than the first generation.
Yeah, that's what he said, and I was like, I don't know if that's the case. Like,
it's just like,
but I have no answer to it because he's a. And there's no fact check. There's no fact check underneath, so it must be true.
I thought there was going to be fact checks.
Well, the interesting thing about global warming is that chemtrails are actually a major part of it. Like, how do you argue with that shit?
Thank you.
There's no arguing with it.
I think we're set. I'm set.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I got fucking owned there. He's no fact check means he's right.
So in that anger, it's much easier for them to be guided by a guided by the right wing forces to turn around and say, you're angry and you're right to be angry. And the reason why you're angry, the reason why all of these things are happening
not eat on
is
stream,
because,
please and thanks. Oh, all right, chatter. Bye-bye, I guess. Fucking idiot. Fucking dumbass. Shut the fuck up, idiot. Stupid ass motherfucker. What are we supposed to do? We're hungry.
we are importing all of these random strangers into the country who don't speak your language, who you are scared by. And that, I think, causes division, and it causes friction that makes it harder for people to integrate. And that is part of the reason why I think, especially in a place like the UK, you see a little bit more of this resilience towards full-blown integration into society.
I also think as well, Hasan, if we're being honest, it's also because we have had such huge amounts of immigration come into the country that people understandably go, this pace of change is too much. And you have to think, let's go back to 2016, which was the Brexit referendum. Now, Brexit was about many things, but really it was about people wanting immigration to be lowered. And that was 9 or 10 years ago. Immigration hasn't been lowered. In fact, it's been ratcheted up. So people are, people voted to lower immigration.
Worse.
And
these motherfuckers were like, we don't want the Polish in the country. Yeah. And then instead they got, I guess, more immigration from non-Polish parts and non-European immigration. Much to consider.
For instance, I voted Remain. People voted Brexit. I'm like, well, that's democracy. We get on. We're going to make the best of it. I do believe that when you ignore people's wishes at the ballot box and people explicitly vote for something and you ignore them for the best part of a decade, that does generate a lot of anger, and understandably so.
Yeah, I think in that same time frame, if there was enough appetite by the government to address the financial harm that people were experiencing, the economic struggles that people were experiencing, there would still be a lot of people who say, I don't want a brown person, I don't want a black person around in my neighborhood, but ultimately those numbers would be far smaller. And that's what I always go back to. I'm a leftist. I believe in economic improvements, and I believe that a lot of the reactionary forces actually take advantage of that instability, the economic volatility that exists, in an effort to shift the attention away to people who have the same exact interests as you and I do. Because ultimately, I don't believe that anyone is coming into the United States of America or the UK, as a matter of fact, because they want to bring about a Salafist-style Islamic caliphate in London. I know you won't agree with me on this.
It's not about whether I agree; it's about whether the facts agree with you.
I don't think that's the case.
Hold on.
I think
let me just give you some facts then. If we have a terrorist attack on a monthly basis by an Islamist, effectively, we just had 2 in the space of the last month as we're recording this. 33%, I think, of British Muslims want Sharia law in Britain, like according to polls. More than half want to ban.
I want to see the data. I need to see the data. Source and description. All right, what's the source?
Ending Christianity's traditional role by removing the church? Do you feel that the implementation of the following in the UK in the next 20 years will be desirable? I have no idea where this is coming from, but...
You said it's in the description.
Where is it? It's not in the description. I was told it was. They won't say where it's from? Well, regardless, they could have made it up entirely. No. I mean, it's just like all this stuff is Sharia law, general public minus 51%. British Muslims. Wait, what kind of poll segments general public and British Muslims like this? And also, even then,
also, it's just not
amongst
true.
British Muslims, it's like, yeah, somewhat desirable or very desirable is at like 17% and 15%. Look up the stat. It's probably some crazy thing.
Well, no, there's neither desirable nor undesirable and don't know. Which I guess they're...
Yeah, these are some bad Muslims, bro. They don't even want to do fifth column style integration well enough.
I just want to say that even if the Muslims in America want Sharia law, I support them.
Well, it's because, yeah, I want it because I'm a Muslim American in America who wants Sharia law. It's true. I'm doing Islamic style taqiyya.
Like, according to polls. More than half want to ban.
I haven't seen these polls.
Well, we can put them in for people to see.
Henry
More than half want to ban
Jackson's
homosexuality, right? So,
yes, baby.
Right-wing bullshit. Ignore.
Yeah, half of all British Muslims think homosexuality should be illegal. Poll finds. It's always funny that like these guys will be like, "This is incompatible." Okay, well, a fuck ton of white people in England also want to ban homosexuality.
Also,
but
I'm
that's
like
compatible because it's white people.
I'm dismissive and skeptical of these findings to begin with because it's a poll number that I don't like, and therefore I always reserve the right to dislike polling numbers that I dislike.
Thank you.
But
Exactly.
also,
It's the old Gore Vidal line.
this article is more than 9 years old. It does feel like a not insignificant thing. Just a thought. If they're going to use it to debunk you or whatever.
so when you say people aren't coming in to introduce an Islamist stuff, well, some of them want to if they're in a position to do so. We have 5 MPs who are effectively elected on a sectarian ticket, like as in we are Muslims, vote for us because you're a Muslim.
Who would you say those MPs are?
The 5 independent MPs, they're called the Gaza MPs or whatever way you want to call them. Right?
Are you talking about like Zara Sultana?
I don't know if she's one of them. I think one of them is called Adnan Hussein. There's 5 of them. We can look them up. We can put them in for people to see. Right. So
the Islamist MP Jeremy Corbyn. Why didn't they mention that to me when I was talking to them?
You're being corrected. You're being debunked.
I would have had a very good laugh about the Islamist Jeremy Corbyn. We're Muslim. Vote for us.
It's
and
like it's like 4 lions. The white Islamist is always the most. He's the head of it all.
Yeah, Johnny Jihad.
Yeah.
Jeremy Corbyn, or as I like to call him, Johnny Jihad.
Yeah. Islam.
I think it should be said that the overwhelming majority of British Muslims.
Yeah, jizya, more like jizya, which is the tax that we will implement on the non-believer kuffars.
Let's go.
Don't want Sharia law. But if 33% of them do, you can see why a lot of people who don't want Sharia law might be concerned about that, right?
Sure. I don't know what I haven't seen these polls, and I also don't know what British Muslims or the 33% that are saying they want Sharia law, like what they're talking about.
If you want smart, fearless commentary on the craziest things happening in media, politics, and online culture, you'll love the Brad versus Everyone podcast.
What's this portrait in the
hosted by
back?
Brad Palumbo, an independent journalist who calls it like it is. The podcast covers viral.
That is an on-cinema character if I've ever seen
Brad
one.
Palumbo.
Spotify, or wherever
Looks
you
like some
listen.
kind of World War I.
The counterexample always is,
Brad
I mean, there's
Penumbra.
plenty of right-wing forces in the country that also want to ban homosexuality. Or trans people in general, right?
No,
like
no one wants to ban trans people in Britain. No.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's not what I have seen so far, but maybe I'm wrong on this.
What do you mean?
But I feel like there's a lot of this is a point of contention for you guys as well. But it's like when you want to ban trans people altogether, when you want to remove access to medication for trans people to transition and conform their own gender identity, you don't start off by saying we want to altogether ban trans people. You start off by trying to find the most successful approach that the broadest majority of the masses would be in tune with, would be in agreement with, and then you slowly but surely expand on it.
Wouldn't that be like me saying? Wouldn't that be like me saying, well, you say you want socialism, but actually you're a communist because you just want to edge your way towards communism step by step?
I mean,
that seems like an unfair way of looking at it.
No, my retort to that would be that while I don't call myself a communist, I don't have an issue with an end goal of communism. I don't think it's like I just think that it's probably not likely to happen, a stateless, moneyless, borderless society. But moving towards that end goal, I don't have any real...
You'd like communism in America?
I think that communism would be most likely an international thing. It'd be like the Star Trek universe. And it feels, especially at this point, it feels far too utopian to achieve. So while I think that the concept in and of itself is not one that I disagree with, and I don't think you would either. Don't you think it would be nicer?
I grew up in a communist country. I very strongly disagree with the concept of communism.
The USSR was, as you know as well, trying to implement communism. They never actually were able to successfully implement communism.
How do you mean?
Well, it wasn't a borderless, moneyless, classless society, right?
That was
it
never the goal of communism. It was never to be a borderless, moneyless society.
No, that is what communism is.
Well, that's not how the communists in Russia defined it.
Well,
there was a big debate within communism quite early on.
Am I wrong on this?
Lecture coming in.
It's a transitional socialist state. Like, that's the whole point. Just like with China, right?
There were whole Soviet policies that were describing what stage and in what, parts of society had begun to get closer to communism. But then you get the whole thing of capital C communism versus, the idea that, as you're describing, a classless, borderless society. It gets a little muddled. I don't necessarily blame someone who, not this guy, but I don't necessarily blame someone who was living in like Brezhnev era Soviet Union to think like communism did mean what the socioeconomic system they lived in, that was the definition. But if you're supposed to be a debate guy and you want to dance and do semantic arguments like this, then you kind of do have to acknowledge the difference between the utopian or Marxist idea of what a future communist society is and what the Soviet Union actually called themselves and how they thought of communism as an aspirational, the road to communism rather than just what existed.
Here's my counter. Communism is when I want to describe a foreign adversary's failures.
Yeah.
And capitalism is when I want to describe a foreign adversary's successes. How about that?
That works pretty well.
It's called the China dynamic.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. China, Genghis the great, Deng the great reformer, the Omega capitalist, created capitalism in China, and that's why it's good. But it's also a scary country in the periphery that we must destroy because it's communist.
Their parades are scary and better.
Yeah. Genghis Khan. Yeah.
Global
Yes.
state of communism.
Frost versus Stalin. I'm very familiar.
Right, but for our audience, this might be worth explaining.
Yeah.
Some of them they basically recognize the only way you might ever get to a communist society is if everyone in the world gets it. Otherwise, there will always be a capitalist system to which people would be keen to defect. Or, this is the Stalin option that they ended up going for, is you pursue communism within the realm of one country. And in order to do that, they took the wealth away from people who had it. They tried to distribute it to everybody else. They tried to create a state of equality, uplift the poor, as you were talking about. And actually, if you take those measures alone, they were very successful at it. The only problem is they ended up putting millions of people in camps.
Yeah.
Well, he's no Stephen Kotkin, folks.
In order to do that, creating a tyrannical regime with a secret police that murdered people. And that is the reason communism, in my opinion, doesn't work.
You know where there's no tyrannical regime with
communism?
secret police is good old Chile, where they made their own constitution, by the way, with no fuss, no muss.
Yeah, I mean, and also, yes, communism is when the government has secret police. Yep. And the more secret police you have, the more communist the government becomes.
Yep.
Which is why America's a communist dictatorship as well.
Well, the thing I'm really thinking about is how, for most of the lifetime of the Soviet Union, the guy who is there was a secret police in the United States. It was called the FBI, and the guy who ran it was called J. Edgar Hoover. And even like all the liberals who buried that guy would have said pretty much the same fucking thing. Like that one isn't a particularly persuasive bit of evidence.
Yeah. COINTELPRO, which is how America implemented state communism through our secret police and the assassination of dissidents.
To achieve that goal of equality, and basically you're making everybody equally poor as the end result, you actually have to use a lot of force, right? So that was communism, what we had in the USSR.
Well, that the end goal was never successfully achieved in the USSR in terms of establishing what I'm talking about, though. And that's why I'm saying it's important to understand and recognize the failures of this implementation in the aftermath of a socialist revolution and choose not to repeat those mistakes.
So how would you do it differently?
Well, that's the reason why I pointed to China. China is run by the Communist Party of China. It bills itself as communist. China is not a communist country. Would you say China is a communist country?
It's a mixed country. It has some elements of communism, but it's also got a lot of capitalism going on.
Yeah,
right?
so it's a mixed market economy,
Big
is what you're
brain.
saying,
Look
right?
at the big brain on
But so is the
bread.
United States of America, if you look at it from that perspective. Because America also
I
has
said,
some.
so is a mixed market economy. So is America.
I mean, it is like I mean, there is like a good lesson in that, like, you know, like looking at where it is that our systems like do resemble each other. But I'm like, I got to admit, I am like pretty fascinated by it.
The way his brain works.
Well, I mean, it's like, why have two thoughts when you could only have one? You know.
So what? I'm curious what they said about you after you left. Do you know what
Apparently,
they
there's
said?
a video. Yeah, we'll look at it.
Oh yeah, I do want to see their shit. It was like, well,
they said they were too cordial to me.
Yeah.
Yes, you see, we were blind.
agree.
We were blinded by his handsomeness and the fact that we chose the Chronicles of Riddick as the inspiration for our set.
That's such a great reference.
It has to be blinding.
Yeah, they got the British buff, or not the British buff. They got nerfed as Brits in the sunlight.
With some social safety nets. The UK also has some social safety nets, some state-run enterprises, especially pre-Margaret Thatcher, I would say, versus private enterprises as well. Venezuela at its peak, I think, had more privatization and more private enterprise in its economy than France did, as a matter of fact. I believe there was like a report at around 2012, maybe, where they were talking about how like Venezuela is not socialist. It's when these sorts of countries, and you're not wrong, it's a mixture of both, right? It exists. Social safety nets exist. Some extrapolation initiatives exist. Like when you think about Norway, for example, the entirety of the extraction industry in Norway is actually nationalized from the forestry all the way down to the oil and gas industry. But then there's also the private market as well.
This is just embarrassing.
Private enterprise.
Luckily, they don't know anything that I'm talking.
That is a nice perk.
Hey, that actually is. I forget. You know, maybe that's part of why like people are incentivized to like do podcasts with like, you know, people who like get scared at like reading or whatever, because it is like when you fuck up or whatever, like no one catches it. I mean, we caught that they were like, see source or whatever, and they just like didn't put it in.
A 10-year-old poll from a dubious.
No. Well, I think the Henry Jackson's, but they made sure that the Guardian 9-year-old article was there too.
Right.
No, they have
multiple sources. They own me on that postmortem ownage.
Yeah, well, it's because I think the only way they can get one over on anybody is if the other person died.
That's trigonometry.
Trigonometry. I would love for them to explain, like ask them like really earnestly. So, how did you come up with the name?
It's brilliant.
It's a fight against woke.
Well, yeah, I suppose.
As far as that goes, I wouldn't say that China is a communist, and neither would you, but it's run by a communist party. And so far, they have seen a pretty successful, pretty robust level of growth and development overall. So they have analyzed the failures of previous communist and socialist formations, and they have responded to it in their own way.
Look at me, promoting Xi Jinping thought. Yeah. I just, Xi Jinping on governance, copy in hand, you know?
The challenge is, Hasan, when you centralize power and you give practically all the power to the government, what happens with that is you're far more likely to have corruption, you're far more likely to have abuse of power, and inevitably what happens is that the government can't do everything. There are things that are far better.
Yeah, there's no centralization.
That's not happening right now. We don't have centralization in America.
There's no centralization of power or corruption in the United States of America. I'd never really thought about it like that.
This is probably, I'm There's some corruption, but I would say this is probably our least corrupt time right now.
Yeah, there's like actually
the more we've dismantled the government, I think this is probably our least corrupt moment as a government.
Well,
as
and
a
you know,
republic.
and we should take it a step further. This is also the least sclerotic power has ever been in America.
There's probably less abuse going on and less corruption going on.
Because really, what it's about, Brennan?
It's about family.
It's about family. No, it's about efficiency. It's about efficiency. It's about getting things done.
And America is the most efficient country. For sure. Not like the pesky Communist Party of China. It's fucked up.
Yeah, done by private practice than done by state control. So if you
I agree with that. Would you also agree that there are things that are far better done in the hands of the government, or at least with like heavy market regulation and intervention?
I completely agree.
Because like healthcare, I think is a great example of this, where like it's an inelastic demand, good and service, right? If you don't have healthcare, you die. So you will pay whatever price you have to pay for healthcare. And therefore, I think the American system that is the most maximalist, most capitalist, most like free enterprise system has been an abject failure in terms of delivering good results. And what I mean by that is healthcare as a whole is supposed to improve people's living standards and also make sure that everyone is getting the best quality care possible, right? And and in the United States of America, we don't have that. We do have nicer hospitals that resemble hotels as
I'll be
opposed to
honest
like.
with you, it'd be difficult not to have a nicer hospital than the UK, mate.
Yeah, no, but but I understand that. I'm from Turkey. I've seen the Turkish public hospitals, but I would rather try to focus on the diminished quality of service and try to improve that in a socialized system than to altogether limit healthcare at the point of being able to pay for it in the way that we have in the United States of America. And I think this is a major issue with America in general, is that we are so invested in improving our GDP. We're so invested in leaning into the forces of capital that in this sector and in many others, corruption still
I didn't get that far, but
we have it in the form of corporate consolidation here in the United States of America. Because in the absence of any sort of government intervention, trust busting, and heavy regulatory intervention, all corporations end up trying to seize one another and become a force, a monopolistic force, and if not, an oligopoly. Right? And many sectors have seen this. And when you become an oligopoly, you can diminish the quality of service that you're offering slowly but surely because there's no market competition that exists any longer.
I noticed that there's a pattern here where I like end up describing stuff.
You're just explaining how stuff works to them. It's fucking crazy.
And they just like kind of keep quiet throughout the process, waiting for their, waiting for an opportune moment to come in and just be like, well, Venezuela.
Well,
or
see,
the USSR was communism.
If you centralize power, then what you do with the power is you put it all in one place. And if you put everything in one place, right, it's easy to steal. You can steal that power.
Well, that was certainly true in Russia.
Yeah.
I was about to say, like, I'm glad this guy who, let's be generous, the guy from the USSR, like, I'm glad he did leave right before the Soviet Union probably fell, and then didn't have to withstand the decade plus of malnourishment and alcoholism and preventable death that racked the country.
Also in the hands of many.
Yes.
One could say that was a successful decentralization of power.
Yes.
One government, many oligarchs.
And people were rid of the horrible burden of a publicly run set of safety nets and guarantees. And it was given to the incredibly efficient Russian oligarchs and their American friends. So I am glad he got out of there before that happened. And like maybe 1 year of Gorbachev socialism.
Tremendous period of
I don't know.
Liberalization.
Maybe that's unfair. Maybe he was there longer.
I'm going to be honest, man. I don't, based on how this guy's talking and his really like.
Maybe he's 50 years old and he's looking really good. I don't know.
And he has. Well, I was just going to say I think that his very evidently advanced understanding of Soviet communism.
No, this guy definitely did not get educated in the USSR because he would be a lot more competent.
Yeah, he would know stuff. I mean, that's the other. I mean, he wouldn't say that like socialism in one country was expropriation or whatever he like described it as.
And the KGB.
All right, and then the other stuff wasn't that.
Two things,
because there was a debate. They had a debate. There was a big debate.
When you do expropriation and secret police, that's socialism.
Well, no, that's socialism in one country.
America is a socialism in one country.
That was socialism in one country, but there was, yes, correct. But there was this other path that was not taken that he didn't describe or really illuminate at all.
I think there's 0 countries that don't have at least some kind of like land ownership structure at the end of the day that they can implement if need be. whether it be in America, eminent domain or even property taxes. Like there is
we have powers that we use. I mean, the most obvious. I mean, it almost feels trite to point out, but it is worth identifying. Like the pretext in which if something quote unquote has to happen and like politics have to be damned, right? Like you have to move without consulting conventional democratic constituencies. We do it in America under national security premises. Like we have a huge public health crisis, for example. We study pandemic prevention. All of that stuff is routed through the Pentagon. Don Rumsfeld was a major part of how that was formulated in this country. It's not like we do this shit all the fucking time. It's just we fold it under a different rubric that is, I guess, just outside of ideology or whatever.
DPA, like there's another aspect of like using the productive forces under the guidance of like a singular like executive leadership. That's what the fuck DPA looked like. The Defense Production Act. That's what it is. That's what we did during COVID.
It's what we used in the Korean War. I mean, that's I mean, there's also something to be said for how a lot of the like structures that we would need to or that people would want to resurrect in American life or things like it, like to control inflation, for example. We did have those in America, like the Price Stabilization Bureau, the Wage Stabilization Bureau, which were how we dealt with inflation without just cutting interest rates to the bone, or hiking interest rates to the bone. You know, we had that. It's just that it had to go away. Like obviously, the large the manufacturers and big capital like did not want these things around, and they didn't want these bureaucracies managing this stuff.
But that's much better because centralization was eradicated.
The Dr. Pepper Zero is better than the diet, in my opinion. Yeah, I was expecting sorry, I'm not trying to throw us off. I'm surprised how much the Zero is kind of tastier.
I'll have to reconsider.
I guess the way I look at it is in terms of corruption, you're right. There is a tendency, if the government is all powerful, even though the governments are always all powerful, there is a tendency in more centralized governance that if someone wants to be a ruthless autocrat, they can do so. And the people don't always have the capacity to rise up against that. But I would say that in the United States of America, for example, we also experience a similar dynamic. We just don't see it in the same way because it's not the most direct form of authoritarianism, where a lot of people think, well, as long as I can eat a Big Mac, you know, as long as I can watch TV, as long as I can consume porn and you know, gamble on the unregulated cryptocurrency market or gamble my modest income away, what remains after I give the rest to my landlord, then you know things are probably fine. And I think we dull our sensibilities in that regard. And I think it's a different form, it's a different mechanism of control that makes you think that you are actually an active participant in this.
I mean, I think that's quite a stretch, Hasan, with all respect, because the difference between, I mean, we talked about some societies that have attempted to pursue communism, China, the Soviet Union, Venezuela, etc. Right? The difference between those countries is not that they can't eat a Big Mac. The difference is that if they criticize the government, in Russia today even, but of course in the Soviet Union previously, you're going to get killed. Right.
In America, that's not what Russia today, which is not a communist government.
We don't know yet. We don't know where we're going to go yet.
I mean, Hasan, to be fair, you're very successful.
You in China.
Not about the one.
They're getting rowdy. They're getting rowdy.
They're also like now at the part of the interview where it looks like you're on a fucking flight deck. I'm sorry. I'm fascinated by this staging.
So where was this? That you were being
in the hills somewhere.
Oh, okay.
Cielo Drive.
They rented out like a nice.
I thought they lived together here at this place and just kind of hung out.
They live in the UK, I think.
Oh, okay.
I mean, that's clearly why they will end their daywalkers.
Yeah, well,
barely.
I like them.
Get killed, right? In America, that's not what happens. Right? In America, you don't get...
We don't know yet. We don't know where we're going to go yet.
I mean, Hasan, to be fair, you're a very successful...
I agree with you.
You in China and the Soviet Union would be killed if you were critical of that.
I would definitely be
Yeah, no, and my point is like, my overarching broader point about like free speech in America is that it's like, it's only afforded to the domineering hegemonic superpower. And at times, as I described previously, in times of war, for example, there is no free speech. But these guys like refuse to recognize that. I'm like, that's why I say, we'll see. Because that's being threatened already. As America is losing its influence around the globe, you're seeing how it reacts. Like, yeah, say something about Israel. See how much they like it. See how well you do. Except these guys apparently had a favorable interview with Benjamin Netanyahu. I did not know that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're like super fucking. They're apparently super pro-Israel.
Is that true? These two?
Yeah.
These guys? No,
I'm actually not being sarcastic.
This far into it, I think I've pegged that they
because
probably.
I saw Finkelstein on their show, which made me think, oh, they're kind of like a right skeptic, type of vibe.
Yeah, like they're giving him space.
Yeah, holding space.
Yeah.
So that's the difference between these countries and America. It's not a Big Mac, it's freedom.
No, so
That's
I
what
love that you brought that
Finkelstein
up
said to them.
because I agree with that. I'm from Turkey, a country that has never had the First Amendment or freedom of speech. And ironically enough, the current regime, the person in charge of the current regime, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, was jailed in the past for a poem that he wrote for incitement, right? He read a poem about Atatürk, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Right now.
And he was jailed, and now he's one of the most ruthless. By the way, that's the worst Erdogan photo I've ever seen in my entire life.
He looks like the pillow guy.
That's crazy.
Yeah, why do they also it's not recent. Like he's like I understand.
No. I'm because I brought up the poem that he read.
At that situation
when he got arrested, and that's from that. So this is actually a timely.
So then good for them.
Yeah. This is complimentary information. They're right, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
They're right
and
in
he was
that they
jailed,
looked
and-
up the
and
thing
now-
you said correctly.
Yes,
That was a big win.
yeah.
That's
Respect to them.
Yeah.
He's one of the most ruthless jailers of the press in the country.
Right.
Now, so I come from that background. I can't go back to Turkey, for example,
Right.
for these reasons. I've written about Turkey extensively, and let's just say the administration is not super fond of me and my perspective. Having said that, that is the reason why I want the First Amendment to remain in the United States of America, even though, as I brought up earlier, there have been instances throughout American history where the First Amendment has been actively violated or threatened. There are still contemporary examples of violations of the First Amendment. One example I will use is the anti-boycott, divestment, and sanctions laws that exist in the United States of America. Famously, it was Bernie Sanders and Dianne Feinstein, rest in peace, who actively called it out. Two prominent Jewish politicians. I'm trying to centrist myself.
No, you're building bridges. I get it.
I'm centrist masking. I said, rest in peace, Dianne Feinstein.
Yeah.
In the country, these are laws directly written by AIPAC. That dictate that if you want to become a school teacher in the state of Texas, for example, you have to sign a loyalty pledge to ensure that you never protest against the state of Israel. It's ridiculous, right? And it's a direct violation of the First Amendment. So there are there is encroachment towards the First Amendment.
That will always happen because people will always contest it. But
keep talking, Mr.
But it'll always happen.
Yeah.
You don't understand. Let's just get, but America is still free speech. America, free speech.
the point I'm making to you is when you compare China and the Soviet Union and Venezuela to America, that is not an accurate comparison.
It's not an accurate comparison, but if you recall earlier, I just said,
Yes.
I'm worried that we here in the United States of America
You said
are
it's a
now
continuum,
moving in that
basically, of
direction in
authoritative-
terms of social
It's the
repression,
first thing you said.
in terms of political repression. And this is something that I very much fear. I think the entry point to this is usually around Israel and what people decry as anti-Semitism, but that's not where it's going to end. If you look at the Trump administration's active
I'm also,
the active
not to
initiatives the
interrupt, I'm
administration
also
has taken.
always curious if these guys feel like, well, China's of course a mixed economy, is many capitalist mechanisms. Okay, so if that's the case,
Yeah.
and China's developing more, and it is producing wealth at the
Yeah,
scale
why
that it
can't
is.
we do more China?
Well,
style
not only
mixed
why can't we do
economy
more China,
initiatives?
but a question that mirrors that is, don't then they believe that China won't actually be a one-party state forever and will relax its political structures as it's relaxing its economic structures as well? If these two things, as they tell us, are to be intertwined, hopelessly intertwined, then you would expect there to be a reason to have faith that there is some kind of socialistic version of China where they relax the more strict and authoritarian controls over certain things because of the development that's happening and some of the market mechanisms that are existing, even if it's under a socialist mixed economy.
No,
but they never say that.
Yeah, well, that's because, remember, if China is doing something good, that's capitalism. If China is doing something bad, that's communism.
Yeah.
And therefore, China is both in a state of capitalism and communism at the same time.
It's Schrodinger's economy.
Yeah.
State, whatever.
That's just how it works. And America is also a mixed market economy with some socialization, with a much lower degree of socialization. But America is good because it's capitalism.
Because honestly, I don't know if I would argue this necessarily personally, But I would argue that as China becomes, as the United States wanes and China is a more secure global leader, it is arguable. Maybe you could go the other way, but it is
Like
arguable
liberalization
that it
of
will
social standards?
let go of some of the more extreme versions of control over the.
No, I think so, too.
freedom of
I mean,
speech or the internet.
it also already has,
just
and,
as
like,
we did.
I was going to say, like, it's also like while there are certain restrictions that have intensified in the last number of years, there are also like others that have loosened, and I think like it seems extremely clear. I mean, Hasan and I have talked about this a lot, that like the degree to which Chinese culture is now coming outward and leaving China and coming into the. I mean, like Labubu, sort of the obvious, most recent, like sort of commercialized version of it, but. I mean, the kind of cultural exchange that is conducive to that openness is taking place more and more.
Yeah. Can we stop glazing China, Lamau? You already cashed the checks. Damn, Hasan getting a little chunky. Can we stop glazing China, Lamau? This is the most like parasocial stalker shit that you have to deal with as one of the downsides of Twitch streaming.
This is why he had us on those to make
like
him look less
hashtag
chunky.
pray for Kaya. I swear Hasan fans need to go blind and deaf to cope at this point. Hasan, any wrongdoing challenge, impossible. Like, think about how much this guy has tuned in since August 26, 2022, specifically to talk shit, like non-fucking stop.
I always think of Jesse Farrar, what your Kickstarter sucks.
Yeah, YKS Jesse.
He's always, his line is like, if you're watching every episode of like Hawk Tua Lady or Hasan or whatever, and you think you're whatever, putting them in their place. No, you're a fan. If you watch every episode or every broadcast of something, whatever you're telling yourself, you are a fan. That's what fans do.
Like, look, yeah, I mean, yeah, I'd
You're a
be in a bad
demented
mood
fan.
too if I was on a day 13 of a trip that flopped keg W. Like, this dude obsessively tunes in every single time. That's the new talking point. After you yelled at that one chatter about your weight, a bunch of first timers are coming in talking about your weight. I know. You wish you look like this, chatter. I'm gonna keep it $150 with you. Sorry. Sorry to hear that from the guy that you despise, but I think you probably wouldn't be behaving in the way that you're doing online if you looked chunky like I do. Your mother seems to like this extra cushion for the pushing. All right. Yeah, I know. They went from oh, you wouldn't have any audiences if you weren't hot to like, actually, we've decided that you're fat now. We've actually decided, okay, well,
the new meta
I
is
still
that you're
retain the
fat.
same audience, so I guess it was my brilliance that got people in here, from the start, and not my devilish good looks.
Oh, wait,
now talk about devilish good looks.
Yeah, well, so this is where they talk about how actually we wish we went harder on him.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, let me hear what else he had to say here, because I haven't seen this at all. Other than
yesterday, my
participating
friend
in
Kat
it.
Elbegzaleh, who used to be a reporter who's now running in Illinois for Congress, was indicted. She was indicted because she participated in the protest against ICE outside of an ICE facility. And there are videos of her getting slammed to the ground in the concrete with this militarized, masked federal police force, right? Not only did they beat her up, which was already ridiculous to begin with, but then they also chose to indict her. There are examples of students writing for their student newspaper. And
the CPC endorsed someone else today? What do you mean? Are you talking about how they endorsed me? Did you see that?
No.
Yeah, they retweet the Chinese embassy Twitter account retweeted Hasan's interview.
Yeah, with the eyes.
I didn't know that. I didn't know.
Yeah,
they
and
did
then
an
it's
emoji.
Liu Pengyu, the spokesperson of Chinese embassy in the U.S., tweeted out my interview with CGTN, and then the Chinese embassy hit that. I'm trying to get a 10-year visa, man. Give me a 10-year visa.
We got to get in on this kind of thing.
I know.
Sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and then Laura Loomer came out and was like, the Chinese embassy in the U.S., which openly supports CCP, is promoting Hasan Piker. By the way,
Wait, the embassy supports the Chinese Communist Party?
yeah, dude, that was the
That's
best
fucked
part.
up.
That's the best part. The Chinese embassy in the U.S., which openly supports CCP.
I've been following the embassy for a long time. I consider myself a fan. I had no idea that they
I will be
actually-
withdrawing my endorsement of the Chinese embassy in the U.S. now that
is
I know.
fucked.
Oh wait, this is what I wondered about. What is the red-green access,
Dude, I think
What
it's
is green?
Islamic
Islamic
communism. Islamo-Gauchism.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember when we started Blowback, there were people who, Chapo, didn't like us or me. and they said there was one guy who was particularly angry, and he called it a red brown fast cast.
Oh yeah.
Oh, no,
I know exactly. It wasn't a guy. It was a lady.
Oh well, I mean there might have been multiple
I think
people.
it was the anarchists that were mad.
Oh, I'm
Gwen?
sure that was.
Oh, that was Gwen. What's her? We don't have to say her full name, but no, I remember that one.
I think
it was a guy that was talking to me. I went back and forth, but maybe there was marching orders. In
It's
the
cool. It's cool that
Anarchist
like
International.
that throughout my career, I've had so many people be like, Hasan is betraying the MLs. Like he's not real. He's not a real Marxist. He's a fucking liberal, whatever. And then all of those people slowly but surely have become like MAGA communists, or just become like MAGA because that's like the.
Well, it's
the
boring
higher...
to have the same opinion for like more than 6 months. You got to shake it up.
Yeah, but they all were like, "Oh, Hasan is actually like fake. He's phony." My position's never changed, but those people's positions changed. So what does that say about them?
Yeah, it's like the religious, the people who are like hopelessly, zealot, who are hopeless zealots for religion. That, you're Ross Douthat. Well, Ross Douthat interviewed you, so I'll be nice to him. But like you're,
no, you don't have to be.
What's the guy? Rod.
Oh, Rod Dreher.
Like he's been like he may be Baha'i right now. I don't know.
Yeah,
but
I love
he's
guys like that. Though.
Orthodox,
the people who are like,
Catholic.
I was a Maoist when I was 13.
You see the photo of him going around today?
I don't know if I want to.
No, he took he's like, I just had the most amazing conversation with Nick Cave. And so they posed
Cave?
Yeah, they posed for a photo together.
I like Nick Cave, but he's a little goofy when it comes to maybe exactly this kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, sorry.
Getting kidnapped and thrown into a immigrant detention facility, whether it be Mahmoud Khalil, who still has an ongoing legal case for being a student activist, a student protester, and having a green card while doing it.
We have the same thing in our country in different ways. I hear you. The reason I'm interrupting you is we've moved sideways from the topic. So remember where we started this conversation, right? So just to address your point.
The repression didn't start in China by everybody being like, all right, it's over, we're throwing you in jail. It builds up to it is what I mean. And it's entirely dependent on the starting point. Because if you were looking at China, if you're looking at the Chinese Civil War, post-World War II, 30 million Chinese people have been slaughtered ruthlessly by the Japanese imperialists. Like that's a very different material.
They got you.
That's a very different set of material
circumstances. 10 to 20 million.
Most historical estimates place Chinese deaths in World War II at 10 to 20 million. These figures are used by the U.S. National World War II Museum and the Cambridge History of China, amongst other credible sources. Yeah, I got it wrong. I said 30 million. It was
China
actually
is
10
a land
to 20.
of contrasts, Hasan.
Yeah, it was at 10 to 20 million. My bad. My mistake.
For the end of that civil war and to develop governance. Similar to the
I'm
USSR.
just trying to bring you back to the central argument, with the central discussion we're having. Francis made the point that when the government is in a position to be authoritarian, where it seems to inevitably end up in every communist country in the history of the world, right? That is a situation which inevitably then leads to levels of repression of the kind that you will not see in America for 100 years. I take your point about individual protesters or individual people who've made statements.
What about the point about Turkey or
Russia
or
Russia
now?
All the other examples that whatever.
Or the fact that like the point I'm trying to make is that you get to have some semblance of like social libertarianism when you're the domineering force around the planet. That's the argument that I'm making. And as America's like power is waning at the global stage, then yeah, it's slowly but surely turning into a more repressive force in that regard, and it has throughout history as well. When its power was contested, they refused to reckon with that, and instead keep saying, "Well, Chinese governance makes it easier to do repression."
I mean,
while simultaneously getting mad whenever I talk about like, well, there are forms of repression that are evolving.
You're getting far away from the discussion, Hasan. The actual point of the conversation was something else entirely.
You always run the risk of the glass house. We're all aware. We all do this. Okay, we're all in media, but seriously, there are some shows where you really you're not encumbered. You're actually helped by having a pea brain, and I think this is one of those shows where you repeat the bromides. And you just kind of keep talking about, as if it's a sign of profundity rather than, the opposite, that you don't have to take your listeners very far. They want you to wrap everything back around to the same place every single time. And you make your guest kind of, miserable in the process, and they enjoy that. I mean, I think that seems like this kind of show.
The main point of contention here is that I'm moving further and further away from a manageable position that he wants to develop, which is that China is bad.
Yes.
And in a unique bad way, as opposed to the United States of America, which is good. When America does bad things, they were trying to do good, but they ended up failing. when China's doing bad things, it is deliberate.
Correct.
The same dynamic that exists in communism killed 100 quintillion people due to famines at a time when famines were commonplace due to a sequence of like mistakes, mismanagement,
and which
all
also
this
occurred
stuff.
under the British Empire to an even higher degree.
But also that was good,
right?
Okay,
because it developed India.
And yeah, number two, the current global capitalist order that creates 14 million people, 14 million deaths a year at a time of surplus and abundance of food supply. That's actually due to the individual failures of people not picking themselves up by their fucking bootstraps. Obviously, a skill issue.
Could I get in on a toothpick?
Yeah. There you go.
Statements about a highly controversial issue today. We have the same thing in our country where people are being sent to prison for tweets that they've done, right? Left and right. We've got Palestine Action on the left. We've got right-wing people criticizing immigration. So I agree with you. The direction of travel in the West in terms of freedom of expression is not good. And I've made that point in my book and elsewhere. But that is not the same as what the point we're trying to make, which is the system of government you are open to, based on our discussion today at least, inevitably leads to authoritarianism, which inevitably leads to repression on a scale that a Western country won't imagine. Isn't that's the reason that a lot of people are very worried about people like you who say they're open to communism. We all know smartphones are...
That's the PBD model.
Yeah.
Like this video?
Case with the odd phone.
Here, I'll try to put a nice button on it, okay? The reason why the United States of America and countries that are under the security apparatus, the global security umbrella of the United States of America, have had much more success with liberal democracy as opposed to all these other countries that are not under the immediate security umbrella is because it's been the domineering force around the globe, especially after the end of the Cold War, but even during the Cold War, it was a dominant force on the planet. Sure. When you are the dominant force, you get to have these freedoms. Your people get to have these freedoms. Your people get to say whatever they want because they're not a threat, right? I would be more of a threat in the respective nation that I'm in if they don't have that same level of security. And that is the reason why I'm very fearful, because as America's power on the global stage is waning, we are going to see more direct authoritarianism coming from Western nations as liberalism decays, as it did in the 20s and the 30s. And what came after that was a wave of fascism. Now, fascism at that time was seen as a revolutionary thing. It was seen as a new thing. In many instances, fascists were actually fashioning themselves as though they were like a different kind of socialist, even though they were mostly killing socialists and had their beef with socialists. And then they were able to align with liberals eventually and become the domineering authoritarian forces. And I think you guys wouldn't disagree with me that, like, Italy's Mussolini and Adolf Hitler's Nazi Germany were ruthless fascist forms of governance where there was unimaginable repression. My fear is that is where capitalism inevitably leads.
Why?
If left unaddressed, because capitalism is always going to deteriorate. It's slowly going to improve material conditions as opposed to feudalism. It's a far better system, for sure. It's far better than monarchies, right? I agree. But there will come a point where it outlives its usefulness, and those who own the capital, the owners of capital, will have to make a decision. There's too much instability. There's too much chaos. We need to restore order. And if they can't do that through liberal democracy, at least historically, especially when there is a counterbalance, revolutionary socialism out there that they are genuinely fearful of, work stoppages happening all around, and the flows of capital being disrupted, and profit margins are threatened, they end up finding fascism to be that domineering force that restores the law and order, so that people are still working in the factories, and any kind of dissent is.
How much did China pay out? $17 billion. It was so sick.
They paid for lunch.
Yeah. China didn't pay for shit. I paid China, bitch. I wish. Anytime people go like, so how did this come about? Like, was this like government sponsored? I'm like, I wish it was government sponsored.
Can I ask you a question about this? You're a public facing guy. You give these interviews, even if it's sort of guys who you later find out are goofy, or maybe before you go in. This is very patient to me. Like, I could not have the same conversation over and over. They're coming back. What I'm saying is that this government will ultimately lead to authoritarian. Like, he says this every question, every time. You get it in the first question. You don't need 45 more minutes of it. At least I don't. Do you feel tried or tested? Do you try to find a way to, like, I don't know, make it interesting for yourself or
no,
what?
Because I this chat has conditioned me into constantly repeating myself without without getting, because like these
That's
guys,
what everyone's saying. It's really funny.
Chat trained him. No, it's autism. No, but it is literally because like these guys are endlessly forgiving in comparison to the average anonymous chatter that comes in here to be like, I have identified that these are your weakness points after watching you for approximately 2,500 hours over the course of the last couple of years.
Yeah.
And now I'm going to try to exploit that by coming into the chat and trying to push your buttons over and over again, while simultaneously making it seem as though I'm actually coming from a place of like constructive criticism. So I've seen like the worst of the worst, where I will still turn around, take a deep breath, and try to explain to all of those people how they're wrong or whatever. So this conversation is pleasant in comparison to that.
I gotcha.
You know?
Yeah.
I just can't
directly and indirectly suppressed. And I fear that is where we're moving in the United States of America, as America's global superpower status is threatened by the rise of China.
So your thesis is that as country, if a different country was dominant, was a global hegemon, they would have more freedom for their citizens.
Yeah.
So you think the Chinese Communist Party would allow criticism of them if they were the dominant country in the West?
I think with respect to where they were in terms of like, I mean, the most maximalist position is the Cultural Revolution, right? Like if you look at the Cultural Revolution versus where China is now in terms of dissent, it's in comparison to the United States of America. Yes, there's still heavy control over that sort of stuff. There's a lot of surveillance. Having said that, it has become far more tolerant as material conditions have improved. And that's my main thesis, is that countries...
Do you think that's a decent way to analyze the situation? Saying that like, even like the Chinese form of Chinese governance has actually become much less aggressive and much less heavy-handed in many instances over the course of the last couple of decades, especially.
Well, and also like where it's gotten most touchy is like directly tied to the geopolitical competition that our country is currently engaged with their country. And that's like one of the, like, I think it's directly related to your point about material conditions improving and that laying the foundations for, an improvement in public, in like, loosened controls and discourse. Like, I would also say that, yeah, the other piece of it is lessening the stakes of like world competition. And not making it this like existential, this existential issue. It would absolutely also help free that space up.
You're a massive liberal, Hasan. You don't explain shit when you have to deal with actual leftists. You start to get heated to gaslight viewers that take meaningful logical extension of what you advocate through your aesthetics. Yes. This is a revolutionary.
Absolutely. I don't even, that's word salad to me, but I'm just going to.
No. This is 100% a guy who's like, his name is Jacob's Greatest Soldier. So it's like,
right.
Most likely a fan of Bad Empanada, who is the real Maoist.
Right.
The one true Maoist in the chat. This sarcasm is your coping mechanism. Yes, you are right. You have thoroughly destroyed my worldview. You and the 8 friends that you have actually created the Marxist-Leninist revolutionary vanguard. You are ready for an armed takeover of the American government. You are going to literally walk in to the nearest military base right now with your AR-15s and overtake it. And I know you're going to do that. And Godspeed, soldier. The straw man is crazy. Okay. I guess you're a pussy then. That's what it seems like to me.
This is why we release a show with 10 episodes per year. Yeah, where there's no comments.
There's no like literally.
At least that's why I will never open it up beyond that personally.
Yeah, you can be a leftist without giving your ass to the Democrats, but what if they throw dick around so good? Have you thought about that? I like that you said the straw man is crazy, and then you turned around and did an ad hominem. Ad hominem. What's your argument? Ad hominem. Anyway. I was going to say I gave up on constructive criticism after your third racist outburst, but somebody else built me to being hyperbolic. This is also the other reason why being a leftist is the most annoying thing on the fucking planet, especially in this medium. Because there's always critique to be had.
Is Enfant Door mean child of Jimmy Dore?
Yeah.
Door kid.
Yeah.
That's what that translates to.
Jimmy Dore's child.
Yeah. A secret Cold War project.
Regardless of their individual forms of governance, as long as they are advancing the material needs of the broadest subsect of the masses, will and become like a domineering force on their own and have full sovereignty and full autonomy, they will inevitably become more tolerant to this kind of freedom, because this is the most successful way, I think, of making sure that the masses feel satisfied. Civil liberties is the most successful way that I think neoliberalism has become a hegemonic power beyond the endless militarism and whatnot. I think that is the reason why people feel the way that they do in the United States of America, in spite of all of the alarm bells that are ringing about how economic devastation is imminent, seemingly, or there's so much poverty and so much instability, and people still go, well, at least I got some freedoms, right? As opposed to not having those freedoms elsewhere. So that's my main thesis, is that if they improve material conditions, they have to inevitably allow more civil liberties, more social liberties.
So it's interesting what you've been saying about America, and that, it's losing its power on the global stage. That is then reflected in more and more, shall we say, imbalanced chaos in the actual society itself. And we've kind of seen that in a way with the assassination of Charlie Kirk, with Luigi Mangione. I found some of your comments really interesting about Luigi, and I'd love to talk to you about them. So you said, and correct me if I'm wrong, push back on me if I'm wrong, that you think that he's innocent and unfairly maligned.
The rest of this entire part is just me being like, yeah, like innocent until proven guilty. It's a joke, all this stuff. And he's like, well, explain the joke. What do you mean by the joke? And it's like, it's probably the least productive back and forth of all time. Whenever you go, explain the joke, and then you have to sit there and explain what a joke is. It's like, okay, good luck.
How did you come to that position, if I'm correct?
Well, I mean, that's a meme for the most part.
But, okay.
But
what does it mean? It's a meme.
Yeah, look, what does that mean? What do you mean? It's a meme.
Some people don't think he did it. I mean, they could have that. They could talk about that, I guess.
What is this? By the way, your Kirk debate is still scheduled. That's one person waiting. Scheduled for September 25th, 2025.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I meant to log out of that.
Yeah,
that's pretty funny.
Think he's...
Also, what is that photo of you?
We're gonna get rated really rated in literal terms.
No, dude. Have you seen the Kirkification? It's a completely out of control.
So wait, what's the situation?
Everyone's making fun of Charlie Kirk now.
So that just didn't stand up, I guess.
No, not even a little bit.
And because also, like, even the right wing base likes to make fun of. Actually, they are the people who mainly make fun of it.
The Fuentes guys. Right?
Yeah. The Groypers went crazy over it. But also, I think it was like so heavy-handed and so fake. Like the way that the government tried to operate around it, that people immediately were like,
they tried to ban a talk show. Like, it's just such a dumb.
Maybe I shouldn't say that. I'm pre-Bidening myself and saying I shouldn't say that. I'm going to keep that one to myself. It's
this guy waiting. When was the last time you even publicly debated anyone? You even canceled one because of them dying. Should do it out of irony. Wait, what?
Oh, I see what that's kind of a funny take.
Yeah. He doesn't debate. He just yells, cries, and blames Israel for everything, including his own abuse of his dog. I know Muslims find dogs dirty, but why even adopt if you're Hasan? Gonna abuse it? Insanity. Why do they always get like weirdly racialized with their fucking commentary?
I can't imagine why.
It's a mystery to me. It's tough to say.
Yeah, 23 follower, one following guy. Yuck foo. Definitely a real guy. Like every pro-Israel account will be like, oh, this guy blames Israel for everything. Tuned in from Tel Aviv, Unit 8200, with like 7,000 different bots. Anyway, yeah, the rest of it is just like,
I mean, it looks
Luigi Mangione.
But this is their thoughts.
This is their where they come clean about the real thoughts on Hasan Piker.
Down with Hasan Piker. Now, it was early in the trip, so we weren't able, I think, because we hadn't spent as much time communicating with him, we did not go as hard at him.
Mm-hmm. What is what?
What's the look on the guy in the?
John Oliver.
I know, but it's like I guess split screen. Okay, because the effect was a little.
It does
much.
look like he's.
Thank you. Like,
yeah, I got you. I got you.
It looks a little funny.
Like he's distracted by something tasty in the corner.
Exactly. Like it just looks, but it's like, oh.
You were supposed to trigger him.
You were only supposed to blow the bloody doors off.
As we did with Dave, and I wish, in many ways, Hasan came after Dave, because I think we probably would have handled that in a more robust way. But still, we had an interesting conversation in which he basically he didn't say the words, I'm a communist, but he's currently in China celebrating being given Mao's little red book. And he did say in our interview, I don't have a problem being called a communist or something like that.
Okay.
I don't understand why these guys think that, like,
So did they catch you or not?
saying I'm a communist is like a scary thing. Like, is that really a thing in America? If you say you're a communist, people go, whoa, chill.
I don't know this ecosystem.
I also don't understand it because
And they're not American.
I also don't understand it because it's like, first of all, in America, they say Nancy Pelosi's a communist.
Yeah.
And secondly, why are you making this distinction between socialism and communism where, like, you're fine with like, it almost feels like they're fine with someone saying they're a socialist, but they're like, communism is the same as, like, basically being a fascist. Right? Like,
this is where I check out.
Yeah, same. This is.
I am trying to understand it, but, like, I don't know.
This is like, I mean, I think part of it is that they had this conversation with you. There was no dramatic arc to the conversation. You essentially explained, you unburdened your political positions to them, etc. But, like, then they, I guess, like, didn't feel like, I guess they need to come up with an explanation for why it wasn't them owning you. And this is what they've aligned
And they
upon.
kind of wanted to make it seem like they caught you, or they kind of like wrung it out of you that you're
Yeah.
secretly a communist, even though they also said that you're currently publicly broadcasting from China.
Also, like, you volunteer, like, you, it's like
which they also said was a mixed economy and not a communist society. So I don't really know
so,
what
like,
they think
none
they're
of that,
doing. But
none of that makes sense.
No.
It doesn't. I don't understand it.
So that was pretty intense. And then
that happened.
Did you bet $4,000 on a horse, Hasan? No. 1,000 Hong Kong dollars is what I bet, which I don't know what it comes to US dollars, but I won 4,000 US dollars in the process.
You did make money from
dear. We went to San Francisco.
I did. Well, Hong Kong, two systems, one country, two systems. Yeah. So technically, it was Hong Kong where I made the money.
Yeah.
Go. And we recorded a very, very
That
good
fires
conversation with Owen McCabe, who runs one of their companies there.
That's it. There's nothing else.
Okay.
They just said, like, oh, we should have gone harder on Hasan, but we didn't.
But it was early in the trip. We were jet lagged, and we were also recording the interview on the surface of the sun.
Yeah.
To mention, but we interviewed Hasan
Because our
Piker.
location
right?
scout,
He basically
is
says in the
blind.
episode, he doesn't say it in terms, but he's like,
Equal opportunity
I sort
employer
of say, well, people call you a communist, isn't that? And he's like, yeah, I've got no problem. Like, when we interviewed him, we pushed back on stuff he said, because communism is a horrific ideology. And we talked.
Not really.
He's really going for it.
What is this memory of this? Did we?
That's what I mean. This is why I kind of thought, oh, these guys are going to be like skeptic right wingers who are really just focused on the debate aspect. Like they want to do the kind of back and forth exchange marketplace of ideas. Because the way they're talking about communism, a horrific ideology, and all that. I mean, I'm sure people still feel this way, but it feels very 1994. You know.
Also,
what I mean?
what the fuck are they recording? Dad's study? Like,
Okay, this is a much less bright environment, though. To
I
be
mean,
fair.
I agree. No, I mean,
it's better lit. It's a better lit environment.
It's better lit, and it has like every reference book ever invented. Like
Well, it's also funny because it's on their side of the room.
Yeah,
like
his
they
side
have all
is
the knowledge.
devoid of
they could walk over to any one of those books and recite it, or not even have to open it. And then
Yeah.
the poor guest is just
yeah. Well, they you actually pull one of the books back and it swivels.
Yeah.
and then you've been triggered.
Well, they
talked about
enter the realm
our
of
family's
technology.
experiences and whatever. So my point is, comparing him to a kind of soft socialist who says, you know, we shouldn't cancel comedians, we should focus on healthcare.
No, but he's not a soft
socialist. So, okay, we're learning the distinctions that they've made. They're saying soft socialism is canceling comedians, whereas I'm a hard communist because I don't know. I guess I want a mixed market economy of China.
It's such a weird little project, you know, to just have to keep making these little distinctions and repeat them.
But it's
Wait, what does Dave Smith have to say?
But this
I'm curious what another person
what a human
does when they hear this.
Wait, hold on. He said no. He's not a soft socialist.
I don't know who this
soft
is.
socialist.
Dave Smith is like comedian Dave Smith. I guess all of these guys are technically comedian.
Wait,
comedian? What? Yeah. That's
They're
what they were saying. These
comedians?
guys are apparently comedians.
That's real alt comedy.
I think this is about I think this is about platforming Nick Fuentes. Oh, okay. Well, let's see.
So my point is, comparing him to a kind of soft socialist who says, you know, we shouldn't cancel comedians, we should focus on healthcare.
No, but he's not a soft socialist. I mean, he's a hardcore, like, I would consider him a communist. He literally argues that private businesses should be abolished and that it should all be, you know, every business should be run democratically.
But does he admire Stalin? Does he say what we need is Stalin policies in America?
Probably not.
So that's the difference,
okay,
right?
Fair enough.
Wow. I'm a hard communist that does not admire Stalin. I mean, there's things that were admirable about Stalin, like what he did with the Nazis. I think that was pretty good. You know,
won a war.
Yeah, that was pretty admirable.
Great book, Stalin's Wars by Jeffrey Roberts.
Yeah.
Listen, you might disagree with Trotsky, but you can still admire all the goyim he slaughtered. You know what I mean?
Sure.
The what is it? 100 million Christian whites in Russia, or whatever the fuck people say.
Those are the glory years.
Yeah, Lev Bronstein got one over on you guys, fucking losers.
Yeah. Then you end up in front of the House Un-American Activities Committee.
Yeah, that's not so fun.
Yeah,
you can fall from grace.
Not so nice.
Not so good. Trotsky used to be a very, very good, brave general, but now he's
fallen out of favor.
The Fourth International is not looking so good. Let's just say that. They used to say very nasty things about me. Not so much anymore, though.
Many people are using his writing to create formative anti-communist text in the Western world.
Social chauvinism, been saying it for a very long time, actually.
He died like a dog.
Trotsky died. He was a big fat mess. Trotsky was a big fat mess.
Oh, I did a pro Maoist Trump impression when I was in China. This is similar.
I bet that was a hit.
Yeah, the longest march, good march, great general.
There's never been a longer one, folks. People keep saying there's never been a longer march.
Died like a dog in Mexico. Trotsky.
Never cared for Lin Biao.
Yeah, you could go places with that.
Yeah, no, Maoist Trump is great.
I think Mao would have been deeply entertained by Trump meeting
I mean,
Trump.
JD Pandon is still one of my favorite pet names for him.
Mao would make a joke like that. He'd be like, "Oh, you're doing it for us."
Yes, yeah.
You're doing it for us.
Yes, yeah.
There's already a Chinese Trump, yeah, but he doesn't do like the Maoist Trump. You know, he just does like regular. He does a great Trump impersonation. Oh, is this the TikTok? Mao, great guy, very powerful, very tall too. Didn't know how tall he was. Did you guys know how tall Mao Zedong was?
He was tall.
Yeah, he was tall.
Yeah, I had no fucking idea until I saw his recreation at the Madame Tussauds. I didn't get to see the mausoleum, unfortunately. It was closed because 1.4 billion Chinese who dreamed to see the flag raising ceremony at Tiananmen Square was there in the morning.
Yeah.
Like very early. So didn't get to see it. I wouldn't expect it, but he was very tall. Very tall guy. Didn't like the birds. Don't quite get that part, but let me tell you, okay? The longest march, they're saying, I can't walk like that, but Mao, he was walking quite a bit, and he unified the country. Mao.
I do like that Trump when he's like talks about like, I'm not so skinny anymore. I'm not skinny.
Yeah.
He's
you wouldn't want
confessional.
you wouldn't want to see my legs.
Very confessional these days.
Yeah, well, you also saw the outfit that he wore outside talking to the press. He had like a scarf on. It was weird.
A scarf?
Yeah, or like a red, like it was a thing. It was a whole thing, man. It was strange.
I can't actually. No, I can't picture it.
He's like becoming, more like the old gay man he was meant to be right before our very eyes.
Sure.
So this is it. This is what we got. It seems. What
a journey.
I've got no problem with communism, Hasan Piker.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah.
Do you think that if you were in the Batman library that they were in the other interview?
I think it would have been better.
Do you think it would have gone a little bit better?
No, they would have owned me harder, I think.
Well, because the brain waves getting in touch with the books behind them would have started to absorb even more kind of facts to spit at you.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe it was better you were in the Total Recall surface of Mars.
Yeah. No, I was able to take advantage of their inexperience in the sunlight.
Mm-hmm.
What do the comments on the video say? Oh, just fucking.
Oh, they're awesome. They're like they're really
these
good.
Are people who
who
said
like
this under a photo of me. Like this
people
is
who
not,
like communism are usually the ones who never lived under it. This was like listening to a child try to explain why Santa is 100% real. He calls Trump a fascist, but think China is a role model. What a moron. This guy is so detached from reality, he thinks a new iPhone costs $500.
Guy profits from capitalism. Guy complains about capitalism. Guy profits from more capitalism. Repeat.
Damn.
Rich boy promoting communism. He's the biggest grifter around.
Oh boy, I'll try not to listen to this whole thing without slamming my head into my desk.
Oh boy.
I really enjoyed this. I really enjoy this one. It seems that Constantine and Francis gently and politely put a noose around Hasan's neck, invited him to stand on a trapdoor and said, just pull that lever when you're ready. And he did.
Yeah, this posted from the United Kingdom.
From the fridge to the TV, Kai will be free. I have a special loathing for people who advocate for policies that lead to terrible consequences for everyone but themselves.
It's a special loathing. Nobody else has that loathing.
Yeah, also, like, what does that even fucking mean? If I'm rich and I'm advocating for communism, like, how am I surviving this?
Oh, I love this one. As a Norwegian, it makes me vomit when Americans say Scandinavian countries are socialist. We are capitalist economies with social security policies.
That's pretty much what everyone said in the video.
But literally what, surprised how
Glad you had on Piker. Surprised at how uninformed he is in all the subjects he's engaging. His empathy is juvenile. His ignorance is unforgivable.
Unforgivable?
That he gets my attention, that he gets any attention at all is confounding.
Well, be mad at your boys then. They had him on.
Yeah. I wasn't shocked one bit when I found out Cenk Uygur was his uncle. It actually made so much sense. Can't believe I'm about to watch an hour and a half worth of Hasan. I feel dirty already. I find it astounding he can speak so much yet say so little.
A Muslim communist, I wonder what the end goal is here.
Hasan, fascism bad. 2 seconds later, China is an example to follow.
South African.
It's Elon.
Yeah. There's one comment. I like how none of you commenters want to talk about the most pressing issues. Healthcare, for example. Hasan makes a powerful argument that these jokers can't deal with.
That's right, Noah 123 or whatever.
Only one fucking guy. The famous Islamist Jeremy Corbyn. Okay, someone else
You
saw
got a
that.
couple other.
Yeah, now it's starting to get to the base.
Yeah. Hates capitalism in America, refuses to leave, insults old Asian lady who fled communism in America, demands she go back. I have no idea what this is.
I didn't get that. I didn't see that part.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what this is in reference to, but I suspect once again it has nothing to do with the video and everything to do with whatever they have. Like a lot of these are fucking talking points, right?
Yeah.
Yeonmi Park. Oh, they're referencing Yeonmi Park.
The North Korean lady?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, she's old.
She's an old. Did they say old lady?
Yeah, I don't think she's an old lady.
That might not be who they're talking about.
That can't be Yeonmi Park. No, no. The clip is about some South Vietnamese lady who is pro-Trump.
Who gives a shit?
Old clip about old lady from Vietnam.
There was
what is it? There was a Korean California Republican rep too.
Damn, you pissed off a lot of old Asian women. It sounds like
you got some
Lucy. You got some splaining to do.
Yeah. What's your journey? What's been your journey through life? My rich daddy paid for everything. Then my rich uncle Cenk gave me a job. Now I'm here with you. It's true. Well, I did start the interview by saying I'm a nepotism.
Yeah, you
recipient.
kind of like that one is a little bit hard when you are pretty you're explicitly saying that, not like
Yeah.
hiding
Also,
it.
I financially take care of my dad, and I've been independent since 2020.
Did anyone else notice the way he diverts every time he gets cornered? They ask about immigration, he starts talking about trans issues. They ask about Kirk, and he diverts to national security. Totally disingenuous as always.
Oh, you're saying Charlie Kirk's death was not a matter of national security?
Hold on. Wait. Totally disingenuous as always from Palpatine.
Look at the normal commentary chiming in.
Oh, Prime subscriber.
You're a fucking loser, you fucking piece of shit, and you have friends today. Lamau, fucking losers too. Fuck you, Hasan. I like to.
They're a subscriber?
No.
Yeah, well, isn't that what the blue crown means?
No, that just means that they have Prime, but they haven't used it here. I don't think. Usually, like people that say this stuff, I like to think that I'm saving their life by responding to them, because otherwise they literally have a gun in their mouth while they're typing with one hand. You know what I mean? And they're like, if he notices me, I'm not going to pull the trigger. So I notice them on purpose so that, I extend.
Yeah.
It's a 5-head move. I'm extending their torment and suffering on God's green earth for at least like another week.
I always thought it was really impressive that somebody could put a gun in their mouth and post on the internet at the same time.
Yeah. Well, this guy's doing it. Tell us how it's done. Haha, fucking loser, keep tagging me. Tag me, tag me, tag me. Suck Hasan's dick more. Slurp up Hasan's dick. You're
Who
definitely
are they talking to?
I think
Us?
to all of us.
Yeah.
No, everyone here knows this guy is the cool one for doing this.
Yeah.
Everyone thinks you're fucking awesome.
It's the well-adjusted behavior.
Yeah. No, everyone always looks at a guy with like a anonymous account on the internet, typing that stuff out in all caps and goes, "That's the fucking guy that I want to date."
God, I wish that were me.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking, really. I'm like, fuck, man. I hate the position that I'm in. I hate the position that you guys are in. You could be like him right now.
I feel like shit.
Yeah.
After seeing that.
Yeah, that guy has a robust social life.
I'm gonna find out what it feels like to be on the internet and hold a gun in my mouth now, because I have no other choice.
Yeah, you're socializing the chaos in their life to extend it. Yeah, no, it's good. Anyway, most attention in his life he's ever gotten. Oh, I wanted to talk to you guys about this. Zohran Mamdani did an interview with the Majority Report earlier this morning. And it's where he talked about the Hakeem Jeffries stuff
and why he said don't vote for Chi.
Keep giving this rich fucking douchebag your money. HasanAbi, you're a fucking loser, but congrats on making people stupid and giving you money. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. I maintain my editorial independence with your subscriptions. I don't run any ads. And you can subscribe to support the show for $8 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Thank you.
Give us money too, by the way. I agree with everything this
Blowback
chatter
Podcast.
said.
Blowback.
Flora's my God. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I love giving you money.
If you want, again, if you like that kind of thing, blowback.show.
Blowback.show.
If you're into that.
Saporis, thank you for the 5 gifted. Ian, thank you for the 10 gifted. Thank you, Clyde Inside. About to pull a Clyde Inside for the additional revenue that reminded me to do a call to action for subscriptions. They're completely voluntary. So I'll keep postponing it until you quit deflecting and continue to support liberal candidates. See, everyone, once I respond to one chirper, all of the other like insane chirpers will just keep spamming, and they'll be like, "Oh, it's the opportunity now." Now he's reading my dumbass comments, and they just start writing all the stupid shit. Anyway, let's continue.
And even in the conversation around, the question of primary challenges, and much of this I would say is typically private within DSA, but everything I've said has been reported publicly, so I might as well just speak about it to you directly. I went to the endorsement forum that was considering whether or not to endorse C in that primary challenge, and what I said there is that this is not a question of the ballot box of who you would rather vote for. This is a question of how you want to spend the next year. Do you want to spend the next year fulfilling the agenda at the heart of this movement, or do you want to spend it defending the caricatures of that movement? And the decision that I made, and the one that I shared with other members that night as they were considering how to participate in that democratic process, is to maximize every chance we have to fulfill the promises we made door after door, call after call, with many New Yorkers who had otherwise lost faith in politics years ago, so that we can tell them that success isn't just measured in the election we've already had, but also in our fulfillment of the agenda at the heart of that election.
Well,
and
yes.
I think that this...
Oh, sorry. Go on.
Well, I don't know. And I was just going to say that I don't ever presume that everyone will come to the same conclusion as me. I don't think that dissent or critique is something that I'm above in sharing these decisions, but they do come from this as my framework, and I think it's honestly helpful to be able to share it with people.
No, I appreciate that, and I'm just eager to ask you these things because we have you for such a limited time. Really, is one is it your kind of belief basically that delivering on your agenda in terms of the macro constituency that Sam was just speaking about is the best way to kind of show how the movement can expand and have more politicians like yourself across the country run in that way? And I would imagine that was motivating you and what you said to DSA. And
do you believe it?
Believe what?
Is it valid? What are your takes on it?
I don't get into this stuff.
Oh,
DSA,
you're anti-electoralist.
No, I just mean I don't talk about. I don't know if anyone needs my opinion on intra-DSA conflict.
You're the real you're the real revolutionary.
No, I
amongst
just
us.
I don't think anyone cares, or I don't even care about my opinion on this kind of thing. That's me. I have some friends who heard him speak at the DSA thing.
What do they think?
And I think that, you know, people are turning this into like, oh, he doesn't want, this is what I've heard, is like people are viewing it as he like doesn't want Jeffries gone or whatever. And it seemed to be more about like, does DSA commit the resources to this one race in which they're going to be likely outspent many times over, you know, or do they use their resources differently? I mean, Jeffries is popular in his, you know, in his capacity as an elected official.
Yeah.
So it's like, I don't know, that's that seems to be the debate, as opposed to like Zoran thinks Jeffries is doing a good job or whatever and shouldn't be kicked out.
I mean, and I would also emphasize too that like I like Chi, and like I think people should primary, like I think like should Hakeem Jeffries be primaried, and should people like be constantly levying like challenges against the Democratic Party leadership? My answer is yes. I also like, I get the DSA argument. I also think in like Zoran's case, he has like a particular needle to thread with, like, you know, there's a world where next year Hakeem Jeffries becomes Speaker of the House. And he's like not easily, if like almost certainly not possibly dislodged in a primary process at this moment. And if Zoran wants to do stuff, and he's like trying to also court Hochul and do this like deliver stuff, you know, a deliver agenda in the next year, then again, like I see that argument.
Could you go up a little bit to someone who was just, they responded? It's a red chatter, a little bit up. There you go. Yeah, I'm just want to read it.
Brandon, I read the Socialist Majority Caucus argument against endorsing USA and thought it was bad. I read Groundwork Caucus' rebuttal, and I agree with their assessment.
I don't care. I don't care. This is what I said. I don't know anything about this stuff.
Yeah,
I don't care.
I hesitate to weigh in on like this, like the shit. Like I said this yesterday. Like I understand the arguments, and that's like kind of as far as I feel like I can go.
I just think that no matter what, Hakeem Jeffries is going to be a significant hurdle against Zoran Mamdani's agenda, and anyone that thinks that that is not going to be the case is wrong. And I think that primarying, or at least trying to primary every candidate, no matter how powerful they are within the Democratic Party infrastructure, is a good thing ultimately. Because at worst, I don't think you're going to cut away at the momentum of like the left flank candidacies in general, but you will end up forcing people to at least concede to some left framing on issues out of fear that they might lose their seat. How genuine they will be on following through on those promises is a whole different story.
Yeah.
But my position always was like, I don't think Zoran Mamdani should have come out instantly and been like, don't do this, and then petitioned against it.
That's why I think that
rather than just like keeping quiet and seeing whichever way the winds blow, and then seeing if it's like seeing if this would have been a successful candidacy or not.
This is part of why like his pitch about the DSA thing, like it makes sense in terms of like limited capacity. But I think the thing that the part of his logic that he himself seems to believe is relevant would be the piece of it about you know, that it would be damaging to his ability to get things done, because I think that's the only like straight up and immediate reason for why he even got ahead of Chi throwing his hat in the race. And, you know, that's the piece of logic that I like, you know, perhaps understand the least, and is also like essentially a politician doing a trust me bet to his left flank. And that's, you know, naturally a pretty uncomfortable position to be in.
Yeah. Anyway, I guess it's insurgency versus more diplomatic approach. Wait, what? No, there is no diplomatic approach with these guys. There is no, they will never actually reward you for that. That's what I think. No
I
matter
agree that
what.
like Jeffries is only going to do like whatever is like part of this agenda if he's like forced or pushed into it. It's like
there is literally a reason why he had he conceded at the very last moment in terms of like endorsing Zoran Mamdani, and he did it so quietly and in this like sheepish way that pissed off every single person. DSA has been in your chat for days calling Chi a YIMBY opportunist. Yeah, I know. I keep hearing that. I don't really care about that stuff.
Don't care.
Don't care about that.
My platform has won out.
Yeah. No,
I mean, it is like, it's just like, oh, like here's all this like shit that I don't care about.
I mean, I'm not trying to be glib. I really don't like, and what I was summarizing before, that's what I was hearing from other people about the position that Mamdani took in the meeting. That's I don't really have any kind of read on it.
I also think like it does behoove people. Like it's similar to, it reminded me a little bit of like, and this may seem like a little bit goofy of a comparison, but like in the aftermath of the Charlie Kirk shooting, everybody had a fucking opinion, and like facts were not in yet, and there just wasn't a lot of stuff that was known yet, and like the dude's not even been in the office yet. And I get that, like it's of course like there are actual actions to respond here to, like Zoran lobbying against Xi throwing his hat in the race, but there is to me like a degree to which the volume and intensity of the discussion online about this stuff just does not match up with the fact that, again, he's not in power yet.
I can feel myself rolling my eyes at myself for saying this because it sounds so like I don't know, I'm getting old.
Yeah.
Before my time. But even with the Mamdani Trump meeting, like everyone kind of came out and they were like, Mamdani walked him like a dog, and then other people were like, oh, he's a fascist now or whatever. I mean, I just kind of don't think a ton is established yet just because the meeting happened. You know, you can have a take, I guess, but I'm more curious about what happens now that this is something that is, you know, a public event that occurred, and what they'll actually do and how they'll, you know, do this dance with each other.
You're missing, as Jakob's greatest soldier is spitting game right
Okay.
now.
Oh, he gone.
A vanguard party. I want to see how many times I could get us on the deflate. Clearly, he gives up running defense for his favorite Democrat personalities when he's confronted by someone that questions his aesthetics. A vanguard party is probably not the
very
best.
nice.
Aesthetics.
A
is the word of
vanguard
the day
party is
here.
probably not the best for the United States at the current moment.
Okay.
There's a severe lack of class consciousness among the working class. Agreed.
Sure.
And that must be cultivated before it can be meaningfully organized. Agreed. Recognizing that and the revisionist nature of existing American socialist parties, the Greens are a good alternative that isn't explicitly capitalist like the Democratic Party.
Sure.
He wants to funnel the revolutionary sentiment in the direction of Greens.
Yeah.
Awesome.
As
That's
the
what I was trying to say earlier.
Yeah. there is not effect in letting a capitalist party co-opt the very meager amount of radical sentiment that is existing.
Meager. That's a good word for this particular point of view.
Is in non-existent. Please do better than copy your favorite personalized behavior when met with meaningful criticism. There are multiple leftists that have criticized him in the chat. I am not the only one, and I do not think I'm more deserving of this attention. I just want him to be at least drop the radical aesthetics if he wants to be a
drop
Democrat.
the radical aesthetics so you can support the Green Party.
Yeah, what are the radical
the
aesthetics?
Green Party, you know, the font of American political radicalism,
But
the Green Party.
but also, what are the radical aesthetics I have? Like, what do you mean? You are calling me a lib. There are plenty of Marxist-Leninists out there with hammer and sickle in their fucking Twitter bios that also call me a lib. You claim to be a socialist. Okay, there's socialists of many different varying flavors, okay? Maybe I'm the liberal kind. I mean, that's it. Okay, there you go. You're calling me a liberal anyway. Am I a radical? Am I danger?
I could never do this.
No, you would like fucking die. You would get bored. I think you would like.
I'm not bored being here with you. I'm just bored of
these.
I do not claim the Greens to be a radical party. I claim that it is non-capitalist party that may be an effective tool. Okay.
Oh, got it.
Well,
Roger.
that fires out, folks.
Yeah.
Maybe an effective tool. Good.
Yeah.
We'll evaluate the size of the school bus we can fit into that maybe.
I love that at least he's attempting to offer an alternative, which immediately shows.
I mean, that's a lot fucking better than like the people who are just that like, oh, well, actually, what I want you to do, Mr. Amerifat, is listen closely, lay down on the road in front of a bus and die. Like,
this is the very rare moment where someone will actually present their alternative, and it then shows how silly the alternative actually looks like as well. In most circumstances, people basically will say, I'm adopting radical aesthetics, but simultaneously they themselves are like, they have no demands whatsoever. Their demand is just do not participate in electoralism no matter what you do.
I'm just confused by the 69th International thing, if that's a pivot to a joke.
I think it's a little joke.
I just don't think you should support the Dems to placate people. I don't support the Democrats to placate people. I support running left flank candidates in the Democratic Party because of the thing that you also admitted right here, where there is no like self-described socialism that amounts to any significant movement in this country. And as long as there is a viable electoral mechanism that gets the word out there, it's one attempt. I don't think it's the most successful attempt, but it's just one that we have at our disposal. This is where the masses are. So you have to go where the masses are. If the masses are self-described liberals that consider themselves to be in the Democratic Party orientation of liberalism, you have to go to where they're at and work amongst them, work within the confines of their understanding. It is what it is. That's it. It's not to say that like the Democratic Party is magically going to no longer be like a bourgeois liberal party that defends capitalism. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that I look to the successes of Bernie Sanders' failed primary run in 2016 in terms of like creating more self-identifying socialists, and I want to replicate that to the best of my ability. That's it. I'm pretty open about that. If that's going to be ultimately successful, who knows? It's just what my methods are. You might disagree with them, but in the absence of any viable alternative, that's what we got. Anyway.
The Ross Barkan article that in New York Mag that a few people have linked to is worth reading. Zoran was Ross Barkan's campaign manager when Ross Barkan ran for elected office, and it's like a good. I believe that Ross Barkan's account of Zoran's logic is probably like an accurate representation of what Team Zoran is thinking, whether you agree with it or not. So I think it's worth reading that article to get the straight dope there.
Yeah. I thought the trigonometry Brits called you a communist, which is it? I'm anything and everything at the same time. As mayor-elect, one of Zoran Mamdani's first acts was to squelch an insurgent leftist political campaign. If this, like Mamdani's chummy meeting with Donald Trump, was obviously jarring, it carried a certain logic. He had been open about the fact that he did not want Ceasefire, a popular leftist 27-year-old city council member, to undertake a primary challenge against House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries next year. To make his point subtly, he had disinvited Ceasefire from his victory party. Then, to make it more bluntly, he showed up at a meeting of the Democratic Socialists of America and told everybody not to endorse Ceasefire. Ultimately, DSA listened to its mayor. Why has Mamdani been acting this way? Why does he seem to be forsaking another young leftist who is attempting in some form to do exactly what Mamdani just did? Shock the world by defeating a heavily favored creature of the Democratic establishment. And it is because he's worried about, having the wind of socialism knocked out of its sails before it actually takes root.
And Barkan makes the specific comparison or the specific link that that like essentially Hochul does not want Jeffries primaried, and that there is a certain amount of placating her specifically that is a part of like trying to get pieces of his agenda through.
But I that's the major tactical decision that I vehemently disagree with, because the DSA is inevitably going to endorse a challenger to Kathy Hochul, at which point Zoran is going to do what? Well, that's my governor. She's offering me funds, so I have to defend her. Or is he going to go for, is he going to go for the kill shot? And even with that kill shot, I think like a primary challenger for Kathy Hochul will keep her more pliant with Zohran Mamdani's agenda anyway, in an effort to ensure that she does not get challenged. I mean, you're seeing that already with her going back and forth on whether or not she will turn around and add an additional tax to the super wealthy in New York City, right? Something only she can do at New York State, right?
I mean, I agree. Like, I think it's to me, this is part of why I don't like weighing in, because it's just like the facts are that like he's making a bet. I don't like I don't like Hakeem Jeffries. I don't like Kathy Hochul. I'm also not the mayor. I don't have to be in the position. Like to me, it's a bet. It's a hard one to swallow, and I'm not sure I would, but that's the logic.
Yeah, my point is, downside is easy. Hochul and Jeffries are close allies. Zoran needs Hochul to get childcare and free buses done. That's politics. I just don't think that she's going to do that. Whether Zoran,
a lot of people I respect agree with you on that. That Hochul is not trustworthy. That she will not bow to pressure in the end, and that a lot of this is like a bit of a delay game, so that she can essentially buy time and goodwill before she can essentially play the same role.
Yeah, I think
again,
these guys only respond to pressure. Like they respond to either a fear that they will be unseated, or they get unseated, and you put a person in power that will do the job.
And in the case of Hochul, there's also like a lot of anxiety about the fact that, okay, the last time we had this centrist Democratic governor who, and there was like a wellspring of, support for progressive policies, that governor, in concert with the Independent Democratic Caucus, a special group within the New York State legislature that helped block anything good in concert with Cuomo for years, like there was this centrist governor who was like the fly in the ointment. And so I think it just comes down to Zoran says, this is how you preempt that. Win flies, I guess, with honey, suppose, but I don't know, or whatever the fucking metaphor is. Point though,
honey.
Yeah, I think so. It's not.
It's my contribution.
Yeah, I just don't.
Then with vinegar.
And then with vinegar, that was the polarity I couldn't figure out there. Look, I'm skeptical that Hochul will bend, in our direction on this.
Yeah,
and I like G.
And two, does that mean that you're ruling out supporting primary challenges broadly throughout the city?
No, that I've made no sweeping decision on something at like a larger level as that. And to your first question, I think often about what Bernie said at our rally, which was that what our opponents in the campaign feared the most was the power of example. And that example is not of just winning the election. That's the example of delivering a rent freeze, of fast and free buses, of universal childcare, because those are things you can hold on to. Those are things that you can actually feel and see in your life. And so much of politics is this game of translation where a politician says something and then you have to jump through 10 hoops to understand how it relates to you, or if you're eligible, or if you hit the threshold. And these are not things that require that kind of a translation. These are things that are direct to our lives. And I think that it's, I remember when I was running for assembly, a friend of mine, Karen McCurdy, who's an incredible photographer who works on our campaign, I gave her the palm card that we had just designed with Anish, who actually created the logo for this mayoral campaign. And I thought it was the best palm card we'd ever made. And she looked at it and she said, what do these words mean? And we were just using a language that speaks only to a very specific set of people. And I think it just comes back to that you need to speak directly to people, you need to speak about policies that are also direct to their lives, and it all needs to be without translation. And so to me, once we succeed in the fulfillment of any part of this agenda, it becomes an example of why New Yorkers made the right decision to believe that politics could be more than this, as opposed to that they were wrong to have hope again.
I don't want...
And
please give bro a better mic. Yeah, I mean, it's leftist audio. It's leftist video, leftist audio. It's dog shit. That's how you know it's real. Net agreement with socialism, 18 to 24 plus 31%, 25 to 44 plus 22%. That's actually crazy numbers, I think. 25 to 44.
Sorry, -3, only -3 for 45 to 64. That's fucking crazy.
Yeah. Democrats with a plus 28%. Republicans at only -6%. Republicans are more favorable towards socialism than independents?
It's all generational in this country, man. It's also so fucking segmented by age. It's so insane.
What the fuck?
No, it's not agree.
Yeah, no, but the point is that like if Republicans only are like -6% on it, like that's fucking nuts. But you also see how it's like at the like where like it gets like the disapproval of socialism appears is like in the age. It's just age.
Yeah,
like these fucking old heads.
Yeah, ACP was right. MAGA communism is real.
Communism is I think it's because socialism. I mean, look, this just gets to like how in America and in most Western countries, elections come down to new thing or old choice, and socialism has the benefit of being like a perpetual thing on the horizon in American politics, never an actual existing part of our fabric or establishment. So to me, it's like, yeah, like a lot of people of younger generations probably hear like socialism and it's presented as an alternative, and maybe they can find a way to like, whip it or warp it into somehow being a conservative thing, or or patriotic socialism, as some tried.
Socialism is commonly defined as a social and economic system that calls for public rather than private ownership or control of property and natural resources. Generally speaking, do you agree or disagree with the principles of socialism? 42% of Americans polled say they agree. 39% of Americans polled say disagree. This isn't happening because like there's people who are being organized at the assembly line or finding themselves in the throes of like Marxist-Leninist text. This is happening because people look around and they're like, this shit sucks.
Yeah,
exactly.
Like, it sucks so bad, I'm willing to fucking take a shot in the dark at this like scary other version of governance that I've been told my whole life is bad and wrong. But because I do not trust the current people in power so much that maybe they were lying to me about this other thing being scary. That's how desperate people are getting. And the worse things get for people, the more welcoming they will be towards this other alternative.
Well, especially as things seem to get better and better in the parts of the world, or at least seem like they things seem stable in the parts of the world that do have this kind of self-declared kind of political, administration.
Yeah. I think there's one additional cycle of like taking a shot in the dark at another reactionary force for these guys to snap out of it completely. Maybe I'm wrong.
I don't disagree with that. I don't think that they're there. I think you can't. But it is. But there is like, it's definitely. I mean, there's certainly a lot. I mean, I think it's. To me, it's of a piece with how like so many of the MSNBC crowd are like at this stage, and certainly we're not 4 years ago, but definitely, or 5 years ago, but definitely are now like ready to see like the Supreme Court like essentially be abolished.
Oh, the Bilibili chatters are keep the account running long term. You can even bring up gaming. Update more. Love to watch. These are my Chinese chatters on the Chinese social media app.
They want to see you game, dude.
Yeah.
The Chinese people demand to see Hasan Piker game.
Yeah, that's true.
They need to see those Marvel rival skills.
Anyway, all right. Well, I don't want to keep you guys any further.
I'm
I feel
catching
like
a car in a couple minutes.
Yeah, you're like
yeah.
You're getting squeamish in your seat. I see it. You're like, oh fuck, this guy.
I'm only getting squeamish because I have to catch the car.
I'm slutting you out. I'm slutting you out big time.
This was fun. It's to actually be in the palace.
I cannot believe how close this is. Do you agree with the principles of socialism?
Republican
voters, yes.
What's the firm though? What's this polling firm?
TIP.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Maybe they're saying but a national one.
Right. I mean, you got to get a little.
National socialism.
Socialism for whom?
Yeah. Yeah. Instead of socialism in one country, how about socialism for one ethnic group?
Yes. It has been brought up before. I'm gonna hit it.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll see you later.
Yeah. I'll walk out with you for a second.
Okay. Cool.
All
so
right.
good.
Thank you,
good
King.
To be here.
Don't forget your jacket.
Oh yeah. Thanks, chat. Sorry I don't weigh in on all the spicy topics.
No. He's apologizing if you can't hear him for not weighing in on the spicy DSA intra-party argumentation. Because Brandon is an anti-electoralist. That's why he wouldn't say it, but he's the one true revolutionary. Will you only game for the Chinese? Why is the lighting so romantic now? It is what it is. But hey, shouts out to the Blowback Podcast, Noel Colwin and Brendan James. That was awesome that they came over and participated in this exciting moment. Bro fucking hates this chat. Yeah, that's what happens when like a relatively normal person who's like at the very least used to a degree of separation from unfiltered, unvarnished thoughts of every anonymous account on the internet in even like the most leftist space. That's what happens when they encounter a unpredictable and dynamic environment such as this one. Okay? Yes, this is mentally taxing. A lot of you don't realize that as a collective, sometimes you have the capacity to be unbearable. And first and foremost, to your closest allies. It is what it is. I'm used to it, but make no mistake. I love what I do, but chat doesn't make it easy. You know? That's because you don't game enough and force this chat to be normal. I know I will be gaming in a second. Ryan Grimm found 18,000 additional emails, which is pretty sick on the Jeffrey Epstein stuff. Yes, we have access to another 18,000 emails. We'll be rolling stories out on them. We're also uploading them and others from court filings and elsewhere to Gmail. Have to redact names of victims and photos and such before making them public, he says. You are the one highlighting haters, mate. Oh yeah, no, it's my fault. You were right. I never thought about it like that. Thank you. You see, it is not the chatters that are writing in the chat. It is actually the streamer that keeps highlighting the annoying chatters, myself included. I'm excited for your GILF era when you're grayed out in 6 years. I mean, I'm getting there. I'm getting there slowly but surely. I am graying out.
Oh.
Here, can you move this?
Yeah.
Put this on top. After Brendan broke it. Yeah. You're also a chatter? That's true. Who do you drag at the public square? Exactly. This is how it's supposed to be. Blind Boy Pod in Ireland? I don't know who they are, but sure. Hey, Hasan, I think you're doing great. Won't read this? No.
I read this story. It's really crazy. I'm going to leave, guys. It's the stream now. You get Hasan.
Yeah.
Solo.
Uninterrupted. No disruptions. Noah Colwyn, Brendan James, Blowback Podcast. What do you want to promote before you leave?
Blowback.show, season 6 of Blowback. It's available all now. Just go to blowback.show, sign up, pay $25. You get the whole thing now. We will start releasing the series on the free feed on a week-by-week basis eventually. But for now, if you want to listen to the new season about Angola, the Cuban intervention in Africa, and the fight to end apartheid, go to blowback.show. 10 episodes, 10 bonus episodes. It's a wonderful program. And that's what I got.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Right. See you later.
Bye, Noam. Bye. Okay. This as well. Okay, and we are going to move on to the next portion. Noah kind of looks like 30-year-old Karl Marx. He laughed at that. He liked it. He liked that one. What amazing peers, OMG. I agree. I believe Carl Dent is also living in Ireland. I am going to be in Ireland next week. If you know anybody that that I should be linking up with, let me know. I mean, Kneecap, obviously, I'm gonna be linking up with when I'm out there. Look how far your view count has come since COVID when you first started your gaming streams. I mean, just wait till I click on dispatch real quick to see what happens to the view count in general. Yes, promises made, promises kept. I said I was going to game, and I will be keeping that promise. We're playing dispatch today. I don't know where to put my camera, but I've heard really good things about this game. Is this good? Is this a good spot to put my camera? As a tried and true HasanAbi head, it's my duty to now leave whenever he has started gaming, of course. GD Nerd, thank you for the 10 gift of subs. Put your camera over the boobs, please. I will never do that to you. Are you kidding me? Why would I ever do that? I would never, ever in a million years do that. How dare you? Cam is best, middle left. Like here. Check logs for quick dispatch info. Make sure to enable unlimited time or hacking retries and dispatch is not a cop-out since you're only playing it once, so why not have the best result? Instead of primarying Hakeem Jeffries, HasanAbi is focusing his first term on gaming to be an example for the future of this movement. It's true. It's true. View count increased by 4K. I doubt that that happened. And I don't think that that's happening. And it will not be happening. Don't be crazy. Press anything. Okay, let's do settings first. Unlimited hacking attempts on. Subtitles on. Speaker names on. Animation on. Background off. Background opacity. Profanity censorship off. Visual censorship off. Allow remote analytics on. That's baby shit? What do you mean? Unlimited hacking attempts. QuickTime events is supposed... Wait, turn off QuickTime events? Why? Zoom in on your face, please. There's a dick flying in the first scene. It's a video game, dick. It's fine. Here, is this better? They're annoying with no effects. Visual censorship or you will get banned? Wait, really? Turning off QTE doesn't really matter because there's not that many QTEs anyway. All right. Let's get into it. Don't ever listen to chat. I agree. I can't believe you can turn off profanity. What is this? QuickTime events can be cinematic or interactive. I think I'm gonna go with interactive. Be part of the action includes QuickTime events. Cinematic, sit back and relax. Okay, I'll do interactive. How many episodes are you playing? I don't know how long the episodes are, but it's time. If it marks as a fail if you turn it off, but only matters if you care about your stats against other players. Stats seem broken anyways. Wait, hold on. Oh, if each episode is about an hour, I think I'll play
Obviously,
two.
I love him. He's my dad. What does that mean? Just say what you want to say.
It's just, when you add obviously, it feels a little less obvious. So, I'll ask again. How do you really feel about your father? It's as if maybe it's a little more complicated than you feel comfortable admitting, which is completely understandable.
I love my dad.
Look, I love my dad, all right? I love my dad. That's the truth.
Loved.
That's what I said.
You said love. Your dad's dead, so you don't love him. You loved him.
Just so sensitive. Listen, if I didn't love him,
Wait,
we wouldn't be
why
here,
am I bleeding?
right?
We don't have to get into it.
Nope, we're in it now. Why would I be trying to find the man who killed him if I didn't love him? Why would I be doing any of this? Shit. My nose is bleeding. Thought I was getting emotionally snotty.
No, it's probably from when I kicked you in the face.
Yeah, thanks for reminding me. So, here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna hang you off the side of this building, and you're gonna tell me where Shroud is, or I'm going to drop you to your death.
Come on, I thought we were having a breakthrough.
Hey, we did. You know, for being a real piece of shit, you're pretty easy to talk to, but the only breakthrough I need right now is the location of Shroud.
I'm not telling you shit, you fucking loser.
Oh, chill, bro.
This is more like how I thought this would be.
I hope Shroud kills you just like he killed your father. I hope he fucking spanks your little daddy issue bitch ass to death, you hear me? Are we outside?
Windy up here tonight, huh?
Why are we outside?
No telling where you'll land.
Smells like outside smells. Fuck, wait.
I have neighbors. Use your inside voice and just tell me where Shroud is.
Okay. Steel mill, Llewellyn Steelworks, okay?
He's gaming, bro. He's playing Arc Raiders.
Please, that's all I know.
Stop screaming, God damn it.
Help!
Hey, I will pull you up if you quiet the fuck down.
Help!
Should I let him drop?
Sir, if you want something to scream about, I'll give you something to scream about.
No! You piece of shit!
Hey, I ruined a perfectly good mattress to make sure you didn't die, okay? You're welcome.
I tried to murder him, but it didn't work. Wait, that's the QTE? What the fuck are these QuickTime events, dude? It's just the tutorial, okay. The jacket QTE. Whoa, what is this fit, bro? I'm cool as hell. Oh no, it's a mecha anime. I didn't realize it was a mecha anime. Oh, but that's a bummer for me. This is I'm done. I'm done playing this as a mecha. Chill on Peak. Dude, the visuals are incredible. This is crazy.
Oh shit, he's here!
Okay, I'm cooking these fucking QTEs. I totally understand why people said no QTEs though. Broke it. Wait, what is this?
Time to finish this.
Input code to activate mode. Wait, I'm so confused by how this works, but I guess it's like normally it's going to be with a time constraint, right?
All right, next one.
Wait, what the fuck? Oh.
Nailed it. Just one more.
I'm hacker manning so freaking hard right now.
All right, got it.
Guide avatar downwards towards complete infiltration. I'm hackermans. He's him. Can I do an esport in this? Like, what's up? Am I a pro? Holy shit, this guy's good. Am I the tens of this game? I'm basically Faker.
Hey, can I get a copy of that video when we're through here? Because I'm about to fuck you up and those videos do numbers.
Hey!
Maybe we can go viral.
Ooh, maybe we can go
Goon?
viral.
He's a gooner.
All this build-up, face-to-face with your father's killer, and you come in here with that lame shit?
Ugh, where the fuck is Shroud?
He'll be here in a bit. Oh, hey! After our conversation, I asked him about your dad. Fun little tidbit. He was very well hydrated. Turns out right after Shroud shot him in the chest, your dad pissed his pants. Bet you didn't know that, huh? So after that bullet tore through his insides, he still had enough time to know how absolutely fucked he was and just pissed himself like a little bitch. It was like so much piss. Because your dad was wearing shorts, so it just kept...
I get it.
Oh my god. This guy's cooking us? No, he's not. He just got punted like a football. Mecha Man.
Starting to think I didn't need to waste a perfectly good mattress to break your fall.
Perfectly good. I assume that cum stain thing was already in the dumpster.
Can we just skip to the part where you reveal your bullshit superpower so we can fight for real?
He's Toxic Sludge Man? Booger Man.
Cool dick. So, you got some kind of clever supervillain name?
You can call me Toxic.
Bro, that works on so many levels for you.
Yeah, no shit. That's the point!
Wait, what the fuck?
Shroud's augments are pretty good when normies like you use them. But when you put them on someone who already has powers, fucking chef's kiss.
I fucked up. I fucked up the QTE. Uh-oh, it's getting harder.
Fuck.
That's crazy. He's just slinging dick, bro. What kind of dick are we working with, chat? Ah! I was too busy thinking about what kind of dick I'm working with to hit the QTEs right.
Figures.
Lock in? I know. I can't take advantage of the cinematics though when I'm locked in on the QTE. Oh my god. Wait, he's a blob now? Wait, there's a red booger too and a green booger? What kind of dick does the red one have? I can't read chat while I'm also forced to lock in on the QTE. Dude, what the hell? Oh god. That's crazy that his dick is outlined. Big blob goon. Why are you staring? Bro, his cock is out. What am I supposed to do? Not look? You see a fucking titty, you're gonna look. Same with a penis. Yeah, my boy's got a thick 8. And he's a grower, not a shower. They jumping you? I know. It's disrespectful. They got their dicks out and their pussies out and they're jumping my ass. Wait, I had that the whole time? Why didn't I use this? Meat Gazer is a superhero name.
So, what do you got left on them shields? I said 40%, but Boss Man says you're down to 28. And he is not wrong about these things. Good news, buddy. Shroud says he just wants the Astro Pulse, which we all know isn't really yours anyway.
Come on, beat his ass, beat his ass, beat his ass.
System check. Calculate the damage per second hitting shields. Then tell me how many seconds I need to divert Astral Pulse energy to rocket boosters.
12.89 seconds of damage before critical.
Oh hey, Boss Man says if you're planning on diverting pulse power to the boosters, it won't work. This is a limited time offer, dude. What's up? You were so fucking talkative earlier. I'm just the messenger here. He says you're not calculating that shit stuck to your leg, dumbass.
Fuck it.
Divert it, baby.
Hey, great. I'll go to the plan. Now get out of there, babe. Come on.
Okay, I ran away, but it's the tactical retreat. Tactical retreat. That wasn't an L. If you put 2 L's together like this, it turns into a W.
Yeah! Status.
Pulse status stable. Foreign device detected.
Uh-oh. What the hell? Oh no, he put a fucking C4 on me. God damn it. I hate when they do that.
Warning. Warning. Warning.
Put a fucking pipe bomb on my asshole, dude. I guess this is the end of the game. All right, GG's. That was fun. I fucked it up. Wait a minute.
It was just over 4 months ago that images like this were recorded across the Southland.
What?
Videos flooded social media and our newsroom, showing what many thought to be the death of Mecha Man. Again. For nearly 50 years, a Mecha Man has protected Los Angeles. Built by an ordinary civilian with no superpowers. This first suit was dubbed by some fans as Mecha Man Prime.
More like MAGA Man.
Generations of pilot, their identities kept secret, have given everything to protect this community, including their lives. After the tragic passing of Prime, the next Mecha Man, known as Astral, teamed up with a star-studded superhero group known as the Brave Brigade.
The Brave
leading to
Brigade.
an unprecedented period of peace in the Southland. After years of loyal service, tragedy struck again when Shroud, a former Brave Brigade member turned villain, killed the pilot of Mecha Man in cold blood.
Oh, that was my
But
dad.
yet again, as hope was lost, a third generation of Mecha Man emerged. A Mecha Man for the modern era. A bulwark against organized crime in the
Shroud.
greater Los Angeles area. Until today. Earlier today, Mecha Man broke his silence and addressed the media.
I'm a Nepo baby. Mecha Man is a Nepo baby. Just like me, for real.
There's been a lot of speculation about my health and the state of the Mecha Man suit, and I'm here to put that speculation to rest. The suit has been damaged beyond my ability to repair, so I will be stepping back from superhero work, effective immediately.
Does this mean you're finished?
Can you repair your
What's next for Mecha Man?
Does this mean your career is over? How badly were you hurt?
One at a time, please.
Ashley Rines, San Pedro Daily, do you have anything to say to your fans? The public outpouring, the vigils, a lot of them were worried you wouldn't wake up.
Everything I've done, every sacrifice me and my family have made has been for the people of Los Angeles.
He's just like me for real.
Next question.
Chris Stratton, Torrance Tribune. Does this mean you're retiring as Mecha Man? Word on the street is, you're donezo.
Are you 100 years old? Why are you talking like that?
Answer the question, buddy boy. Are you retiring? My readers need the skinny, and I aim to deliver. Let's get it on the record.
Look, I'm not retiring. Not yet, at least.
Any idea what you can do without the Mecha Man suit?
Not yet. All right, just one more, please. I gotta get back to, just one more. Preferably someone from the Century.
Charles Kingsley, South Bay Signal. So, Shroud kills your father, goes to jail 15 years, breaks out, and immediately
This looks like
dupes
one
you
of those
into a
national
trap
security
where he
reporters
destroys
that
the Mecha Man suit
pesters
and puts
every
you in a coma
admin.
for months.
I didn't hear a question in there.
Two-parter. First, why didn't Shroud kill you? You haven't been conscious for months. It'd be easy money taking you out.
Okay, Shroud wanted the Astral Pulse and Mecha Man gone. He got both. I'm not sure I mattered much.
Right. You're unimportant. Which leads me to my next question. Most heroes avenge their family. You did the opposite.
This is a report.
You
This is
killed
adversarial
their
journalism.
How disappointed would your dad be if he were here right now?
Steve Bannon ass motherfucker.
Your father, your grandfather. They must be rolling over in their graves.
I think he'd be proud, because I'm alive.
Everyone will remember
as
that.
You so sensitively pointed out, he isn't. I think he knows that I sacrificed everything and that I did my best. Being Mecha Man, protecting my community, was the greatest honor I'll ever have.
Respond is on you, Skip. No, I didn't.
I have to live knowing that. Thank you for coming.
Redo and beat his ass? Wait, what? No. I'm a class act, dude.
Up next.
I'm classy
Is Mecha
sassy.
Man a mecha quitter? Yeah, I mean, it seemed like it'd be better if he died than be a mecha coward, you know? What kind
Whoa!
of example is he setting? Stay tuned to find out.
Fucking haters, man. All right, you know what? I'm letting these guys steal stuff. Fuck it. This is how Los Angeles is because of woke, by the way. This is like real time.
Hey, assholes.
Yeah, all you assholes. I was fucking watching that.
Hey, who you calling assholes, asshole?
I'll handle this idiot. Keep loading. We're out of here in 30. And who the fuck are you?
Yeah, you. Go fucking hobo ranger? Who the fuck are you?
Right now, I'm someone with nothing to lose, which is probably bad news for you.
Well, with nothing you have, you're about to lose again.
Whatever the case,
I don't know if I can beat their asses, but I'm gonna try.
God damn it. Look, you're hurt. You're not thinking straight. You don't want to fight someone who knows which hand every punch is coming from.
No, they beat my ass, bro. Oh no. Oh, not my dick and balls. Oh god. Oh, pack him up, whoever it is. Pack up the Skittles squad. Oh, a babe? Are you serious?
That guy I threw, he landed on the roof, right?
Oh my
Phew.
god.
Hi, I'm
What
Rob
is
Blazer.
this, bro?
I
What
work
is
over at
this?
Superhero Dispatch Network.
Hey, hi, yeah, I know who you are. You're like famous.
A muscle mommy? This
I
is
don't
the
know
greatest
about
game
that.
of all time.
I'm just a corporate hero for hire.
There's digital
You're the
cooch
real
in this
deal.
game? Oh,
You're the
fuck.
famous one.
Right, I don't think infamous is the same as famous, but...
Oh God, your arm.
Fuck. Oh yeah, that's gross.
Yeah, you look like some kind of mime DJ. Let me see it. I'll help you. Usually dislocates the other way.
Okay, but have you done this before? Because maybe...
Oh, that hurts so good.
That's,
from mommy.
That's okay. Thank you.
One of them is on that roof.
Oh, that hurts so
you
good.
look like you could use a drink.
Or 10.
What makes you say that?
I didn't even realize it.
Yeah, well, you know what? They can taste the rainbow in jail.
What do you mean? Like different colored dicks?
Oh, she's funny
Sorry.
too. Oh, I'm
Sorry.
smitten.
I actually didn't know what I meant, but you know what? It should have been that.
I'm a little buzzed. I don't really make jokes like that.
Hold on. I realize that I'm like literally causing you guys not to see everything on screen. If I like, and by that I mean boobs for the most part. I have to make my screens, my image smaller on camera. I'm sorry for the gooners. You know what I mean? That's, you know, I got you, fam. Dr. Umar would also be smitten with a snow bunny. Snow bunny mind control. This is a Christian stream? Oh, no, it's not. Not anymore. Okay, I have to pee real quick. I'll be back in a second. I peed glue. That's what people used to say. Can't blame him for taking a jork break. That's crazy. Yeah, no, I cranked it that fast, chat.
I think Vissy's rubbing off on me.
Who?
Someone I work with. It's... yeah.
I don't even know what she said.
That feels like a challenge.
Oh, no. It's fine. Don't worry about keeping up. Something to do with the powers. It takes a lot for me to feel anything.
What a sad sentence.
Hey, you should give yourself more credit. To do what you did for as long as you did. Especially without superpowers.
Not true. What do you call this?
I can fix that one for you, too.
No thanks, I like this one.
Thank you.
Bro, I'm so weak.
How did you afford all that? You must have spent hundreds of thousands of...
Millions. So you'll understand when the check comes.
You're serious? Millions.
Yeah, I basically burned through my entire inheritance keeping it going. The last couple of years have just been duct tape and sheer determination.
Why did you do it?
Do what?
Sacrifice everything to be a superhero to the point of financial...
So I can have a blonde
I was
babe
gonna say hardship,
as my
but
superhero
ruin was
girlfriend.
the first word that came to mind, yeah. You must be completely broke at this point.
I don't know. I guess I just like helping people.
Blonde Blazer will remember that.
Are you drunk yet or what?
Yeah, I should probably switch into water.
Good, because I was hoping, after some drinks to loosen you up, I could learn a little more about you.
What?
And, if all
Yo,
that went
she's
well,
trying to Sekisu.
present you with a proposition.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Sex?
A proposition?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out if this is a fit or not, you know? Then it's just a matter of picking the right moment.
Okay. Hopefully it's nothing too scandalous.
That's actually not water.
God, this is like pure alcohol.
It's not like alcohol, it is alcohol. I know because you spit it directly into my open mouth. That's water. That, see how it has ice in it?
You drink hard liquor from a pint glass?
Actually, I usually just drink it straight from the bottle, but I thought that would be embarrassing.
Oh my god, she's the best.
I'm gonna go clean up.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's fine. I will be right back.
I hate to see you go, but I love to watch you leave. Oh my god.
Hey, bitch! Hey, I'm talking to you, bitch.
Alright, just so you know, I only turned around because someone yelled, not because I'm a bitch or anything.
Don't you watch the news? This is a superhero bar.
Oh, wow, are you a superhero? That's so cool. Is this your power? You're like, tell people obvious shit guy?
Well, you're really going to act like you don't remember me.
Wait, it's coming back to me. Hold on. Yeah, it's coming back to me. Oh, wait. You know what? You are Mr. Wet Ponytail. Your superpower is then obviously your ponytail, which, aside from being disgusting, has the ability to never not be wet. In battle, you whip it around and anyone it touches fucking kills himself.
Shit. That is... Damn.
You good?
Sorry, I choked on my spit.
No, like a bitch. I control the fire.
The fire?
And the flame. And my skin does not burn. I am flambe. And you...
Wait, oh shit, I do remember you. You're that shitty villain I busted up.
Not anymore, mecha dick. As I literally just said. I am Flambe, a real superhero. And you are not mecha man anymore. So, you need to get the fuck out of here. Now, we can do this the easy way.
Sorry, which way was that?
Hey! No, Punch Up. You're literally fanning the flames right now.
Oh,
shit!
I clipped his
right.
ass.
Anybody got a rogue? You gotta drop and roll, lad.
Everyone will remember this? Yeah, remember how
doesn't
goated I
burn.
am.
Some people become scared before they even know they're hurt. Like babies.
Dude, a second babe? Are you fucking kidding me? Bro, there is literally, there are so many babes in
Mecha
this.
Dick, get the fuck out of here.
I get it. Can you just tell Blazer I'm outside?
Out!
Relax, I'm leaving.
Hey, I couldn't find you.
It's cool. I was just admiring the art on this dumpster. Can't tell why anyone would put those words together. Why are you holding drinks?
Nightcap?
You're in trouble.
Actually, according to the bartender, that's exactly what you are. What happened in there? I walk out and the bartender's pissed. The whole energy is awkward. And why'd it smell like burnt hair?
I got a little fired up with the guy, but he ran off before anything happened, so...
Oh, you got fired up?
Yeah? Does that not sound convincing enough?
Hold these.
Yo, why is she rizzing me up so much? I'm a little sus.
It's a little out there. Easier if we fly.
Oh my gosh, she's gonna fly me to the moon. Oh my god, fly me to the moon. Are you fucking kidding me? Dude, this is the greatest game of all time. This is like superhero babe fantasies. I totally understand why everyone wanted me to fucking play this game. She's about to ruin your life. I'm ready. I'm ready to have my life ruined. She's giving me uppies. If she's a Russian spy, call me Jackson Hinkle, okay? The way I'm actually offering my loyalty to the Russian Federation. Fuck me up. Bro, that's crazy. She's just one hand holding me. Oh my god, like I'm a fucking napkin.
I actually thought you were taking us to sit on it.
Hmm? Oh yeah, that would have been cool. Oh no, yeah, this is better because you can see it, and it looks like there's a couple up there already. So.
I know I shouldn't even bring it up because it was mortifying for the both of us, but I am seriously sorry about the whole spitting thing.
Yeah, that's usually like a second date kind of thing with me.
Oh!
I'm joking. I'm joking.
No, it's a first date thing. She's joking.
This is not a date.
Whoa,
No,
come
totally.
on now.
Yeah, I was thinking about something else.
Oh
but,
no.
yeah.
Oh no. Why she be like that?
Thank you. Again.
Don't you worry about it, Robert Robertson.
Are we in or are we not in? I can't tell.
How
Fuck.
do you know my name?
Oops.
What's going on?
Okay, I'll tell you. But only after you tell me how you ended up with a name like that.
Oh, you mean a name like Robert Robertson III?
The third? 3 times this happened?
There was Grandpa Bobby, then my dad, who I called Dad, but everyone else called Robbie, and then me, Robert, because I wanted to be taken seriously.
Family tradition.
In more ways than one. Gramps was the first Mecha Man. He died in the suit before I was born. Dad was killed fighting Shroud. That's when I took over. There was a little inheritance and the life insurance money.
Snowbody mind
I'm so
control
sorry.
is real,
I
and
didn't
I
realize.
wanted to take me.
Just your run-of-the-mill, sad superhero origin story. The family tradition, if there is one, is dying in that suit. Which I guess I don't have to worry about anymore.
I hate Shroud.
What is
I
it?
hate you, Shroud. You took everything
Quite
from me.
drunk enough to share my origin story just yet. But remind me to tell you someday.
Definitely.
Lol, she doesn't even riz you that bad. You're all starving. Dude, you would fold like a fucking napkin if a girl of that stature
We can
did
work
these
with
things
this.
to you. You'd be ready to fucking kill. Kiss her. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, she's moving in my direction. Oh!
No, this.
What?
I'm sorry if I gave
Hey,
you the
yo!
wrong impression. It's my fault.
I'm so sorry. I totally misread that.
You didn't. I mean, you did. But I definitely. The way I
You
went
fucked
about
it?
things tonight. I'm sorry.
Restart the game. I blew it. Bad ending. I pre-fired. 199. Wait. Generational fumble. Last save 2 minutes ago. Should I quit and then restart? Should I? I will quit and restart. I will quit and restart. Until the lips touch is crazy. Restart or unfollow. You're still in. You're good to go. Failed social cue. Okay. I don't want to hear from a bunch of shut-in neurodivergent chatters about failing to fucking read social cues, okay? I'm sorry, but that's crazy. She was throwing fucking daggers my way, okay? She was touching my face as a universal signal for Hello? That was crazy. I don't know what just happened. That was crazy though. Did y'all see that? That was almost a that was a Spectrum fumble. What the hell, dude? We're back though. We're back. Bro fumbled so hard the stream effed. No, you don't even need to refresh in that situation. It's just like we're fine. Like I'm here. What the fuck? Don't restart, you're good? Okay, well, I'm not going to restart. Okay, all my losses are lessons. It's obviously trying to cover your tracks after that embarrassing moment. I don't know what happened. My stream effed for no reason. But like I was saying, it's a universal sign. You take the mask off, you fly, you get flown around by sexy muscle mommy. She takes her mask off, she touches your face. That's a universal sign for a kissy poo. Okay, it's kissy poo time. I will not be hearing any alternatives here. Let's continue.
It was all a little loose, a little unprofessional.
Unprofessional? I'm not sure that applies to this.
I'm actually here on official business. How I know your name, the proposition I mentioned right before you spit in my mouth.
Still mortified about that.
It's fine. Do you remember a superhero named Trackstar?
Remember, of course. He's like family. That I haven't talked to in a while, but what about him?
I work with him at SDN. He recommended you. Mentioned that he worked with your father?
Yeah, he was the youngest member of the Brave Brigade, so he was kind of my babysitter for a while. How's he doing?
He's doing great. He's why I'm here. Robert, I would like to make you an offer. In exchange for dispatching and mentoring some of our rookie heroes, SDN can make you Mecha Man again. But this time with all the resources that a company as big as ours has at their disposal.
Oh my gosh, he wants me to do corporate
no
capitalist,
more paying
man.
Out of pocket for repairs. Support staff, the whole shebang.
So this was like some sort of interview?
I was worried that you might be...
Crazy?
Unstable, damaged, unfit, batshit, dipshit, I don't know, whatever you want to call it.
I'm in.
It's a big investment. It'll take considerable time and money to get the suit repaired and the missing pieces replaced. Plenty of time to learn how to dispatch.
If I get to be around her, I'm so in. I don't give a shit if they make me a cop for hire.
Experience, your work ethic, your perspective, it's all invaluable. Share it, Robert. You have a lot left to give.
And what if I say no?
Then I'll hate you forever. And I'll push you off this billboard.
Wow.
Yeah.
And no one would suspect a thing.
Nope, not a one.
Wait, so you want me dispatching? What's that even mean?
Oh, right. I was supposed to test you at the bar. Here.
Drunk people shouldn't be throwing things at drunk people.
Noted.
Am I waiting or are you waiting? What's going on?
It was supposed to open up when I threw it to you. Okay, there. Pop it on. This is part of the assessment. And don't move too much in there. You're sitting on the edge of the billboard.
Greetings and welcome to this training
Who the
simulation.
fuck is this clown, bro?
We may be superheroes, but we're nothing without SDN's real hero, the Dispatcher. So, Dispatcher, where do we start? Well, it appears we've got our first call from a subscriber.
Subscriber.
I saw some scary, suspicious men last night leaving the old movie theater.
You'll receive requirements to help
Strike
you
the Devil's
determine
fortified.
which heroes to send. Such an array of brave heroes to choose from. How could you possibly pick just one?
Phenomena Man?
This graph will show you what a hero does well and not so well.
This motherfucker maxed out in the combat. Fuck this guy.
A hero with a knack for vigor and combat looks right for the job. That sounds like me, Phenomena Man. Now that at least one hero is being dispatched, It's time to get to work. A sound approach. I will now return to SDN.
Yellow text matters
When a
for
hero
staff.
returns to SDN, they'll need some much-needed R&R. That stands for rest and relaxation. Don't forget to review your hero's performance. They won't be sent out again until you do.
Okay, how do I review it?
On SDN's state-of-the-art graph, we can see an analysis of what
Citizens app?
skills the call required. Let's see how well I did after responding to that caller's, well, call. There's no such thing as a perfect fit. Use your intellect and your roster to your advantage.
Don't worry, you'll be working hard soon.
The more that my skills align with the needs of the job, the more likely I am to succeed.
Phenomenon is a bit autistic.
Organized criminals, often led by figurehead supervillains, are the scourge of Southern California. We work tirelessly to root them out.
Hideout shut down. Escape close. Okay, it worked. Wait, someone said I was checking BDBD for your vids and you showing no of the stuff you got from China has 7.3 million views. Holy shit, brother. Yo, send me the fucking screenshot of that. That's crazy.
We've got a potential villain hideout on the college campus.
Sometimes the solution is brains, not brawn. SDN's diverse array of heroes can solve any problem.
How am I going to figure out what they need, though? What this task needs? Potential villain hideout at a college campus? Use your brain? Like by clicking on intellect? Investigate potential villain hideout. Decode the mysterious clues to identify the cryptic criminal. Okay, so we need someone who's smart. Okay, all these guys are dumbasses except for Brain Book.
Let's make history.
And then we need let's see. Is there another intelligence one? Sweet talker, maybe. Yellow text context clues? Yeah, decode the mysterious clues to discover the cryptic. You can send two. I want to send two. Okay, I'm gonna go with Sweet Talker as well. Right, because this is mobility, vigor, combat, and charisma. Yeah, I'm gonna stack him with a Sweet Talker.
You look lovely today, by the way.
Knowledge is power.
Let's see if it worked. You can rizz him up a little bit, you know what I'm saying? They're returning. Okay, so the gameplay is like this. You just like kind of click on stuff. Oh, I was right. 100%ed it.
What can I say? A lot, actually.
God damn.
The museum is doing an exhibit on local superheroes, and
need a guest speaker.
Okay, well, that's gonna be sweet talker for sure.
Will get you everywhere.
Incorporate your unique perspective as a superhero. This is the tutorial. Holy shit, bro. Okay.
Exactly right.
Fuck it. I'm sending 2.
One of your heroes needs you.
Wait, what? Disrupted?
As their leader, your heroes will look to you. Make choices and follow where they lead.
Sprinkle in jokes.
These choices need the right skill. Remember.
It worked, right? Opening tasteful. Okay.
The convoy of Diablo's goons are harrying the highway patrol.
Intercept the
As if
convoy.
traffic
Overwhelm
in
them with
this
an
city
onslaught of
was not
attacks.
Bad enough.
Speaking of traffic and going places, does SDN offer paid time off to take vacations?
Of course. PTO accrues at a regular rate over time. Use it however you like, as long as you discuss your schedule with your manager well in advance.
Oh, what the
fuck is a PTO?
The diabolical supervillain El Diablo is attacking Los Angeles General.
Oh no, it's one of my arch nemesises, El Diablo. That means the Diablo in Spanish.
Huh, he must have been using the convoy ambush as a distraction.
And to attack helpless hospital people. That craven bastard.
Speaking of hospitals, did you know SDN offers a robust benefits package for all full-time employees?
There's a giant
That's
monster.
phenomenal.
I don't even have people. Remember, a babe is watching. Wait, am I cooked here? I have to wait, right? Oh, fuck. Oh, God, it's
There's
getting
a giant
crazy.
monster attacking downtown. Save us, SDN!
Oh, God.
SDN values work-life balance. When the bell rings, your shift will end very soon.
Oh, God, I'm getting cooked. I'm getting cooked. On God, I'm getting cooked. %ed it. Let's go.
Yes.
Now I
Tens
get why
across the
people were
board.
saying don't use both.
Sometimes a hero can use their talents to tip the scales. They are superheroes after all.
Bust through the walls to make an exit. Walls busted. I mean, she could bust my walls. You know what I'm saying? Okay, what is this one?
I need help getting to my doctor's appointment.
Oh, that's crazy. What the fuck do you mean you need help getting to your doctor's appointment? I'm closing this. I'm waiting for Pom Pom. Okay. Draw the monster's attention. Endure to beat the beast attacks. 53%. Wait, I failed? Monster rampaged? Okay.
Loud and clear. Moving out.
El Diablo's goons are running scared. Pursue El Diablo. I'm getting L'd. I'm taking L's right now. Oh my God, she's never gonna Sekatsu. She's never gonna fuck me. This is so sad. It had 3 slots. You sent 1 hero. Also, how is 53% a fail? Like, I'm getting cooked here.
On my way, citizens.
For you, baby, anything.
It's got 4 slots, so I'm just gonna hit with the 3. All right, whatever. This 2 should be fine.
I am on the way.
Oh, God. No. Help us. We're being held hostage. Send help, please.
Shit, I can't use
You can
Sweet
find
Talker.
suggestions on how to handle hostage situations
wait.
on page 234 of SDN's Guide to Dispatching.
Oh, I'm cooked. Maybe brains?
Oh, I see you have a keen mind.
Let's see if that works. I don't know. I was desperate. I was desperate. I couldn't let them get away with it, you know? Okay, that should have been... Come on. Yeah, no shot. 74% road
SDN
cross. That's
solves all
not. Why is that so
problems,
hard?
Big and small. We never ignore the people
Oh,
of the
no.
city, particularly the
Oh
elderly.
no.
Speaking of
I
retirement,
fucked up.
quick question, Phenomenon.
Oh, it
Does
worked.
SDN offer 401k matching?
Yes, but there are limitations. Your HR representative will have all the details.
Okay, that helped. Wait, that worked too? There's no way that works. 84%? I don't know how I cooked
Folks,
that.
call me Justice.
Oh my god, I'm the greatest.
Our
I'm
shift
literally
is
the
done
fucking
now. It is time for lunch.
greatest
Getting
superhero
that done without
dispatcher
you,
of all
dispatcher?
time.
Too
Even
true.
though my job
I'm
is the
going to enhance
wackest
my
job of
break
all
time
time, it
with some of the
seems.
snack offerings in our break room vending machines.
Great idea. Thank you again, dispatcher. I hope to be seeing a lot more of you. Goodbye for now, and don't forget to be
Chair hero?
phenomenal.
Did he just say phenomenal? Well, looks like I'm great at this, so that's gonna be bad for your negotiating position. Expect a lengthy...
Oh my god.
Did I drool on you?
I don't think so.
Well, you see why we thought of... Well, why Trackstar thought of you.
It makes sense, yeah.
No, I'm still going. Bilmiyorum kaçta yemek?
Meet me at the SDN offices tomorrow.
I'm
I'm not done
6.
saving you yet.
Okay, Mom, I'm playing a video game.
Is there a ladder or...
This is one of those moments where it's like literally more embarrassing for me to try to describe what I'm looking at to my mom than to just not say anything at all. You know, she's like trying to have a conversation with me while this gooner bait is playing on the screen. You made the right choice earlier. Feminists just don't want pixel kissing. Oh, thank you. Yeah, get out of my room. I'm playing Minecraft is right. But except this is not Minecraft. I feel like it's better if I switch to porn here. Hey, I'm just watching porn with 18,000 people in my community. It's fine. I'm gooning. You're a cook, bro? It's not even that gooned up right now. Bro, it feels pretty gooned up to me. It gets more gooned up. I love this game. This is the greatest game of all time.
Sorry I'm late.
Just gooning with my closest 18,000 friends.
Were you a good boy?
This game answers the question, what if Telltale has sex? I mean, it's the greatest question of all time.
We're striving to create a safer, stronger city every
I met a nice lady. She wants to help us out.
Yeah, I'm not giving the dog cereal. The dog is fat already. Come on. As you guys know, I'm Mr. Dog Abuse. That's my superhero name. Is made by the Telltale devs on. This is the greatest game of all time. I'm so excited that they made this game. So, I guess like all of the episodes are like 1 hour long, which is so perfect for streaming. I feel like they just made this game for me. Okay? It genuinely feels like they made this game specifically for me. Guys, it's not a corgi, it's an overweight chihuahua confirmed by the devs. I love this game. This is such a perfect game. Each chapter is a quarter of a Clementine episode. Shadows will come back tomorrow. All right. Was that episode really an hour? Felt like 20 minutes max. All right, I'll play one more. You and 54% of players kiss Blazer. Let's go. You and 45% of players let the goon drop. Your success rate in the fight with Toxic was 82%. You perform better than 1% of players. You and 49% of players answer the reporter. You and 28% of players dub Flambe Mr. Wet Ponytail. They didn't like that one. You and 54% of players ace SDN's tutorial shift. Dude, I'm the greatest gamer of all time. This says these stats all say I'm goated. Only 1% seems cooked. Is bottom 1% or top 1%?
Dang it! I'm gonna be late for band practice.
Unexpected things happen every day.
Phenomenon! Can SDN help me out with this? It's blocking the driveway.
I hate this guy already.
You can count on SDN to help lift the burdens life throws at us. Let SDN be your rock, so you can rock.
SDN is not an insurance company and does not cover damages to property, persons, or animals.
She's definitely not making it to band practice.
Yeah, well, yeah. Wait, what's that?
No, just the commercial. It was weird.
Weird. Yeah, right.
That guy's literally you. I know, but I'm seeing myself as an
He's
Aaron
like
Paul
a rock
character
star.
right now. I'm putting myself in the mindset of Mecha Man.
It's, I'm joking, because of the rock and the roll. Cool. Cool commercial. I'm a fan, you might say. You could say that.
I hate to break it to you. I heard he's a jerk in real life. Most big heroes are.
What? Jerk? No. I don't think so. Oh, God. Yep, that's not right. That is not right. That is, yep. Yeah.
Okay, let me help you.
Oh, no,
with
no, not necessary. I'm sure I...
It's soaked. You nervous? Big job interview?
No, I mean, yes, but yes is more... My powers make everything...
I love Waterboy. I need to tie him down naked to a vibrator on his tip until he is crying. I'm sorry, what? What did you just fucking say? This chatter gets it. Don't worry. We might need to condemn this chat. Like, we might need to jail chat. Gay people rise up. Who let this chatter out of his cage? I don't know. I've been asked, do you think he whimpers? Oh my God. Oh my God. This chat is... We found the person making that Waterboy NSFW art on DeviantArt. That's crazy.
Wet, moist. Water boy is how they call me, but yes, I am.
Oh, not this fucking loser again. Flom bitch. Got him.
Oh, okay. Oh. Now that your face is next to a side of my face, I see that I know you, of you. You're Mecha Man. You're dead, I thought.
Just on the inside.
You, look small or different in person.
Never meet your heroes, kid.
Oh, wasn't sure you'd show up.
Oh, wow. Laser, Lon, a real hero.
Oh, sorry, but I need him for something. Follow me.
Phenomenon is you now. Flambe is you from 2016. Okay, calm down,
Take your clothes
everybody.
What's happening right now?
We don't want too many people knowing you're Mecha Man. A lot of our dispatchers are former heroes, but it's better if you keep your identity a secret. We've had incidents in the past. Here. I remembered you being bigger.
Oh.
I was a little drunk. Listen, it's gonna be great.
I've never felt silly wearing this.
No.
Until now.
Yeah, I was trying to
Wait,
play that with
what
the silence.
the fuck?
It worked.
Bro, I thought they were gonna rebuild my mecha so I could have a fat dick mecha. What? This is brutal. She fucking persuaded me with her sensual ways to get me to do dispatch work. This sucks. Oh god damn it. I'm on desk duty, bro. This shit sucks ass. What are you gonna do with a mech suit at a desk job? I didn't realize I was gonna do a desk job. I thought the dispatch stuff was just like a test to see how great I can navigate other superheroes. I thought they were gonna make me the literal leader of the pack instantly, like from day one. The game is called Dispatch. Oh my gosh, he duped me. I mean, I'm fine. Hey, peace, brother. Yeah. Noah's leaving. The game is called Dispatch, not Superhero. I mean, for her, I'll do it. I'll do this job. As long as I get to see, as long as I get to be around her, you know what I mean? As long as I get to be around her, it's fine. Maybe one day she'll look my way. Bro, she said it's going to take a while to make your suit. The fuck you think you were going to do? I don't know. Have sex while I wait for the suit to be made? And then the rest is history. You know what I mean? I wasn't really thinking. I'm not going to lie. I was just kind of amazed that this beautiful lady was paying attention to me after I was such a fucking loser for so long and in public and in broad daylight. I was just stoked to have the attention of this beautiful lady. Also, I kissed her, so let's continue.
Get dressed. I have somebody I need you to meet. Oh, sorry. Should I turn around? Or
no, you can watch.
Should I close my eyes, maybe? If that makes you more comfortable.
Oh, I don't mind.
It's fine. I don't mind.
Oh, yeah, no, it's sure.
I mean, don't stare me straight in the eyes or anything, because that would be odd.
Yeah, I'm just gonna... There.
I'm a flirt. Oh, she's peeking through the fucking...
It doesn't look like it, but I am flexing every muscle in my body right now.
Really?
Okay, well, you didn't have to say it like that.
Damn.
I want to say again, I'm sorry about last night. I regret the way I conducted myself. It was a mistake. A complicated mistake. I can go into the details of those complications with you later.
Didn't feel like a
Didn't
mistake.
feel like a mistake. At least not to me.
Well, that makes one of us.
Oh,
It was a
let
nice
down.
night. Nothing more than that.
Yeah, I'd like to keep things professional.
Right, that's why you brought me to this conference room to strip down in front of you. Profesh.
Are you serious?
Who locks a conference room? So, you two fuck or what?
We kissed, but it was very innocent.
Like cheek innocent or tip of your dick innocent?
Okay, stop. First of all, we did not kiss. You kissed me.
Oh my God, what is happening? Oh my God. Oh my God, what is happening? I'm throwing Riz lines left and right. Why is it not working, bro? What the fuck? I'm mecha dick. This is crazy. Oh my God, bro. Oh my God, brother. Why? Oh, I told you fumbled. You're trying too hard. Brother, what do you mean? She fucking kissed me, brother. Why is she switching up right now? Damn. This is killing me, dude. I feel like I'm getting gaslit. What the hell? You got a rizzer by being pathetic, shaking my head? This is diabolical shit. Okay, this is diabolical. This is like inceldom. Okay, this is the journey to inceldom. This is what's gonna make me an incel. The H and HR violation is Hasan? That's crazy. Bro, you actually fucked up by romancing Blazer? Are you serious? You gotta stop, it didn't work? Well, but at least some of us have to get the bad ending. Wait, what is happening right now? I can't tell if chat's fucking with me or not. Stop, my heart can't take it.
Business.
Whoa, she cussed. Must have been a good one.
Robert, this is Invisigal. She is part of the Phoenix program. We take former supervillains, such as herself, and rehabilitate them to re-enter society to use their powers for... Are those my earrings?
Well, they look better on me.
Invisigal, this is Robert. He'll be your team's dispatcher.
A washed-up dad-bod superhero with no superpowers. Can't wait.
His identity, all of this, that's staying between us. He's still Mecha Man, but that can't get out. And if it does, I'll know who it came from.
You think I want to tell people our dispatcher's a fucking loser?
Look, I'm here to help. It's what I do. You have a chance to turn things around, bring some good into the world, and I'll support you in whatever way possible. So that maybe, just maybe, by the end of all of this, helping people is what you do too.
Well, I'm wet. I see why you like him. Look at that trip. What does that look? Best Buy Fight Club? Fucking hot.
Oh my god. Wait, is this another romanceable option? Because I'm into
for
it.
all the heroes in the company.
And she's at the bottom.
She called herself Invisibitch when she was a villain. We're trying to rebrand her.
Yeah, I thought Invisigal felt...
Love a lady with raspy voice and asthma. Okay, chronic asthma.
Kind of corny for her.
Oh yeah? The name was my idea. Just get your shirt on, Dad Bod.
Dad bod? Okay, just kill me. Fucking throw me off the goddamn Hollywood sign, dude. Are you fucking serious? Are you for real? This is no longer playing hard to get. She wants me to kill myself.
This is SDN. How can we help you?
We're not the highest profile branch in the network, but we've got what makes the real difference. Great people. Some of them aren't even people, and they're still great. One of the 3 copiers on this floor. Fax, scan, does literally everything. Documentation, one of the 3 Ds at SDN. There tends to be a healthy amount of paperwork. I used to call it triple Ds, but I was informed that had a different connotation.
What kind of heroes end up here?
Oh, all sorts. Some that are tired of doing it themselves, some heroes who prefer teams.
And some that used to be called Invisibitch. Quite the eclectic roster.
Yep. We're all about diversity. Lana works in the mailroom, from a different galaxy altogether. And then there's Galen, way back there, born with super hearing. He's from...
Florida.
Florida! Of course. Florida man over there. Hey, easy on the bath salts.
That was one guy.
Hey, speaking of bath, where is the,
Oh, need a bio break?
Excuse me?
Restroom. I mean, it's right over there. Sorry. At work, I tend to get a little...
Corny?
Corporate, Dick. Meet me in the records room when you're done. If you get lost, look for the door that says records room.
Why? There's a chatter saying you didn't fuck it up with the other options, but you fucked it up with Blazer already. But she's still throwing work my way. Okay, I think you're wrong. I will not elaborate.
Oh, bruh, I almost went in my pants. Hey, you this Robert people talking about? What's up, brother? My auntie named me Roy, but people call me Royd. All right. Good to meet you, bruh.
Likewise. So Royd, like steroid?
Huh? Hell no, brother. No, cuz. Listen. The 2 other guys here, they go by the name Royd. So I think it's like, we go scrap, we go ground, I boss you up, and then, you got Royd. You know what I'm saying, bro? That's what I think. Hey, you think that's why they call me Roy?
Bro,
like
he's
I'm
still
on steroids.
pissing.
But they think I'm some kind of a juice head? They think I'm not natty, bro? They think Roy's not natty.
No, I'm just kidding, man. Just making jokes about your name and the shitter.
Whatever. I no care.
Yeah, Nokia is probably best. Nice meeting you, Royd, even if it was while we were both holding our dicks.
You one funny bugger, Mecha Man.
Okay, so I was worried about your unwashed hand, but now I'm worried that everyone here knows who I am.
Nah, brother, it's Kapu. Need to know basis, and Roy need to know. I don't want to come pick up your soup or fix them for the SDN.
Cool. You gonna wash before you do that?
Nah, bro, I never touch nothing. Just touch my pants and underwear only. Even for
Respect,
shake,
I do the
like
same.
This.
Can you show me again? I don't think I got it.
That's what I do too. Respect. He just like me for real.
Holy shit. Who's this freckle-faced fuck? How are you?
That's an aggressive way to greet someone.
Look at this skinny latte prick. Your bones, kid. You here to whip these assholes into shape or what?
That's the idea.
I'm sorry, do I know you?
Why you all tense? What? It's a hug, not a hand job. Lighten up.
Be that as it may, I'm still confused.
Oh, right. Because I'm old as shit. How about this? This jog your memory?
Trackstar? Holy shit!
Yeah, you fucker. Why are you accepting hugs from old men you don't know? Oh, and hey, they call me Chase around here, so keep it, you know.
Sure, right. Yeah, Chase.
It's been what, 10, 15 years?
Has it really been that long?
Yeah, I reached out to this little pissant when his dad passed. Then he got to ducking me like he owed me money.
I was in a weird place.
I understand, kid. It was tough on all of us, so I can't imagine what you went through.
Yeah, so what's up? You gonna tell me why you look like Black Einstein?
Sorry. I never noticed.
Fucker. It's the powers. I can move 50 times faster than the average person, but I didn't realize until it was too late. And I was aging 50 times faster when I used my powers.
No.
Nowadays, I'm moving slower than frozen piss to keep the old ticker from popping on me.
Then how old are you really?
I turned 39 a few months ago, but went to Dave & Buster's, shit was lit.
So I guess this means you're the one person I can't complain to about losing my suit.
You better not. I would resurrect and re-kill your fucking father in front of you if it meant being able to use my powers again.
Jesus, Chase.
Wow.
What? Obviously, I'd let Robert have one last I love you before I extinguished the light from his eyes.
Was he always like this?
Yes, actually.
We joke, we laugh, we suppress our trauma. All right, enough of this feeling shit.
I'm not gonna lie, that's how I feel sometimes. At the age of 34, I feel like I look like him. Like Turkish Einstein. So, I get it. He's just like me for real.
Let's introduce you to your team of losers.
You do, Unc? Okay, dude. I've already gotten destroyed by blonde babe over here. You don't have to fucking double destroy me. Okay? I feel like I'm double destroyed. First by the blonde babe, and now also at first as Mecha Man, and now also from my goddamn chat. That's what it feels like when you're a Twitch streamer at the age of 30 plus, okay? That's what it feels like. You'll never understand.
Now, if I'm being honest, I thought and still think we should have canned these tunas months ago.
And you might get your wish. Because if we don't see improvements soon, the whole program will be scrapped.
Cool. No pressure.
Sonar here was a Harvard graduate who
will not shut the fuck up about being a Harvard graduate, like all Harvard graduates.
Who also orchestrated some of the most effective Silicon Valley investment frauds in U.S. history. Also,
sometimes he transforms into a fucking bat monster that would eat you ass first after he emptied your pension plan.
He's intellectual hybrid. When he's Mega Bat, he's a beast mode and he's fast.
Flambe, he
controls the fire and the flame, and his skin does not burn.
Right, you met him. Didn't you ever run in with him years back?
I did.
Wait, he's Afghan?
So you know he's a certifiable dickhead.
He's 36 years old and he's 6'4". Me in 2 years.
Invisigo, who you met. Turned herself in a few months ago and entered the program on the condition we didn't ask questions.
That's a little suspicious, no?
Suspicious? Really? Of a criminal that turns invisible and doesn't like to answer questions? What tipped you off, Sherlock?
I thought he was Latino. The flambe guy.
Here we have coupé, which I recently learned is a French ballet term that means to cut, hence the knives.
That's very clever.
Yeah, but it sounds dumb to say, so everybody calls her Coop. She was an assassin for the mob, then went independent.
Hot. Because you're racist? Yeah. Worldwide Latino belt? Yeah, he's a part of the global Latino belt.
Punch up.
Carnival strongman who made a deal with a sorceress. She gave him the strength of 10 men. His muscles grew, but his body shrunk.
He's got all the charm and brains of a greasy bowling ball.
Malevola. Terrifying. She's got a magic sword, and
What?
she creates portals that allow her to teleport.
Somehow she's still late for every fucking meeting.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she does it on purpose.
What's that?
That's Golem. He is a construct.
A construct?
Yeah. Bunch of dirt and mud made sentient with magic. I think he's lonely.
Prism, Michigan born and raised. Her power is weird. She weaponizes light rays or some shit. A lot of this stuff is a guess.
Why does she dress like a pop star?
She's actually super talented.
Wait, so the Z team, my team, their Phoenix program?
That is correct.
Your own motley crew of dangerous fuck-ups.
We're not looking for miracles, but we'd love one if we could get it. Can you show him his desk?
Sure. What's that arm squeeze about?
You want one? Here.
Fuck off. This is you. Pretty sparse, but feel free to decorate.
This computer's older than you look. Wait, so we're doing this? I haven't even met the team yet.
We did the slideshow.
First of all, that wasn't a slideshow.
Look, we like to start slow. Most people don't make it past the first dispatch. And this is better for everybody's safety.
What do you mean, safety?
You'll be fine. And this here is our little slice of the Southland. Whenever there's a crisis in the area, we get a call, and guess who answers?
Me.
Exactly. Now put your headset on and introduce yourself to these pricks.
This is call center simulator? In between
Hey,
Sekasu?
team, this is your dispatcher, Robert Robertson. I'm starting my first shift.
Tell me that's not your real fucking name, bitch. You can't be this shook on your first day. Come on.
Can we clear the channel, please? There's a lot of overlapping on this.
I saw him in his underwear.
Who? Roberto's son?
I saw him in his underwear.
He back in mine.
No, but he's got a lot of bruises, which I'm into.
She said I'm not packing.
Clear the channel.
Get it, your email.
Shut the fuck up. Let me remind you, these calls are fucking recorded for training fucking purposes. So keep the fucking line clear before we send your stupid fucking asses back to whatever fucking cell we pulled your stupid fucking asses out of. Alright?
Okay.
My son's balloon is stuck in a tree. Can you send someone?
What is this again? Charisma, intellect, combat, vigor, mobility. All right, I need a mobility hero. All right, I'll send Coupe or Invisigal. Wait, actually, no. Should I do Prism? Because she can do portals, right? Or no, is it Coupe that can do portals? All right, you know what? I'm going to do Invisigal. Fuck it.
Still on the clock, so okay. Trust me, I can handle this a lot faster on my own.
Oh, she's even faster.
Mr.
On her
Vanderstank
own.
is requesting a hero for a very important event.
Who's this Vanderstink guy?
Willem Vanderstank, certified genius. Literally, he has a certificate.
You aren't a genius if you need a piece of paper that says you're a genius.
You're just jealous. This guy rules.
Who will make the fucking... I'm gonna send sonar. Fuck it. I'm gonna send the bat. The bat.
Do you ever feel like you had so much potential and you're being wasted as a cog in a corporate machine? I don't.
I'll take Wednesday.
Tuesday.
Dibs on Monday.
What are you guys talking about?
We're taking bets on when you'll quit.
Friday?
Today's Friday.
I know.
Balloon recovered. Don't make the child cry. Cray cray bidet.
My bidet is spraying shit everywhere!
What? Difficulty low. Attempts until lockout. Fix the collar's malfunctioning bidet. Wait, I can just hack it from here? Okay.
Let's see if I can do this.
I'm Mr. Hacker Mans, dude. Hack the world. Didn't even need to do nothing on that one. %100% success rate. Smart.
We don't work on commission.
Okay, what's going on with sonar?
Oh, that, yeah. He kind of randomly turns into a monster sometimes.
What?
Randomly.
We are working on controlling it.
Wait, so he just gets back from a mission and turns into a different behemoth?
Get these idiots out of my bar before they destroy it. And don't send the flaming asshole.
Wait, why not? Two heroes are fighting each other. Break up the brawl diplomatically.
And he kicked Flambe's ass. Okay. That little shit did not kick my ass.
You did, though.
Yeah, I think I heard about that.
No, you didn't. Because it didn't happen, Bob. So we're all going to shut up about it. Yeah? Okay.
Punch Up? Why? Punch Up is a talker too. And he can... I guess he's a talker more than he's a fighter.
On it.
Hasan, you're too woke? Wait, why? I'm gonna try to riz them up. Golem is for muscle. I think I go with Prism, and then we hit.
Another backup dancer. Stop.
When assigned to a call, Prism duplicates the hero to her left, placing their illusion in an empty slot with half their stats. I don't even understand what that means.
I haven't walloped anything all damn day.
Boat robbery in progress at the yacht club.
Pursue the boat. Maybe Coop. That one's busted. Cause she got mobility.
So what was your read on this Mecha Man guy?
Washed up, drinking alone. A robot guy without his robot, I guess.
Uh-oh.
So, just a guy?
The idiots are fighting over the name Fight Man. Let's try giving them new names. Maybe that'll solve it.
All of you, shut the fuck up.
Give them the idol makeover.
Flambe, you're off route.
What? Where is he going? Why is he fucking busy? Where the hell did he go?
Fire at a local park has gotten out of control.
Wait, did he just...
Did you start that fire?
No.
The fire that's burning 2 blocks from where you're standing. You didn't start that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm on break, so how could I know?
Flambe, stop fucking around. I've got enough problems without you making new ones.
You fucking asshole.
I literally have rocks for brains.
That's crazy. 63%. Let's go. Come on. Easy. Easy. Okay. That's a lock. Boat return. Good job, Koo.
Hey, someone's robbing the museum. I don't know what you do, man. I just started today.
Security system has been taken over. Avoid motion sensors to apprehend the thieves. Is that a mobility play? I feel like that's a mobility play, right? But now he's like, oh, Invisigal is invisible. True, true, true. Okay.
Security here is amateur hour.
Danny the Bone Zone Diaz here. Today's topic is all about SDN hiring criminals to protect us. Educate the Bone Zone on SDN's Phoenix program. Prove him wrong about the Z team. Okay, this seems... You decide too slow? Okay, calm down, dude. I'm trying to make this happen.
Fucker said I was pregnant. Hell no.
How should we get around the sensors? Hack into the system? Weave through the sensors? Okay, I'll just hack it. I thought she could just go invisible through the sensors, but I'll hack it because I'm hacker mans. SDN is a paramilitary unit made of corporate superheroes. What does this do? Oh, that activates security. Did I fuck that up? Oh shit. It's a hacking minigame. I know, but... Breach successful.
Hey, it's me again, Galen. Blazer told me to show you the ropes, so here we are. Hey, a hero ranked up. Good job. Go check that hero.
Whoa.
Every rank up earns skill points.
Oh, that's why they're ass right now. I was wondering why they were fucking hot
icon next to a
ass.
stat to spend a skill point. Once you confirm, you can't go back.
Should I lean into their skills or should I balance them out? What's the meta here? All right, she's gonna be a mobility play. Nice. Use body to smother the flames. Easy. That's why I sent. That's why I sent the golem guy. Easy peasy, baby.
We've encountered these thieves before.
Compile and cross-reference past cases of this art crime ring. Track down no members to find their hideout. Wait, what? Okay, so intellect. This is an intellect play, and none of these guys are smart. Uh-oh. Sonar is too dumb right now. Okay, well, I have to cook it. Right? I think coup.
Swift as the knife, sharp as my knife.
On calls of 2 slots, coup gains +1 combat if placed in the first slot, and mobility if placed in the second. I think this is all girls team.
Looks like hell out there. Figuratively, I mean.
Educate the Bone Zone on SDN's Phoenix program. Prove them wrong about the Z team. CC 5%. Easy lock.
Oh, great job.
Finding my groove.
Proving him wrong, baby. Wait. Oh, she got upgrade time. Upgrade time. Upgrade time. Charisma, chat, or combat? What do we think? I think charisma, right? 'Cause I feel like everyone's got like decent combat skills. Rizmaxing. Dude, I'm cooking right now. I'm doing pretty good. Yeah. Oh, 100%. Nice.
I'm confused. I thought that would be more difficult.
She's P-Rism. With this one, I don't know. Maybe she's combat or intellect. Game is cool and fun. No, I really like it. You are better than Squeaks. Congrats. I mean, does that even take much? Like, let's be real. Rude. I feel like Squeaks is only good for Super Mario or whatever. Not Pookie. Yeah, Pookie's only good at Super Mario speedrunning, okay?
Hey, Bobby. Here, William Vanderstink needs a security detail. Is it cool if I go? I've been wanting to pitch him some stuff I've been working on.
Yeah, pretty sure that's exactly what he's trying to avoid.
For some situations, you can only choose one solution.
Wait, what?
I'm a high-ranking Vanderstanker. It would mean a lot.
Let Sonar meet his hero, Willem Vanderstank, and pitch him ideas.
We're going to need you to protect Mr. Vanderstank from the Vanderstanker fan club.
Send literally anyone else. Send Sonar security. No, he's not dumb right now, is he? Oh yeah, he's not dumb right now. He's dumb right now. You know what? Fuck it.
Sure. Go ahead.
Thanks, man. You will not regret this.
Well, I didn't think I would until you said that.
A kid just robbed me. That little shit, I want him behind bars.
Track the pickpocket and encourage him to turn his life around. Punch up, right? Or Prism. Prism probably better.
Kid's a hustler. I get it.
Uh-oh. The nerves are hitting Sonar as he's second-guessing his human meat alternative pitch. How should we approach it? What? Stick with your guts. Be yourself. Make it relatable. Tell a story. Just wing it. You got this. Make it relatable. Tell a story.
Make it relatable. You know, tell a story.
I've got a great story.
Oh, God. This is gonna fail. It worked? How did that work?
Time to freak some fuckers out.
All right, I'll snitch. Just cut me a deal, okay? Hideout is well guarded. Stealth and use of surroundings will be key in taking them down. Invisigal for sure. Plus mobility. Or should I even hit that? Hideout is well guarded. Stealth and use of surroundings will be... I think I can send Invisigal on her own. She's faster on her own. Send Golem. You haven't used Flambe yet? Oh shit, I just realized you're right. I have not used Flambe yet.
Yeah.
Alright, let's just fucking send Flambe.
That needs us, that I'm on my way.
How long was the last dispatcher here?
2 days. New record.
How the fuck did that happen?
I set this car on fire. Yeah. Very flammable. Kia Soul.
He's gonna fuck it up? Okay, well. That chatter just baited? Did I fuck that up? Uh-oh. They caught the kid, but have no idea what to do with a 12-year-old thief.
Just,
pep talk.
You know, give him a pep talk.
Oh, sure. I'll give him a pep talk, all right. I'm stacking mad dubs today, baby.
Let's go. Easy peasy. There's a lot of thieves in this hideout. How should the... Get the paintings out quietly.
Get the paintings out quietly.
No promises. I'm a screamer.
What?
You can't say you're not impressed. You can't.
Did she say no promises? I'm a screamer? I'm sorry. Oh my god. Bro, this game is amazing. What the fuck? This is the greatest game I've ever played, dude. Holy shit. Oh my fucking lord. What the hell? Holy moly. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. Invisibitch.
Wow. You're on fire today.
Oh, this? I'm just warming up.
Oh, see? That success actually translated to Flambe not being a fucking loser. That's good. Even though I hate his ass. Concentrate, you animal? Kind of difficult, don't you think?
Grannies, I got this.
Hold up. Aren't you banned?
Yeah, and I gotta get unbanned.
Okay, I'm locked in. I'm locked in with Invisibitch.
Yeah, nice try, dude. I'm not going anywhere. Except Grannies. Just so you know, I'm not going for you. I'm going because I have to. Can I get ice down here, please?
What does that mean?
She's asking for a tap-in. We got access to security cams of SDN subscribers all over our territory.
Wow, really? Is that legal?
Don't ask questions. Just always make sure to read the fine print.
I didn't do this.
Right, I feel like you've said that a lot in your life. What happened?
This is how I found the place. The old guy, who I assume is Granny, was laying here when I walked in.
You said you're literally a Palantir employee? Whatever, dude.
Just focus.
If being a Palantir employee means I get to have sex with the superheroes, I'm on board, okay?
What, you got ADHD or something?
Yes, fucker. Is it that obvious?
Yes, fucker, it is.
Well, then answer the question. I don't want to sit here and fixate on it when we're supposed to be doing whatever, superhero shit.
Just a plain-ass glazed donut. You happy?
Not as happy as you with that glaze all over you, huh?
Oh.
Slap that donut around on your face a little before you put it in your mouth, huh?
Yep, you got me. I love gobbling on hot, sloppy donuts. Love them from my mouth to my butt. How's it going? First date. Thanks for asking me that, so you could get all your funny jokes out. Now, can we maybe address the body in the room?
Peter Thiel really fucked up by not being a brick wall mommy? Yes.
Check his pulse.
Granny's alive. Thank Christ. I don't want to have to lip this guy. So, can I go now?
No, this isn't
A wellness check. It's a B&E. Let's figure out the perp is still there.
perp, B&E.
Okay, Lieutenant Fuck, I can't think of a character from a cop show.
Cool. Well, why don't you stay put and work on that while I get another camera up online?
She's my least favorite. The worst of the lot.
That surprises me. You guys got similar energy. How do I switch cameras?
Just click the side here and you can cycle all the cameras in the building.
It's weird getting tech advice from an old person.
Bro, I'm not even 40 yet.
Weird hearing bro from an old person.
Dan. Lieutenant Dan? Is that a thing?
Yes, I am the legless Vietnam vet from Forrest Gump. Sick burn. Am I doing something wrong? Pushing that button just says access denied.
Ah, damn it. Sometimes people add extra security. They don't understand it just makes it harder for us to do our job.
Hey, what's taking so long? Are you sleeping or something, or are you just bad at your job?
Oh, it's Hacker Man's time. Oh, dude. This is, let me do this, you know? This is what I'm best at. This is literally Palantir shit, by the way. Low key, but high key. Oh. What am I doing? Oh.
Why does a donut shop even need extra security?
Hello?
This node represents a code to use later. Remember it.
Up, down, left, left. Up, down, left, left. If you worked at Palantir, it would collapse in 5 days. Yeah.
All right, what do we got here?
Perp, Beanie, who are you, Lieutenant Dan?
Hey, shut up for a sec. You're not alone. He's coming your way, armed. You need to disappear.
Why are you whispering, you idiot? You're in my ear.
No.
But she can't hold her breath for too long because she got asthma.
God damn it. This bitch is a gusher.
Be careful.
I got this, Lieutenant Dan. Never mind. Got any more great advice?
Duck!
Shit.
Oh no. She can't breathe while she's invisible, and she has asthma. She goes invisible by holding her breath. Cool character flaw.
Bitch! Invisigal, just hold him off while I find a way to help. I can use the overhead sprinklers to short out his blaster.
Oh no.
Come on, come on, come on.
Oh god.
Got him.
Read only. Up, down. Okay. And then left up. Up, down, 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 left up. Boom. Easy peasy, baby. Dude, I am fucking Palantir God. Call me Peter Thiel the way I'm petering my field. I am Palantir God, dude. This shit is nothing to me. Yeah, I'm Mr. Robot, dude. The way he feel my Peter.
Granny, I don't think you know how to use that thing, so why don't you...
Shut the fuck up!
Oh, I'm one of the good guys.
You? Yeah, right. Don't fuck with me, okay? Nobody fucks Granny! Nobody fucks with Granny!
Invisigal, stay calm.
Great fucking advice, Lieutenant Dan.
Granny doesn't even know how to shoot that thing. Take out the thief first. He's the only one with his finger on the trigger.
You know what? It's my life on the line.
I'm done listening to you.
Disarm Granny, I fucked up.
Arm off and this whole building with me in it. Fuck off. I'm disarming the device.
No, Invisigal, that's a direct order.
Fuck.
Oh, fuck. Fuck! Invisigal, you there? Come in, Invisigal!
Fuck, this guy's heavy. Granny's clearly a fan of his own work. Oh, really wasn't expecting to see that. He's kind of caked up. So where's the perp, Lieutenant?
I think he must have had something else to do, 'cause he left.
I mean, this is why you have insurance, right?
Jesus Christ, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
This feels like a win to me.
That was pretty good for first day. Sometimes people, you know, get electrical burns.
She disobeyed a direct order.
Well, that's the problem. This isn't the army, and these ain't soldiers. They're fucking supervillains.
She ignored you, insubordination?
Look, why don't you take a breather? We can debrief with Blazer in a bit. Here, there's vending machines in the break room. You look like you could use us.
This game is so millennial that speak like Gen Z coded made for you? Yeah, on God, for real.
Are you sure you're not actually 80 years old?
Yeah, I don't mind the insubordination. Also, 0 failures, 12 successes. Take that, squeaks. Also, yes, this game literally is made for me. This game is so perfectly made for me. The only issue I have is it's not horny enough. Okay, it's horny, but I want it to be hornier. Is Austin fucking spamming Quando lyrics in the chat? That's crazy. This man will not stop with the torment. I swear to God, bro. It wasn't enough that he cooked me while we were in China. He has to do it again. Take a hero out of resting. Pharmacy second win. Nice. Choose one hero to receive the mobility upgrade. I got to give it to a mobility hero, right? Invisigal or Coupe? Golem. Shouldn't I be hitting like you've met him at a very Quando time in his life? Yeah, I'm not giving it to fucking Invisigal, bro. She didn't listen to me. Coupe, on the other hand, is my girl. I'm rewarding Coupe. Golem is cracked, dude. Do not sleep on him.
What kind of superhero flinches? I didn't say which superhero. Chill out.
If you had people trying to kill you for the last 15 years, you'd be jumpy too.
What makes you think my life has been any different? You think growing up surrounded by a bunch of shitbag villains, I didn't need to watch my back?
Yeah, well, I guess you should do a better job picking your friends.
What the fuck?
You can't just go around. Ow! Why does he keep screaming?
His name's Sonar.
Yeah, I know what sonar means.
What's up?
Then why are you asking why he keeps screaming?
She was just explaining your, you know what? Never mind. Good shift.
This guy is weird.
Yeah, he is. Look, I actually just came by to celebrate the mission going well. Didn't mean to interrupt your little snack. What, do you need it pre-chewed like a little baby bird, bitch?
Look at me. You disobeyed a direct order. How can you think it went well? You trashed the place. The suspect got away. You got the client hurt. You think when that guy signed up for SDN that it'd result in the back of his ball sack getting scorched? Because they don't mention that in the commercials.
First of all, the place was trashed when I got there. Second, I'm sure Granny would take some crispy nuts over losing his arm. As far as the bad guy, fuck, shit happens.
Fact of the matter is that shit didn't need to happen. We could have had an outcome where the client doesn't get fried and we get the perp if you had just fucking listened to me. You ask for help, then I can... What now?
Do you recognize the voice of Sonar? Yes, he's he seems like the most moderate person I've ever heard.
Here's some advice. You're right at home behind that desk because you're no hero. You were a nerd playing a video game.
Yeah, Sonar's voiced by the man who is the most moderate man on the internet, who I like to call Normie Meter, who I also, who is convinced that I'm a dog abuser. Professional animal lover, apolitical Normie Meter. Who else have you recognized? Jesse Pinkman. He's actually a really good voice actor, by the way. Moist, low key. Jacksepticeye, I think, is Punch Up is Jacksepticeye. Alana is also voice acting? No way. Which character? Oh, I haven't seen Malevola too much. I don't think I've heard Malevola at all. Guess who Golem is? Young Gravy? Really? Oh my God. Bro, where are you? I don't know. Here at home, gooning to this game instead of actually voicing any of the... This cast is star-studded, dude. It's crazy.
In a suit your daddy built. Now you're a twitchy little bitch turtle without its shell. A real hero puts their ass on the line. A real hero can't just press a button and make their problems disappear.
The suit isn't what made me a superhero. It was how I did my fucking job that made me Mecha Man. Based on what I saw today, you wouldn't last a day as Mecha Man. Because there isn't a mech suit in the universe that'll keep you from being a selfish fucking asshole.
Crypto hustle? Okay, well, this is like, I'm not rizzing her at all.
Feel bad. Good. Fuck you.
Oh my God. Okay, maybe I am rizzing her. It's like a reverse riz. That tension you feel is sexual tension.
You gonna eat those Twinks?
That's not what they're... You know what? Help yourself.
What happened to your nose?
Here we go.
You have a tissue hanging from your nose, Robert. I was trying to ignore it, but that became impossible when it started soaking in blood.
I get nosebleeds when it's this dry. The air in the office, it's on the dry side.
I'm defending
Is it on the dry
Invisigal.
side? I'll have facilities look into it. All right, boys. We're here to assess Robert's first shift, and aside from whatever happened here, I thought it was pretty good.
What?
Told you, Robbie.
I was watching on the monitor. The work you did dispatching. I don't think the Z team has ever had a better shift than that.
Bro, she wants me. Can we just address the sexual tension in the air? Like, a lot of you guys were saying that Blondie doesn't want me, but like, no one has ever said, wow, the work you did dispatching as the chair hero was their sexual tension is palpable. She's literally your boss. I mean, yeah, whatever. She can dom me. Men like you are fucking insane. All I'm saying is, I'm not afraid of fucking my way to the top. Okay? I'm not afraid. A lesser man would be afraid. I'm not. Do you understand? Y'all are way too serious. I know. I'm fucking joking, but Hasan, this woman character is nice to him. She loves me. Also, Hasan, when woman character is mean, yeah, she wants me. Yes. The answer, did you think the strippers thought you were hot? Yes. Okay? Yes, I did. And yes, I still do to this day. Hasan, the Olivia Newsy of Dispatch? Yes. Also, yes.
We just might need to confront the fact that it might be the best they can do, especially the way the Granny thing went.
Yeah, now the Granny situation, that wasn't ideal. But I've seen so much worse with Invisigal.
Let's be real. She ain't gonna make it.
She's difficult to work with, sure. But I see a lot of promise in her. Really. Even the other Z-teamers respect her.
They're afraid of her.
I'll take responsibility.
Maybe a couple wires got crossed toward the end there. I could have been a little more clear with her.
You crossed 0 wires, okay? She crossed them for you.
Look, Robert, you should be proud. The bar is very low with this group.
Well, it's not low for me. Look, I like to make a joke and keep things light as much as the next person. But when it comes to work, I'm not fucking around here. If you want the Phoenix program to survive, the bar needs to go up.
And how would we do that?
By treating the Z-team like what they are, a bunch of villains. And leading a supervillain team takes a different approach than a superhero team. I need to be around them. I need them to see I'm all in, and they need to match that energy.
Okay, she's so turned on because, like, I'm so invested in this chair job. Like, I'm showing. This is a classic. Okay, I'm showing how invested I am and how much leadership skill I currently have. She's gonna give me the mecha suit like tomorrow, and then we're gonna fly off into the future together forever, and then game over. You know what I mean? No need to play all the other episodes.
I've seen the only version they'll respond to. I'm not saying everyone will make it. They won't. I'm not saying it won't get spicy. It will. But when it does, I also need you to trust me to handle it. I don't want you stepping in. They need to respect
I'm a bit of a
me,
high
even if I
value
don't have
male.
powers.
Okay, we'll do it your way. Monday, we'll get them in a room and introduce them to their new supervillain leader.
I can't promise it'll work. I can only promise that I'll do my best.
No fucking way it's gonna work, but it'll be way more fun to watch.
Chase, some optimism, please.
God damn it. Yeah, I also promise.
She'd pop your head like a watermelon between her thighs. Okay, stop. I wish.
I promise to do my best.
Hey, kid.
What?
What are you doing?
What the fuck?
No. I did this. It's weird because I saw this lady, smiling lady, person put a donut on your desk previously, and it was nicely on a napkin. But then she comes back and she just crazy, like evil mode, and smashed the same donut.
What a mess.
We'll clean it.
What? No.
No, yes. See, I'm SDN's newest. He
Hero?
Helpful janitor.
Okay. Cool.
So, it's my...
Wait, she got me a donut? Why did she smash it? I defended her. Also, how are you guys so horny for Waterboy? He seems like a fucking loser.
It pleases pleasure, and it's my job, which you helped me get. So, thank you. Thank you so much.
Happy to help.
It's Friday. I'm not gonna ask. You headed out?
Oh, yeah.
She wants to go on a date?
Great. Thanks, kid.
It's Friday. She wants to go on a date.
Waterboy.
Yeah, welcome to you. You too.
Oh, what the fuck? Hey, yo, that is nasty. What the fuck was that? Are you fucking serious? He gags on it? Dude, what the? That's what you want? That one chatter who said you want to chain him to a chair and vibrate his tip until he's, I don't know what you said. I can't remember. But god damn, chatter, you are busted. Oh no. Hey, yo, dude. What the fuck? It's a cleaning agent? What? Get the...
I want you to know us fixing your suit is not contingent on you fixing the Z-team. I wouldn't do that to you.
That's good to know.
But don't worry about that. I'm just really glad you're here, Robert. I think we're going to do some great things together.
See, I'm not going hard.
Hey, look, I really appreciate you setting this up.
I'm not
It's
going
exactly
hard.
what I need
Dinner is
right
too
now,
much.
and it'll get me that much more excited to be back out there.
Actually, there's something I've been meaning to tell you. It's a little awkward to mention, but since the...
Like, look, I see the vibes, okay? She want me, but like, I gotta play a little hard to get, okay? She want me, but I gotta take it slow. It's okay. The fucking early bird catches the worm, but sometimes, you know, it's like the turtle and the hare, right? It's a marathon, not a fucking sprint.
Blonde blazer.
Oh, this fucking asshole. What does he want?
Are you ready to go? Who is this? I thought I'd cataloged all of your work companions.
Robert, this is my boyfriend, and I'm a man. This is our new dispatcher I was telling you about. Robert?
The third Robert Robertson, leader of the Phoenixes. Blonde Blazer told me about you.
Really? Did she, say, I don't know, what came up in that talk?
She said you're a capable, honorable man that truly cares for others. Why are you so small?
Hey, come on. You gotta stop asking.
Small?
The way you spoke of him made him sound impressive. I only seek to understand.
Small?
How was his first day? Was his lack of size and strength an issue?
No, he was great.
Oh
It was
my
great.
God,
It was
bro.
a great first day.
That is phenomenal. We should celebrate. Blonde Blazer and I have reservations in Tokyo at a restaurant where the owner dreams of sushi. You should join us.
Tokyo?
I'm sure they could accommodate one more. Especially a special occasion like this.
Gotta get home to my dog.
Actually, I gotta get home to my dog. He's very needy.
Oh, of course. And to be responsible for another life is a beautiful thing. Even if that life is a dog life.
Yeah, right.
He said, Jiro. Bro, are you fucking serious? Are you serious? Are you joking? Oh my God, incel arc. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Mecha Man School Shooter Edition. What the fuck? Oh no, no, no. But she was throwing work my way. What did I wasn't misreading the chat. I wasn't misreading the signs. Okay. I was not misreading the signs. I know what I saw. I know what I felt. Oh my God. Chad Vice this Saturday. Postponed permanently. Oh my God. That kissy poo was real, dude. That kiss was real. What the fuck? That's your type, really? Tall, dark, and handsome, sick mustache, muscular? Really? What do I gotta do? Fuck water boy? Really? Not me. You don't want old washed up me. That's fucking bullshit. That is bullshit. That's bullshit. I need to save her. Good guys always lose, you know what I mean? Chat, us good guys, we're always losing. Okay, I'm done. What the fuck are you gonna do when Superman finds out you're cheating with this girl you kissed her? Bro, put me in the mecha and I will rip his super dick, okay? Put me in the fucking mecha ASAP. Accelerate the mecha process. I'm beating his ass, dude. Okay? Us short, skinny guys, we can do work. It's not the size, it's the motion of the ocean. You know what I mean? I'm ripping that fucking nasty ass stash right off his face. Oh, look at me. I'm so tall. I can fly to Tokyo on a whim. I know Jiro. He dreams of sushi. Fuck you. He should have been called Phenomena Bitch. Yeah, nice guys finish last, dude. But that means we're still finishing. You know what I mean? No.
He flies a little faster.
No.
It was very nice to meet you, 3rd Robert Robertson.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, what the fuck? It's so Jover. Are you serious? Oh, no. She said he flies a bit faster. I'm going to be in his tall, sexy, big old bicep arms, dude. Oh, no. Please open. The fuck is this? This is how your haters see you? Okay, low-key, I get why every hater hates me then, okay? Because how I feel in this very moment, I don't want anybody to feel no more, okay? If that's what you're saying, if that's what it if that's how these things work, I get it. Cuck Simulator is wild. I have so much pain in my soul right now, dude. Are you fucking joking?
A pleasure was... Now, could you step back?
Oh!
The power of my launch has been known to stun small beings.
Oh, come on.
Phenomenal.
I'ma show you how to make a pound cake.
Get the fuck out of here, dude. He said you're a tiny, puny little ant. Oh my God. He said, I will crush you with my impact. Everybody bro-fisted Roy. 75% of players covered for Invisigal for punching you. 31% of players prefer plain glazed donuts. 73% of players decided not to ask Blazer out. Oh, cowards. 73% of myself were cowards. You and 90% of players said no to dinner with Phenomenon and Blazer. You and 37% of players let Sonar meet Vanderstank and it went great. 22% of players had Prism name the fight man Saber and the Bruiser. I performed better than 90% of players in today's shift. Okay, I'm done. I'm not doing episode 3. That was incredible, by the way. Only 6 episodes to go today. This singer is Prism's VA. Wait, really? Look at this. Guys, I don't know why you're doing this because it's very obvious that I'm not him. Okay? I'm Robert. I'm Robert Robertson. Specifically, Robert Robertson III. Okay? I don't know why you guys are placing me in the fucking bitch-made phenomenon category here, okay? I'm not. I'm fucking skinny and short and tiny and puny and I'm gonna be Mecha Man one day though. It's my least favorite type of hero, the type of hero that is like achievable by normal human standards. I'll be honest. I low-key don't like that type of superhero where like for me I would like I want the superhero to be like unachievable. You know, like someone I can't believe that. I can't believe that happened to me. I can't believe that happened to us. You missed this, so it isn't a spoiler. There's an Easter egg for a hidden side mission where you can have the team go to the local park with unsalted peanuts and hard-boiled eggs to feed the crows. Most players miss it, but it's worth doing on your second playthrough. Thanks, chatter. Thank you. Don't pull me into your cucking. I mean, we all got cucked together. Don't even act like that's not the case. Don't even act like that wasn't the case. Anyway, I'm going to go spend time with the fam. She's going to give you pepperoni pizza tomorrow. Acknowledge it. Okay, I will.
Hey,
Anyway, love you guys. What a day. What a day.
Stunning lo-fi
8 hours. Not too bad. We're kind of back, baby. Anyway, love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow,
All
okay?
the chatter's trickling in.
Just take the L.
Also